that's tall, that can sit on top of a horse behind the troops and see over their heads. Literally, that's where this stuff comes from. So you want a tall, strong guy that can maneuver on horseback. I mean, we're kind of past that, but it's still ingrained in our genetics. So we look for these
funny.
tall
So you want
men.
someone who looks like that.
Yeah, like George Washington was super tall, and it helped him in combat.
Yeah, deep voices and height.
Like Claudia
You can hear
Scheinbaum,
from
totally.
a distance if they
This is
yell,
the-
'cause they have a loud, booming voice.
This is the challenge that AOC will have. Any woman running against a man is there's like, and I always say this because feminists get mad at me, but this is literally the feminist position. People inherently will be sexist towards a female candidate and just choose a man based on.
I mean, it's
I
military
think
command.
that's such like the neoliberal interpretation, and why I disagree with a lot of Democrats saying Kamala lost because of that. Like America's too racist and sexist to vote for a woman candidate. I think that it's absolutely on the issues. I think it's on the policy, and her running a campaign that wasn't really geared towards any vision, and honestly capitulated a lot to the right. She tried to like almost run to the right of Donald Trump when it comes to things like military strength, having the most lethal military in the world. She kept saying she's going to be the strong woman that makes sure that the global order stays in line. Like, I don't think that that's successful, and that's the reason why she lost, was she didn't have that vision that people actually saw in a campaign.
I think the female factor plays a role in the turnout because we're talking about lowest common denominator. But I would agree with you. Did you see that that mock debate they did where they had a man play Hillary and a woman play Trump?
No, I didn't see that.
It was a university study out in New York, and they had a mock debate, word for word, exactly the same. And a man did Hillary and a woman did Trump, and the woman won the debate. The people who were in the study, it was like they did a bunch of these debates and then surveyed everybody. They said that the Hillary character, whether male or female, was smarmy and condescending and off-putting. And the Trump figure, be it male or female, was like righteous indignation and frustration with the system.
Interesting.
So they had like a stout woman in a red dress saying, "No, you did this and it was wrong and we are sick of it." And people felt that. They resonated with it even though it was a woman.
That's like the president of Italy. What's her name? Giorgia Meloni. She's a badass. That sure, it's a woman. I don't care.
Remember
She's amazing.
Berlusconi?
Huh?
Remember Berlusconi?
Berlusconi?
Yes, Italy.
Never heard that word before.
And like,
I've never heard really.
What does it
okay.
mean?
It was
what,
a
the
person.
guy.
Oh, no. Who
And he was notorious for having like beautiful women all around him and like
was he? The president? An Italian?
whatever the leader of Italy is. I don't know, prime minister or president or whatever. But it was like mafioso,
Oh,
machismo.
no, I wasn't familiar.
Yeah,
with
look it up. Let me
Yeah,
pull it up.
I think if AOC was going to be the one, we'd start to see a lot more, I guess, in the next couple months, probably after the midterms, and I think we have a better tell.
Come on.
Berlusconi. He looks like Tony Soprano.
I mean, this was a long time ago, so I can't tell you. But
I was 11 years old.
when you have Silvio Berlusconi prostitution trial, you know,
Damn,
accused and convicted of paying a 17-year-old Moroccan
that's crazy.
Prime
yeah,
Minister.
for sexual services.
the role as Prime Minister. Alex, hey, I wanted to say about the girl from the earlier story before we
Natalie
kind of move
Harp.
away from it, Natalie, that I think I got a lot of empathy for this girl because Trump's kind of seems to be serving as her father figure in her life, like strong male paternal figure, and like she lost her father. So I don't think it's weird how she's acting. It's just it's questionable if you should even put young women in that position. Is
Well,
more.
It's just weird that you're using your employer, your boss, as that father figure role. And like clearly, I'm not like I think that she needs a lot of therapy, obviously, because she has a lot of trauma in her life. But I don't think it's helpful for the situation for that type of workplace that your boss, the person that your livelihood is dependent on, you're also viewing as this father figure with all of your heart.
I know it's a dangerous part of the job itself, because if her obsession for him as a father figure outweighs her duty to do the job, that could become a real problem.
Yeah.
And-
But I think Donald Trump likes that, which is more of I think the biggest part of the story is why does Donald Trump need these sycophants around him more so than
For the same reason he needs his name in gigantic gold letters on buildings all over the world.
Yeah. It's ego.
And the bit is like when he was a little kid and he walked into, like, his dad's in the study reading the paper and he's a little boy and he walks and he goes, "Daddy, look, I solved the puzzle." And he goes, "Oh, it's in here again." And then the maid comes and carries him away. I don't know why Trump would have a British or North Atlantic accent like that, but, you know, it's a joke.
It's making noise.
It's making noise again. I'm sure it would be. But here's the thing, you know, if you know Trump, you know how to get what you want. And this is what I don't understand about Democrats is all they have to do is butter him up. You but
Well,
you,
what
you
we
butter.
saw with Zoran Mamdani. Like,
Yeah.
Zoran's supposed to be literally the antithesis of MAGA, and Donald Trump is enamored by him every time that they're together.
Because he says nice things about him.
So
Well, I don't know. Zoran doesn't really like say nice things. He's definitely cordial.
No, I mean
and he's
to
not,
him.
I don't think he even does that really, because he called him a fascist to his face. But I think what Donald Trump likes is winners. I think he likes winners more than anything. And Zoran defeating a previous governor in a race where he had 1% literally 8 months before the election. I think Donald Trump sees like, okay, I respect a winner like that.
you're popular. So
More than ideology, and I think that it's
Stalin,
indicative.
too.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
Kim Jong Un, great leader, love President Xi. He glorifies all of these people who are supposed to be like his adversaries. And
Well,
I
he
think it's
pissed a
because he likes
lot of
power.
people off by being nice to Zoran.
Right, he butters them
Yeah.
up because if you get he subverts too. He'll say he likes you and then backstab you. Like he's happy to do that shit. So
Yeah, I mean, he's criticized Zoran, just not to his face.
Yeah. I bring this up because I wonder if what Natalie is doing is actually just advancing her career. She knows that when she says to Trump, "I love you with all my heart," and you're the great, or not, "I love you," but with all my heart, you're such a good person, you're everything, and I'll do anything for you. She knows he's going to be like, give her a promotion, give her a raise.
100%. And how sad is it that professional development is tied to undying devotion? It's crazy.
Yeah, well, I will
mean-
say I'm glad that it's out in the open, but
Better
the
than
truth
sexual
is,
favors.
yeah, but no,
I mean,
but I'm
do
like,
we know that's not going on, like for sure.
but my point is this: like, this probably is much more common than people realize.
Yeah,
Just in general,
of course. Yeah,
people being like,
like buttering up your boss.
Yeah,
I mean, I
blowing
noticed
smoke up
that's
your
why
boss's
collective
ass.
bargaining is really important.
with
Look,
companies,
I have to do
I
it.
used to be
You
a
look at-
worker, and then I realized, if I befriend the owner, I immediately
on the show.
become at the top of the chain of the company, and they'll have me come. They'll be like, "Can you manage?
Look,
Can you do this? Can you do this?"
Maybe she was
I
just-
like
Hey,
feeling overly
hold on.
emotional.
The entire like media establishment and DC establishment was basically kissing Barack Obama's ass for 8 years. What's his name? Chris Matthews got a thrill running up his leg. This kind of like buttering up the guy in charge.
of course.
Whether or not we find it unseemly, it's still perfectly normal.
I would love to find a single letter that says, "With all my heart, I'm so sorry that I let you down. You are the most important thing that matters to me," to Barack Obama. I'd like to find a single letter.
I would not be. I mean, like I said, we already talked about like she probably is a little bit like going a little overboard. But the idea of buttering up the boss or kissing someone's ass, that's
But hold on.
old as-
I gotta say, I bet Obama's got more of those letters than Trump does.
Not from people within his closest circle.
I don't.
And if
I
we can
agree.
find that, I would love
Oh, hold
to
on,
bring
hold
that
on.
up because this is a unique case, which is
I don't
why it's
believe
getting
that.
so
No,
much.
wait. I
believe you.
agree. I think Trump's the kind of guy where people close to him are butt sniffing and giving these letters. But I think for Obama, he probably got more of those letters from people just outside the periphery. Obama was a celebrity, and he was the media buttered him up. Everybody loved him. So for different reasons, I'm willing to bet that a bunch of people wrote letters to Obama where they were like, "You're the
I mean, he
best."
still has strong influence in the Democratic Party, but it's nowhere near the same level of, again, the cultish status that Donald Trump has built on the right. Your career is dependent on how much Donald Trump views you as being loyal.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Pam Bondi,
Yeah,
Chrissy Noem,
I-
Tulsi Gabbard.
Gone.
I don't think
gone.
it-
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
Gone,
think
gone,
it's-
because he didn't view them as loyal enough.
Well,
which is
but-
crazy because I
it's-
feel like
it's
Chrissy
not-
Noem never said any criticism of Donald
Yeah, but
again,
she
I don't think
spent
it's
200, was it
significantly
$200 million on that horse ad or whatever.
Yeah, because she was incompetent.
I don't think it's significantly different than Barack Obama.
Well,
I think that this particular case, like I said, I think that she's got the whole father figure thing. Her dad died, so this case is a little bit different. But overall, people behaving like sycophants is not some kind of strange
Hold
new
on.
thing.
Obama was way more than Trump ever was.
But Obama,
in terms of public fervor and love,
Yeah.
Trump has a
Well, approval rating, sure. If we're talking
no.
broadly.
No.
Control of the party, no.
well control of the party.
Absolutely not.
I agree with Mason. Trump's got more commanding control of who runs, the endorsements he get.
Yeah.
His endorsements almost always win, but not
Paxton
always.
just fucking won, and he has every scandal in the book.
But I think as it goes to general population, Obama had way more sycophantic love from the populace than Trump does.
that might be true, but Obama, as far as I know, didn't hire 28-year-old hot blonde chicks to be his
Agreed.
assistants and stuff.
Agreed.
So he didn't
But-
get it on the inside.
But let's do this. In publicly, so Trump's got. I think the estimate they give is there's a 40% base of the Republican Party that we would call the Trump cult. They don't break from Trump no matter what. They can
40? I feel like it's like 33.
It might be, but it's like a third to maybe, I don't know. Let's just say 40.
What's his
let's say
approval
37.
rating right now? Like 32?
But no, not approval. No, not approval rating in general. I'm saying of Republican voters.
Of Republican voters.
There's the estimate is about 40% don't care what Trump does. They love Trump no matter what. Trump can like start a.
I feel like there's more than that.
No, man.
Wasn't there just like the poll that was like 100% of MAGA voters love Trump? Which
No.
is kinda
But hold on.
No, that's
this
his
is
Trump
the
number.
I'm not talking about whether you would support Trump. I'm saying the cult. That is,
Gotcha.
Trump says no new wars, and Republicans and moderates who voted for Trump go, yay, we're voting for him. Then the Iran war starts, and you get a fraction that break away and say this is a mistake. It's going to cause us problems.
Yeah.
But there's this diehard mega cult that says, no, we're in favor of it now. Trump is right the whole time, no matter what. And they invert their position because Trump is their position. My
Isn't that
point
kinda
is
like what you guys were saying though?
about what?
On Timcast? I feel like I saw something where there was like this theory that the Iran war was meant to like strangle China and like U.S. adversaries.
How
Is that true, or has that position changed?
How is
No,
that
that's
changing
absolutely my position. But how is that support of?
Well, isn't that saying that like there's a strategic reason why we need to do this to like hurt our adversaries?
Well, you're interpreting need.
Yeah, trying to understand what's going on is not the same.
See,
as
this is the
endorsing.
problem with the internet, right? I have a video where I literally said, "This is a failure. I'm sorry, it just is, and Trump's not going to tell you the truth about it." I understand what they're trying to do if you look at the bigger picture, but a lot of people who don't pay attention are going to scream Israel did it. But when you look at every single move Trump has made, it even predates Trump. All of this is lining up the Gulf of America, even the renaming of it, for oil exports to originate from the Gulf, from the port of Houston. That's why you've got Panama, Venezuela, Cuba. That's why you've got the attempts at the Northwest Passage, and China's oil imports are being cut off. None of that is to say it's good we did it. In fact, I literally called it a failure. Trump is now draining the SPR to levels we've not seen since 1982 to try and stabilize gas prices because our economy is screwed up. But for some reason, literally starting a video with Trump is failing and he's going to lie about this, people go, I guess Tim supports the war now. And I'm like,
I
What world do we live
support
in?
in a
Just-
way
it just seems
American
like-
military dominance. I used to think war bad, stop. But now I'm like, well, what's the alternative here? Chinese military dominance? Because it's going to be somebody militarily dominating the planet.
It just seems like that interpretation is
correct.
a part of the Trump like post hoc justification for.
It's
what
not
could be,
because
like,
they're lying
conspiracy.
about it and they won't tell you this, and they're telling you it's because of nuclear weapons, which is a lie because they bombed them last year over nuclear
Yeah.
weapons. So it's not the Trump's official line is nuclear weapons, and that's not
I think
correct.
it's legacy. I think Donald
not.
Trump wants to be the president that actually went into Iran
What-
and took them down and stopped the regime. We
Well,
stopped it in
that's
Venezuela. We'll stop it in Iran. I'm going to be
Sure.
the president that establishes dominance.
That's a component. Don't get me wrong, but let's start from the beginning.
It's not going to be economic strangling China when
Okay, so
Americans are the ones that are also going to
let's-
take the front. Which you
let's
agree
start
with.
with
what
If you think
happens
that the
is-
war is a failure.
What's
right?
happening is
The war-
everyone's losing 20%, but because we're so far ahead, our loss is still going to keep us above everyone else.
So
The
they're
idea-
taking
let me put it
political
like this.
suicide in the midterms and
Yes.
potentially in 2028.
They're hurting
So look at it this
everyone,
way.
and
Oh, okay. Let's look at it this way. Let's say you've got half a tank of gas. China's got a quarter tank of gas, and you both have to go 100 miles. Trump's like, I'm going to burn the half
Well,
tank.
China's getting hurt, but it's not going to cripple them economically.
It's cut their oil by 44%. And they've implemented controls and emergency energy releases. They've switched their taxi fleets from gas to electric already.
Yeah, this
They're
is hurting the
getting
entire global
choked out.
economy.
So let's start from the beginning. This is important because people can't seem to understand. Let me phrase it like this. Not only was I in some of these countries at the start of these conflicts, but I've been tracking this since I was a teenager and involved in the protests around Afghanistan in the Iraq War. Every day of my life reading the news about what was going on. So let's go back as far, not even as far as I can go, but we can go and you know, this is for all the people who might watch this who don't know what's going on and assume that understanding the conflict is support for it. It is not. First, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, my favorite story. The U.S. went to Syria and said, we want to build a natural gas pipeline from the Persian Gulf through Iraq, Syria, Turkey into Europe to offset the Gazprom gas monopoly. This is a fact. Bashar al-Assad said, no, we are allied with Russia, who has a naval base in Tartus. We are not going to allow you to build a gas pipeline that would offset our allies' control of energy in Europe. Then Syria, Russia, and Iran said, let's tap the same natural gas field, build it through Syria, and strengthen Russia's gas monopoly. Now, this is where there's a gap because I don't want to make insinuations, but surprisingly, within a year, The United States declares that Bashar al-Assad is a terrorist state, and we enter the conflict on the side of the rebel fighters.
It was like 2013-ish.
So this is around 2011, actually, the start of it's the Arab Spring into the Syrian civil war. And the United States says we're going to side with the rebels, which ultimately all of them form an Islamist nightmare, which is ISIS. And they end up with weapons that were delivered by the Obama administration. The speculation, because again, I'm trying to be nice, is that the U.S. needed to remove Bashar al-Assad so we could build a gas pipeline through Syria and Turkey because, again, Russia controlled 20% of natural gas into Europe, and Europe was starting to favor Russian interests because they needed the energy. Fast forward to now we're getting into 2014, 2016. Ukraine was split between staying in the Russian Trade Federation or joining the European Union. Russia says if you join the European Union, European goods are going to flood the Russian market, so we're going to cut you off. Pick one. Unfortunately for Russia, Ukrainians were like, we'd rather be in the EU. We'll be wealthy. If Ukraine joins the EU, the Black Sea, Russia's control or access to the Black Sea would be at risk because Crimea, their only warm water port, is Ukraine. So what does Russia do? They annex Crimea, fearing that Ukraine would fall to the European Union. Also, this would compromise Gazprom. Burisma is the next component, which is how they control the price of gas in Europe. Russia's their principal export is energy. They need it for their economy. We then get the Nord Stream pipelines from Russia into Germany. One of them blows up, Nord Stream 2. Germany has accused Ukrainians of bombing the undersea pipeline that was delivering Russian gas to Germany. There's speculation that CIA frogmen were involved in this. If it is true that Ukrainians bombed our allies' pipeline in NATO, that would trigger Article 5, and the U.S. would be forced to enter the war against Ukraine. That's insane. Germany has issued an arrest warrant for the Ukrainian who they accuse of doing this. The U.S., I presume, would be on the side of Germany, but for some reason has stayed out of it. Now we get the Ukrainian conflict. Burisma. Joe Biden has his son on the board of Burisma Energy Company. Why? When we couldn't get the Qatar-Turkey pipeline into Europe, the United States shifted its resources to control of Ukraine. If we can get political dominance in Ukraine, we can stifle the Gazprom monopoly through Burisma and other energy sources if Ukraine joins the EU. Hence now, Russia is invading, sealing this land bridge to give them access to Crimea, which is it's the home of their Black Sea fleet. The Kherson Bridge was bombed, so that's not a safe means of access for Russia, and they're not going to spend $1 billion putting up a new base, in Russian territory in the Black Sea and give away their naval port. So now we have this war. Currently now we have a problem with Israel bombing Syria, Turkey moving in Syria, when Bashar al-Assad has been forced to flee, and the U.S. interest is in getting the Syrian government to allow us to secure these pipelines. That brings us to everything we've seen in the beginning of the Trump administration. He renames the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which seems silly. He takes Venezuela. He's pacified the Caribbean by bombing these vessels, and he's surrounded Cuba, cutting them off from all energy, isolating their government, forcing a destabilization. He renegotiated the Panama deal, and he's currently trying to gain access to Greenland, which would give us military access to the Northwest Passage. Then it brings us to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of the world's oil. I do not believe Trump is trying to take out nuclear weapons. I believe the intention is, as Trump just posted, new U.S. territory, is to create permanent control of 20% of global oil exports. Trump wants to dominate the world. Everything he's done has centered oil exporting through Houston and the Gulf of America, and now he's shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which has isolated BRICS nations, India, China particularly.
Shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
He did shut down the Strait of Hormuz. He started the war. Then the strait got shut down, and I believe that is the intended condition.
Intentional.
Yes.
Well, I think the Israelis started the war, and he joined, and I think the Israelis wanted to destroy the nuclear program, but Trump was like, well, now that we're here, we might as well control the oil. You don't think?
Israel wants to obliterate Iran, period, because Iran funds the Al-Qassam brigades, Hamas, as well as the Houthi rebels in Yemen. So Israel is basically saying these guys are the ones making the war against us.
Regime change.
We're going to destroy them. We want regime change. The United States also wants regime change in Iran. That's why we got Iraq and Afghanistan, which is a pincer strike on the Iranians. But Iran is a giant mountain. It's not easy to just take out.
Which
and the U.S. is struggling.
Such a failure is because the only two options left are further escalation, which are taking over the islands in an attempt to do a siege onto the mainland, which is going to fail. Unless we're really willing to obliterate most of the Iranian civilians.
They won't put.
Well, but let's define failure.
Or it's going to be just a complete surrender and give the Iranians exactly what they want, which is a restoration fund, which is giving them the reparations that they're asking for, allowing them to continue to control the strait. And we've gone from 150 or so ships that were going through Hormuz to like what 10 now? I think it's the
And I
latest
believe that's on
updated number.
purpose.
I read that.
Trump, this is what I disagree with you, because your argument would be Trump accidentally destroyed the U.S. economy.
No,
I
I think that Trump knew that there were going to be risks, but he was willing to take it because he feels this invincible. I'm the it man. I am
But
the
that
guy
doesn't
that's going
explain
to tackle Iran.
20
Even though
years
the
of U.S.
last-
foreign policy.
Well, the last presidential administrations, leading all the way back to Ronald Reagan, wanted Iran to fall. They wanted control, but they were worried of what that would do to the global economy, which is exactly what we're starting to see right now.
Agreed.
Trump
And
taking this risk and it being a failure.
it's not.
Which,
It's
didn't you say it was a failure?
indeed. And I don't think the issue is that it's a risk. It's that Trump is not going to publicly say we knew this would happen.
Well,
Imagine if Trump,
regardless
came out,
if Trump did say that or not, like it's going to be a failure amongst the American people, which is why there's such
which is
disapproval
why
for this war.
which is why he needs a casus belli, which is they have nuclear weapons.
But nobody believes that.
I agree. That's why Trump is. What's he going to say? We shut down the Strait of Hormuz to strangle the BRICS nations.
It's better than a lie that nobody believes.
No,
Why wouldn't he just say? Why
no,
wouldn't he just say we
no.
need American economic
Wait,
dominance?
wait.
We don't want
Are you
China to be able to continue to get.
You think Trump would get? Would you support Trump if he came out and said?
No.
Who would support Trump if he said we did this on purpose?
Republicans that want to see China crippled.
Yeah, but
Hey, Mario here with Shore. You know, I run into a lot of people who own an SM58. Now, if you don't know what an SM58 is, it's our most popular and iconic vocal microphone. How popular and iconic? We actually have our own day here at Shure where we celebrate it. The question I get asked, though, is how do I plug my SM58 into my laptop? Let's check it out. The MVI is a simple digital interface with 5 onboard DSP presets, allowing you to configure the audio at the touch of a button. You can either connect a XLR or quarter-inch connection, and it actually has headphone monitoring directly on the unit. And you'll also notice that it has phantom power for any condenser microphone. So now let's take a closer look at how I've connected my SM58 into the MVI. I've got my SM58 connected using XLR. I'm using the micro USB to go into my computer, and I'm also using the headphone jack directly on the unit so I can monitor myself. Now that your microphone's connected and your MVI is connected to your computer, the last thing you need to do is make sure the MVI is selected as your computer's main audio source. And that's it. Now you can use your SM58 with your laptop. Again, I'm Mario. I hope all of you guys have a great day, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Either connect a XLR button, configure the audio at the touch of a, allowing you to configure the audio at the touch. The MVI is a simple digital interface with 5
The Shure SM57 is one of the most famous mics ever made. It's been on stages, in studios, on guitar amps, on snare drums, and more recordings than any of us can count. But even with a mic this well known, there's plenty of things a lot of you might not know about it. Number 1, it's older than most people think. The SM57 was introduced to us in 1965, but its DNA goes a bit further back than that. Its Unidyne 3 cartridge lineage showed up in Shure's Model 545 in 1959, years before the SM57 itself arrived. 2. The grill is part of the sound. That little grill isn't just there to protect the mic. Shure describes the SM57's top section as an integral resonator and grill assembly, meaning it's actually part of the acoustic design. Number 3, it gets more proximity effect than the SM58. Because the diaphragm sits closer to the top of the mic than it does in an SM58, the SM57 can give you a more pronounced proximity effect when you get close to it. Number 4, it also has a little bit more bite up top. That same grill design also lets the SM57 produce a slightly higher output above 5K than the SM58. That's part of the reason why it might sound a bit more pointed and punchy when used to record a snare drum or a guitar cap. Number 5, Shure does not treat it as instruments only. Most people think it's an instrument mic, but Shure's own documentation states that it's for instruments and vocals. So no, it was never just a snare and cab mic, and I have some examples of vocal comparisons using it in my Can You Hear the Difference playlist. Number 6, up close, the low end jumps hard, but it's designed to stay usable. Shure says a cardioid mic like this can boost bass by about 6 to 10 decibels below 100 Hz when you're extremely close, about a quarter of an inch away. But the SM57 is also designed so the bass response gradually rolls off in close use, controlling those deep frequencies. Number 7. If the grill spins freely, it isn't broken. This one surprised me when I first held a Shure SM57. The grill's supposed to rotate. Shure literally says it's part of the design. So, if it spins, it doesn't automatically mean your mic is damaged. Number 8. But don't block the vents. Shure also warns not to block or cover the grill vents because it can change the microphone's directionality. Modding! In other words, they're for how the microphone behaves, not for how it looks. Number 9. It's more engineered than it looks. The SM57 looks relatively simple, but there's more going on inside than people might realise. Shure's current specs call out a pneumatic shock mount system to cut handling noise. Number 10. You can still service it, and it's been at the presidential lectern for decades. Another very unglamorous but quite a cool fact. Shure still documents official replacement parts for the grill and cartridge. And maybe the biggest SM57 flex of all, since the Lyndon B. Johnson administration, it's been the microphone of choice for the presidential lectern. So it's picking up a lot of crap. Do you have a Shure SM57? Please drop your favorite use case in the comments. If you enjoy deep dive.
Hi, I'm Jordan from Kettner Creative. In this video, we're going to show you 2 ways to connect an XLR microphone to your computer. We film videos like this all the time, so if you want to see more videos like this in the future, please like and subscribe. Now before I show you how to connect an XLR microphone to your computer, I'm going to show you the 3 microphones that we're going to use to show you the differences between the 2 options that we're going to show you for how to connect your XLR microphone to a computer. So for both options that we're going to show you, we'll use a Shure SM58 dynamic vocal microphone. This is quite possibly the most popular microphone in the world. The next microphone we're going to use is a Shure SM7B. This is extremely popular in home recording, studio recording, and podcast, but it has a notoriously high gain requirement. So we're going to show you how that sounds with the 2 examples coming up. The last microphone that we're going to use is this wide diaphragm condenser microphone. Now it's important to note that condenser microphones require 48 volts of phantom power. Now only one of the options that we show you in this video is capable of sending 48 volts of phantom power to activate a condenser microphone. So the first option that we're going to use to connect an XLR microphone to our computer is this USB to XLR adapter cable. Now this cable has a built-in A to D converter, and it comes with about 20 decibels of boosted gain. Now for everything that you see in this video, we have links in the description if you want to get into the specs or if you want to see pricing or where to buy these items. Now we're going to connect this cable to our MacBook, but our MacBook has USB-C, so we're going to use this USB-C to USB adapter. Then we're going to plug in this USB for this USB to XLR cable, and you're going to see here that the light turned on, which means that it's connected to the computer and it has the power that it needs. Next, we're going to connect the Shure SM58 microphone. Now once this microphone's connected, we're going to open our system preferences. We're going to open up the sound settings, and we're going to select the USB audio device. That's the USB to XLR adapter cable that we just plugged in. We're going to start with the volume around 50%. So this is how the Shure SM58 sounds with the XLR to USB adapter. Now, for I think what I would want to do, I'd want to make sure that I could have an input level somewhere around here. Anywhere between 60 to 80% is about the window that we're aiming for. So we'll slide this slider until we're getting that level. I think this is getting pretty close to what we'd look for if we're trying to record or connect this XLR microphone to this computer. The next, I'll show you the Shure SM7B. This is the Shure SM7B. So you can see here our input volume is all the way up, and we're seeing about 40% of an input level. I would like to see this a little bit more. Even if I get right up on the microphone here, we're only getting about 50% of the input level, not even 50%, just below 50%. But again, this microphone does have a notoriously high gain requirement, but in my mind, this XLR to USB adapter isn't quite giving it the power that it needs to really get up to that proper input level that we would be looking for. Now I'm going to show you that when I connect this AKG wide diaphragm condenser microphone, you'll see here that when I speak into this microphone, there's no input level whatsoever. This thing does not have phantom power with this solution, so the mic does not activate. But this USB to XLR cable is quite a bit less expensive than the next option. The next option I'm going to show you is a USB audio interface. There are many, many different types of USB audio interfaces, but they start at about 10 times the cost of the previous example that we showed you. With the USB audio interface, you can send and receive from your laptop. So you get two XLR jacks. These are typically combi jacks. You can use XLR cable or a 1/4-inch cable. You get volume or gain for each input. You get a master volume, and on the back you get a headphone jack and connection for studio monitors. So if you're doing studio monitoring, this interface will handle it all for you. Now on the back as well, there's a USB slot, so that's how we're going to connect to this laptop. So on the back of the device here, you can see the USB 2.0 slot there. So we're going to connect this cable, and this cable goes from there to USB-C. So that'll go straight into the laptop that we're using today. When we turn this device around, you'll see that it has power right away. It gets all the power that it needs from the USB cable, so you don't need external power or anything like that. Next, we're going to connect our XLR cable to the front of this box into the first input. Power that it needs from the USB cable, so you don't need external power or anything like that. Next, we're going to connect our XLR cable to the front of this box into the first input, and then we're going to connect it to our Shure SM58. Now you can see on our computer here, we have this audio box 22 VSL is showing up, so make sure that that's selected. The volume will be at 100% by default. Some USB audio interfaces will lock this out so you can't slide it, and then you use the volume on the USB interface itself to control your input volume to the computer. So we'll start with this up around 50%, and we'll see if we can make this work. We'll turn it up. So right now, our input volume on the PreSonus USB audio interface is at about the 2 o'clock position. And I think that's giving us the level that we want, somewhere between that 60 and 80%, depending on how close we are to the microphone and how loud we're speaking. That's really the goal of what we're looking for here. So now I'm going to show you the Shure SM7B. With the Shure SM7B, we need to turn up the volume a little bit more, but we're definitely able to get into that 60 to 80% range that we would be looking for with a microphone like this. This is definitely a lot more gain and a lot more volume than the previous option was able to get us. Now we plug in the AKG C3000B. Now one thing to note, before we turn the volume up, we do need to turn on this phantom power switch on the USB audio interface, and then we'll bring this up. Check, check. Now we'll see that for the first time in this video, we're able to get this condenser microphone to work. I think we got enough volume out of it for sure by using it at about the 1 o'clock or 1:30 position on the USB audio interface. And we're able to use this microphone with our computer now, which is great because previously we could not connect a condenser microphone to our computer. So there's the two options that we recommend for connecting your XLR microphone to your computer. As we saw here with the USB to XLR adapter cable, it did pretty well with the Shure SM58. So we can assume that it will do pretty well with almost any dynamic handheld vocal microphone that is similar to the Shure SM58. Now with the Shure SM7B, the USB audio interface was able to get it a lot more gain and get that input level up to where we were trying to get it. Also with the USB audio interface, it has the built-in phantom power that activated our condenser microphone. I think there's just more value of getting a USB audio interface, even if you end up having to buy used to find something that fits your budget. Now we have links to everything that you've seen here in the description below, so if you want to see what each one of these would cost, or if you want to do some research, please be sure to check out those links. If this video was helpful for you, please let me know in the comment section or give it a big like. If you want to see more videos like this in the future, please like and subscribe. Thank you so much for watching.
Hi, today we are going to be learning how to connect a dynamic mic to your laptop. I'll be using a Shure SM58 for this video. So to sum it up, these are the items that you will need. Your microphone, a XLR female to male cable that you can find easily online, a audio interface, and this was the cheapest I could find, the Behringer UM2 audio interface, which was about $66 SGD. A 1/4 inch headphone jack adapter for direct monitoring, a USB cable that came free with the Behringer UM2 so you don't have to purchase that, a USB to Type-C adapter if you are using the latest version of the MacBook, wired headphones for direct monitoring, and yeah, this was really the simplest setup I could find to ensure the best audio quality from a dynamic microphone. So first things first, I'm going to plug in my USB cable into my USB port. Next, I'm going to plug in my XLR cable to my dynamic microphone. Note that the male side has the stuff sticking out and the female side doesn't. So now I'm going to connect the XLR female side into the XLR male side, which is built into the microphone. Make sure you press the clip as you plug it in. Now, since my Mac is the latest version, it doesn't have the USB port, which kind of sucks. So here I'm using a adapter to plug into the Type-C port. And then I am going to plug in my USB cable into that Type-C port. And now I'm going to take the male XLR side of the cable and plug it into the XLR female side inside my audio interface. And when buying audio interfaces, make sure that they have a XLR port for you to plug your mic into and a USB port for you to connect your mic to the computer. Now you can use direct monitoring for this, which means that you can hear yourself in your headphones as you speak. But the problem is that you can't use a headphone jack as it doesn't fit into the hole for direct monitoring. So you will need a 1/4 inch adapter to a 3.5 mm jack, and then from there you can plug in your jack directly. Make sure that you plug it in like really hard, because what I realized before was that the reason why I was hearing audio from my left side only was because I didn't plug it in fully. So yeah, make sure that you plug it in fully. Now to record your video, you will need a DAW, which is a digital audio workstation. So for me, I'm using the simplest one, which is GarageBand. So once connected, you are going to go to your settings and select that audio interface as your main output and as your main input. So once that's done, click Empty Project in GarageBand, and then this will pop up. Make sure you click the one with the microphone symbol, and ensure that it is in input 1. So what input 1 does is that it acknowledges it as a mono recording, which allows you to hear your direct monitoring on both sides. As you speak, make sure that the audio is being recognized in this little bar here. Now, dynamic mics are low impedance mics, which means that they record less than 600 ohms. So generally, input levels are softer than condenser mics. Now, one would try to solve this by increasing the gain on their UM2 or whatever audio interface they have, but here's the problem. Now, let's see what happens as I turn up the gain level on the mic. As you can see, there is a very visible noise floor, and if I talk too loud, you can see the clipping sound here. So here's how you can solve it on GarageBand. So to solve this problem, we are going to go to the master track, as you can see, then click limiter. And when you click limiter, this will pop up. Simply increase the gain and output level as you please, and that will increase your volume levels. Another option would simply be increasing the volume level post-production, like what I'm doing right now. So yes, this concludes my video. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up or something. If you didn't like it, give it a thumbs down. And yeah, just to conclude, the reason why I like using this mic is because I think that it captures background sound lesser as compared to condenser mics, and also because this mic helps me to practice my mic technique for beatboxing. So yeah, if you like it, thanks. Bye. Yeah, bye.
This is the M-Track Solo and the M-Track Duo by M Audio. These are the newest, cheapest audio interfaces you can buy right now. But Behringer makes one for $4 less, and Focusrite makes the most popular budget interfaces on the market. So, can M Audio compete? Let's find out. If you're in the market for an extremely low-cost audio interface, you should definitely be checking out the M-Track Solo and Duo. In this video, I'm going to test them out and we'll explore all their features. I'll also compare the audio quality with the Behringer UM2, which is also extremely cheap. And we'll find out if it's worthwhile upgrading to a $100 audio interface like the Focusrite Solo. You'll find audio samples in this video so you can hear these side by side. If you're interested in buying any of these interfaces, I'll include links to the best prices in the video description. If you're new around here, I'm Sanjay C. I've got tons of videos about music production and the latest music gear on my channel. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. I always give you the information you need and make audio and music production easy to understand. The M-Track Solo is $49 and the Duo is $69. The only major manufacturer that makes interfaces this cheap is Behringer. The M-Track interfaces let you use a microphone, guitar, or external synth and record what you play or sing into your computer. You can connect them both with just one USB cable. They both have 2 channels, so you can record a microphone and a guitar at the same time. The Duo features 2 combo inputs, so you have more options for connecting 2 guitars, 2 mics, or other combinations. I love that the Solo has a combo input for channel 1. This means you can even record a stereo synth or a stereo line source with it. Both M-Tracks also have phantom power, so you can use a condenser mic, which many vocalists prefer. On top, both interfaces have gain knobs for the 2 channels. You can set the volume of your input signal with these, and the light below the knobs indicate if your signal gets too loud. I like the controls on the top. It's more convenient to control than knobs on the side of other interfaces. The Duo model also features a separate control for headphone volume. On the Solo, you just get one knob to control the volume of your speakers and your headphones together. In the front, you've got your inputs, phantom power switch, headphones input. You get a larger 1/4-inch input on the Duo, and also a direct monitoring switch. Direct monitoring lets you hear the direct input signal along with the music from your DAW when you record. It's really useful when recording vocals or guitars and helps you keep in time with the music when you record. By the way, are you considering the M-Track interfaces for recording your vocals? What other interfaces have you considered? Comment below. Oh, and if you want to check out my comparison of $100 interfaces, you can watch that video here. On the back of the M-Track interfaces, you have your USB port and the output to your speakers. The Solo has RCA outputs and the Duo has 1/4-inch TRS outputs, which can help reduce noise. Both of these interfaces are 16-bit 48 kHz, which is typical recording quality, but other more expensive interfaces will allow you to record in multiple levels of quality. For home recording though, this is going to be fine. Before we get to listening to these, I need to talk about build quality. The build quality of these interfaces kind of reflects the low price. These feel extremely lightweight, and the switches in the front are light to the touch. The whole body feels a little plasticky and sounds hollow when you tap on it. I wouldn't feel very confident tossing this around during live gigs. The knobs, however, feel sturdy and tight. They have a nice rubbery feel to them as well. If you're looking for better build quality, you're going to be paying at least $100 with something like the Focusrite Solo, which has a metal body. But hey, you're probably just going to be using these at home in your studio. By the way, the Behringer has a similar overall build quality, but I do prefer the feel of the knobs on the M audio interfaces. Okay, let's listen to some audio samples from all 3 of these interfaces, but watch until the end of the video because there are other features that you'll need to know about before making your decision.
Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We ride it together, Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We ride it together. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We ride it together.
I prefer the recordings from the Focusrite, but the M Audio and Behringer were very close. The M Audio was a little warmer in my opinion, but all sounded great. I really can't say that one was a lot better than the other. But what did you hear? Which was the best to your ears? By the way, on all of these interfaces, I had the gain knob set to about 12 o'clock. If you're just recording your voice, you may be interested in USB microphones. I recently compared some of the best USB microphones available right now, and I recorded a song with all of them. You can watch that video here. Okay, audio quality aside, there are other differences you should know about with the M-Track interfaces and others at this price range. I tested the interface with the Biodynamic DT770 Pro 250 ohm headphones. These headphones require more power from audio interfaces to get to loud volumes. But remember, for most typical headphones, the volume output is going to be just fine. The M Audio and Focusrite had low volumes on these headphones, but the Behringer was a bit louder. When I used the direct monitoring feature, the volume of my input was a bit low and it was hard to get it at a right level for a comfortable recording, but it was totally usable still. I also tested guitar recordings with all three interfaces. The Focusrite had the best guitar recording, with the M Audio coming in next. The Behringer was quite muffled. Now, a word about latency. Latency is kind of like a delay between what you're hearing from your computer and what you're actually recording live. So when you play it back, the audio may sound out of sync. All audio interfaces have some sort of latency, but some are better than others in handling it. The M Audio latency wasn't bad, and it was comparable to other budget audio interfaces. Especially with the direct monitoring feature, you can totally get around the latency issues. The M-Track interfaces come with software so you can get started with recording music at home. You get MPC Beats, which is free for everyone, but it's a nice multi-track recording solution. You also get Pro Tools First, some Avid effects, and the Air Expand 2 virtual instrument. I actually prefer the M Audio software package to what Behringer offers, which is very basic and will have you wishing for more very soon. So, is it worth buying the M-Track interfaces? Yes, the audio quality is good for vocals, guitar, and at this low price, they've really done a good job. Now, if you really want higher recording quality options, you need to look at $100 interfaces at least. But for basic home recording, these are going to be just fine. I think M Audio has a slight edge over the Behringer interface in build quality, particularly with the knobs, and the guitar recording was much better. The vocal recording was comparable with all three. I also prefer the software bundle that M Audio includes. I mean, you don't get tons of stuff, but you've got some excellent software to get you started. The build quality of these interfaces reflects the price, so keep your expectations in check. The Focusrite Solo does not include a combo input for channel 1 like the M-Track Solo does. That's a benefit of the M-Track and the Behringer interfaces. I'm really happy to see major manufacturers like M Audio start to make more low-budget interfaces. It gives Behringer and others the competition needed to keep improving their products and making them more affordable to record music at home. If you have questions about any of these interfaces, leave them in the comments below. What did you think of these ultra budget interfaces? Let me know in the comments. Keep making the music you love, and if you're just getting started with music production, check out one of these videos next. On today's episode of You Don't Deserve a Recording Studio, we are going to be ranking all of the $500 or less beginner interface options that are out there on the market so we can figure out who is actually going to give you that multi-million dollar sound that they all claim to be able to give you. Spoiler alert, only a few of them do that. Let's dive into it. All right, before we jump in, I want to define our terms. So up here at the top, of course, we've got God tier because it's a rank list and that's at the top of every rank list. And then below that, we've got excellent price, because price is always a factor, isn't it? And then you've got good enough because it'll do the job. It's fine. And then below that, you got meh, which is really how I feel about some of these. And then at the very bottom, the bottom of the barrel, the trash bin, you've got don't do it, Nathan. Don't do it. I don't know if your name is Nathan, but if you are Nathan, don't do it. All right, let's jump right in. So first interface we have up is the Audient Evo series. Now these are interesting, and I need to give a little context. I am a mixing, mastering engineer, musician, and I record music, and I mix music, and sometimes voiceover, and I work in film. My priorities are going to be very different than a lot of others. I will always have that lens on it, right? So the Evo series, I feel like, is geared a little bit more towards streamers, and so for that, I just meh. The preamps are clinical. They don't really give you anything that you want. They're not terrible, but they're not great. They're benign. It's a benign tumor. It doesn't do anything for me. Conversion is meh. Everything else about it is meh. It just adds the convenience of auto gain, which matters not at all to me because I've been gain staging for 25 years. And then it's a nice little brick. It's portable, and it can plug into an iPhone. All right, next up, we've got the Audient, and I'm sorry, not the Audient, the Antelope Audio, the Zen Go. This is like their portable interface. I am a big fan of Antelope Audio stuff, and I'm like in between these two, but okay, I'm gonna go with excellent for the price, and here's why. I think they're making a mistake. Antelope Audio. If you're watching, please mute this part of the video and just skip ahead by 20 seconds. So Antelope Audio is doing the thing that a lot of other interface companies are doing, which is they're putting onboard DSP into their interfaces. I do not really care for that so much. It was cool when the Apollo stuff started doing that. Back when that first came out, it was like, oh my gosh, you can put plugins on your tracks and it doesn't tax your computer. That's amazing, and it was for the time. But truth be told, computers have gotten so much better that even using the UA like host plugins, like I can throw those things on like a 48 track session or 72 track session and not really worry about it. So it's not really a big deal. And it's like, oh, you can use them while tracking. Okay, I guess that's nice, you know? But for me, it's not like a game changer. And also the plugins that they make are, I think UA's plugins are a little better. So they kind of doubled and tripled down on that as their strategy because a lot of people are doing that. But let's be honest, they're on the tailpipe of universal audio. They're not innovating. The thing that they do incredibly well, though, and the reason why they're up here and excellent for the price, is conversion is maybe best in class. I don't know if I'm like 100% in saying that, but the conversion that Antelope Audio has, like conversion and clocking and like detail, nuance, clarity, is phenomenal. So if I am mixing, that is what I am looking for. The preamps that are built in are fine, maybe a little bit better than the Evo, not as good as some of the others in the list, but they're fine. They'll do the job. But oh man, for what you're paying for, you actually do get a lot. So they're good. All right, next up, the Behringer, the Euphoria series. This is going to surprise a lot of people. Excellent for the price. Maybe it's not a surprise at all to you. The reason why is like how much do these things cost new? Like $16? Like it's so cheap. It's not 16. It's like 70 or something like that. But it's the ones that have the Midas preamps that are built into it. Those are the best ones. And it's like conversion is fine. I/O, it doesn't really do anything phenomenal or, you know, industry leading. Like nothing about it is fantastic. If we were judging it just on sound and sound alone, meh, interface does. And I can tell you, being a person who has used Blackline modified interfaces, that modification makes a huge difference. And so this interface, you get a lot of bang for the buck, but you don't do it, Nathan. There's like, as someone who is a fan of Cubase, I use Cubase for all my mixing, mastering, and recording that I do here. And like, I was hoping for like integration and, you know, maybe for something with a really, why would I, you know, record something and use like an API or a Neve or a Grace Design or like whatever, like nice preamp you have, and then send it out of that to a, you know, a compressor only to send it back through the budget interface preamp. Like that doesn't make any sense. So I love the ID24. I think it's a great interface and I will recommend that all day, every day. Okay. Also, you can expand it via ADAT. So if you need more inputs, like it's super easy. Okay. SSL 12 or SSL2, not the 12. SSL2 Mark Dose. Good enough. The SSL2 Mark 1 would have been in meh, but SSL2 Mark 2 is good enough. They made some upgrades that I liked. The preamps are the same, which I took it home and it was an upgrade for my Personas FirePod, and it did series. That's amazing in and of itself. And then they upgraded the headphone outputs and a couple other things, but like generally speaking, they sound good for what they are, with the one drawback, which is their preamps. Oh man, okay. Focusrite preamps always do this. Every session that I've ever mixed or heard that I've gotten from a client, it's the vocals sound sibilant, the guitars sound too pronounced in the upper mids. Everything competes for space in the upper mids because it just pushes it out so much. And ultimately, that becomes such a challenge trying to get everything to sit in the mix where I need it to, even with EQ and even with compression and all these other tools. The Focusrite, there's also that other thing where it's like, because of those preamps, anything that was recorded through Focusrite, it sounds like there's this thin layer of glass in between you and the performance. Like you're not in the same room. It's not three-dimensional like it is with the Antelope or the Blacklion or the Audient. Like those give you that 3D sound. The Focusrite is still two-dimensional, and it actually takes a lot of work to get stuff that's recorded through a Focusrite to sound at a pro level. I've done it. Here's a mix I've done. And that was a mix that was done, and I know for a fact that the interface was used was I think 3rd generation Focusrite 2i2, and maybe the 18920 as well. I think the drummer has an interface, and then
And that was a mix that was done, and I know for a fact that the interface was used was a, I think, 3rd generation Focusrite 2i2.
This is the M-Track Solo and the
Hi there, and welcome to this M-Audio tutorial. I'm Riley, and in this video, we'll be walking through the steps for setting up your M-Audio M-Track Duo or Solo audio interface for use with Akai MPC Beats. Let's get started by registering your M-Track. Open your web browser and navigate to m-audio.com. In the top right corner, hover over Account, then click Create Account to get started. Enter your name and email address and a password, then click Create Account. You can then enter your email and password to log in on the next screen. Next, click Register Product. Open the Product drop-down menu and select either M-Track Duo or M-Track Solo. Flip over your M-Track to find your serial number right underneath the barcode. The serial will begin with 21 in parentheses. Enter it exactly as it appears. Lastly, enter the date on which you purchased your M-Track, then hit Register My Product. Now that your device is registered, you'll be redirected to your M-Audio account page. Scroll down to MPC Beats and simply click the download link for your computer's operating system. Once the download finishes, on a Mac, double-click the zip file and open the installation file in the folder it creates. Follow the prompts, read and agree to the terms and conditions, then sit back and let the installer work its magic. If you're using a Windows computer, double-click the zip file to find the installer. Click and drag the installer to your desktop or other desired location. This is an important step because the installer can't run while it's still in the zip file. Then, simply open the setup wizard, complete the prompts, wait for the program to finish installing, then restart your PC to complete the installation. Additionally, on Windows computers, you'll need to download the M-Track Windows driver for your operating system to recognize your device. Head back to your M-Audio account page in your web browser and click My Products on the left side. On the My Products page, you'll find the M-Track Solo and Duo drivers section right underneath your M-Track's registration info. Click Windows Driver. This driver works with both the M-Track Duo and Solo. Scroll down to the bottom of the page and click Download Now. Next, simply double-click the installation file. Once again, complete the prompts and accept the license agreement. Your driver is now installed on your PC and is ready to be used with your M-Track. Now, before we open MPC Beats, let's get your M-Track plugged in. Insert your provided USB cable into both the M-Track and a USB port on your computer. The signal clip lights should briefly flash green when the device is connected. While we're at it, plug in any desired monitor output into the back, or a headphones output into the front. Finally, plug your microphone or instrument cable into input 1 on the front of the unit. At last, the moment we've been waiting for. Navigate to your Applications folder and double-click MPC Beats. When MPC Beats opens, you'll be prompted to start a new project from scratch, or select from a variety of pre-made project templates. I myself used the basic template when I was learning how to use MPC Beats, so let's start with that one. In the upper left corner, click the MPC Beats menu, then Preferences. To make sure MPC Beats is using our M-Track Duo or Solo as our input and output device, change the input and output settings by clicking the drop-down menus and selecting USB audio codec for both. If you're using Windows, set the audio device type to ASIO. This ensures that MPC Beats will use the M-Track driver you just installed to link your M-Track to the software. The sample rate and audio buffer size settings control the overall audio quality and rate of data transfer between your device and computer. These settings will be set automatically based on the technical capabilities of your device and computer, so you won't usually need to change them. However, if you experience noise, popping, clicking, or other unwanted sound while recording, setting the buffer size to a higher setting might help. Next, let's check our microphone input. In the upper left corner, click the track view icon to view the MIDI and audio tracks in the project. You'll see a track called Vocal. This is the one we'll use to record. Click on the track, then navigate to the audio input section to the left. As you can see, MPC Beats defaults to stereo inputs. If the input is left on a stereo setting, the audio from your M-Track will only register in the left channel. To avoid this, click the drop-down menu, hover over Mono, and select Input 1. Click on the track and ensure the Record Arm button is illuminated red. Give your mic a test while turning up the input knob on Input 1 on your M-Track, and keep your eye on the track's VU meter in the lower left corner.
Check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Microphone check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a mic check.
Now that your level is set, click the record button in the toolbar. Then, when you're ready, press play.
This is a mic test in MPC Beats.
Click the stop button when you're done recording. One of my favorite parts of producing music is using effects to add flavor to recordings. Let's find out how to add effect inserts in MPC Beats. On the left side of the screen, you'll see two sections for inserts. The one on the left is for your selected track, while the one on the right is for your main output track. Click one of the empty inserts and take your pick of the 80+ effects that come standard with MPC Beats. I'm a huge fan of delays, so I'm adding an instance of air delay to this track. Click on your new insert to adjust any effect settings manually, or pick a preset from the drop-down menu for quick application. Press play to hear your track with its new effects applied.
This is a mic test in MPC Beats.
Sounds pretty cool for a mic check, huh? When you're ready to export your project as an audio file, head to the upper left of your screen and click File, Export, as Audio Mixdown. Here, you can customize the settings for your mixdown, including start and end times, audio output source, file format, bit depth, and sample rate. In most cases, an MP3 or WAV file with default project settings will do just fine. Once you've selected your settings, click Export and choose a location in your computer to save the audio file. Give it a name and click Save to finish exporting. If you really want to explore MPC Beats' full scope of music production power, I highly recommend using an external MIDI device. Any device with MIDI capability can be used with MPC Beats. As you can see here, I have an M-Audio Oxygen Pro Mini MIDI keyboard, which provides a more hands-on approach for controlling MPC Beats when recording and sequencing. To set up your MIDI device, open the MPC Beats Preferences menu in the top left, then select MIDI/Sync. Many common devices, including the Oxygen Pro Mini, have MIDI mappings built into MPC Beats. It can be as simple as plug and play. If you don't have a MIDI controller, don't worry, it's really easy to create your own loops and sequences manually. In the top left, once again, click on Track View, and right below it, make sure the Inspector view is set to MIDI. Since we're using the basic template, multiple virtual instrument tracks are already in the project. Select one of these MIDI tracks, and click the pencil tool to begin drawing notes. Use the play button or spacebar to hear your sequence back in real time while editing. While external hardware isn't required to use MPC beats, it certainly lends a more intuitive, performance-based experience than that of a keyboard and mouse alone. Now that you're armed with the basics, I hope you're excited to make some audio magic with your M-Track Duo or Solo with MPC Beats. Check out the links in the description for more M-Audio resources and support. Thanks so much for watching this M-Audio tutorial. Happy recording!
moderates and Democrats, well, Democrats are out, but the moderates are going to be like, screw off. We don't want war.
So you're
I
saying
don't
the
want my
moderates
gas to be
approve of him
$4.50
saying
a
that we're
gallon.
going to get rid of their nuclear weapons? I don't
No,
think the
I'm
moderates buy that
saying-
either.
Most people, if you have two people and you have a choice of what you're going to try to sell them on, you sell them the lowest common denominator. The existential threat of Iranian nuclear weapons is understandable by someone who doesn't pay attention. But if you go to them and say, I just choked out 20% of the global oil supply, causing a global economic crisis, and I'm now draining the SPR to make up for that loss. Why? I want to choke BRICS nations. They're going to say, go F yourself. This is your fault. And they're going to say, I'm going to vote for somebody else. So you go to them and lie and say, but they've got nuclear weapons. We have to stop them. And at least some of those people are going to go, well, I guess so.
Way less than before the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, though, because so many people are keyed into the nonsense.
Let me just say this.
Regardless,
you can't
regardless of what
exclude.
you're saying is the justification, you're agreeing that this is a strategic failure.
As of this point,
right now,
this
yeah.
has been a nightmare of a conflict.
So
The SPR being drained down to what, like 100? What's it going to? It's going to 170 million barrels.
with the argument of you
Worse than Biden.
ceding to that, are you saying that in the future this is going to end up being a net positive?
That's a question of American.
If we get oil in the Gulf.
But again, that's like saying I'll put money down on a baseball team to win, and then it's like, will I make money? Well, if they win, if Trump is able to, let me simplify it. First, as I've said a million times, I'd never vote for this war. I won't support this war, but I hope the United States wins in all respects to whatever the United States is doing. The simple way to explain this plan is Trump is trying to center global oil in the Gulf of America, and that's his obsession. That's why Panama, Greenland, all of these things line up. The idea is we're going to cause 70% damage to America and 80% damage to China. China gets half of its energy imports in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is an oil exporter. This is Trump's plan. But you're never going to go, especially in a midterm year, and tell the American people, you want to know why you can't afford your gas right now, or why eggs cost so much money, or why the economy's in a downturn? I did that. They're going to be like, okay, I'm voting for somebody else. So he's going to come out and lie and say, they've got nuclear weapons, we have to stop them.
Yeah, I just think the American people already understand that it is Trump's fault, which is why his disapproval is so large right now.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But again, he's not going to come out and say, hey, my approval rating should go down.
Right.
He's going to lie to try and bolster this military failure.
I'm not I don't hate on him for lying, because sometimes you're the commander-in-chief of military. Your job is to subvert and lie to the opponents. The problem is when you start lying to the domestic population because the rest of the world's watching, so you have to. Otherwise,
or you say
let's-
that Americans' financial status does not even take, like, what did he say to the press? He was like, I don't even think about Americans' financial state when I'm making these decisions. I'm
Right.
the president. Everyone has to deal with it.
So here's the important understanding of why I would call this a failure. Draining the strategic petroleum reserve to try and keep gas down in the United States, that is when you are failing. Our strategic petroleum reserve is not for gas prices. It is for when we are threatened, we are at war, and we need energy to fight back. For Trump to have started this war, and again, with pressure from Israel, no doubt, to now be at a point where we have to drain something like, we're going for like 40% of the SPR, to the point where they're saying it's going to damage the caverns.
I'm looking for the numbers.
Biden did this. Biden drained the SPR because our oil prices were screwed up, and this is not what it is for. Trump refilled it early on, but now we're draining it again to choke out the Strait of Hormuz. If, however, Trump's gambit does work, which I'm not confident in, we will be in a down period for some time. Perhaps in 4 or 5 years, the United States will see some benefit from this. The simple way that the media likes to say it is short-term pain for long-term gain. My response is no casus belli, no war. We, the United States, do not start wars for the purpose of damaging other countries economically to improve our economic situation 5 years later. This is not what we voted for. It's not what our country should be doing to succeed. And right now, it's pissing everybody off, and it's pissing me off because I can see it in the prices of everything we do.
Yeah.
And if the president's going to come out and lie about what's really going on, I think that is also a big problem. That being said, I understand governments lie, and those with power take power. There is a possibility that in the end, we get substantial economic damage from this, but we destroy BRICS. And then we feel good about it 10 years later. Right now, people are suffering. The economy is bad. It is palpably bad. And I do not feel that we have there's a justifiable reason to be involved in this. There's two principal camps on the surface. Israel forced us to do it, and we had nuclear weapons, we had no choice. Both of which are half-truths. You have to look at the big picture of the past 20 years with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline and all the actions in the Gulf of America, especially with Venezuela. And it's all about, again, we're going to cause pain to the Americans today in hopes that in the next 5-10 years, we're energy dominant and China's not.
Oh, man, and technology is advancing so rapidly. They'll be using non-petroleum-based energy fuel sources by then. That's the crazy part.
I don't think so.
You don't think
I think that no, absolutely not.
Dude, the Chinese are
you are completely wrong, Ian, because what you don't understand is that petroleum is the means of controlling populations. If we allow anyone to develop fusion technology, they will get off the petrodollar. We will blow them up.
Weapons is the means to control domestic populations. Not it's the fuel will give
no,
you the power
no.
to forge weapons, but it's
no. Weapons are the last resort of conflict. That are no guarantee.
I think it's the main thing that you use to control people.
If everybody needs gas and gas prices,
when is the tipping point when we're done using non-renewable energy sources?
I don't think at least
non-renewable.
No,
the liberal
makes oil.
The liberal
uses carbon constantly and keeps making new oil.
And in perpetuity,
we're not going to run out.
We continue to expand.
We're not going to run out because they're also synthesizing it. The issue is the liberal economic order. The United States hegemonic system is predicated on the petrodollar. Ain't no way Trump or the military-industrial complex gives that up.
Right, but the Chinese don't give a shit about that.
Which is why
they want the alternate.
Which is why if they get close to getting off of that, war will start.
Like if they start using
Thucydides'
hydrogen.
trap, bro.
And also, most of most of China's military machine still runs on oil. Like they do have some electric powered drones or whatever, but all their ships and stuff, most of them are they're diesel ships still.
I think
most of their tanks and stuff like that, they're all run on some kind of petroleum product.
The future of Warcraft, just with technological innovation, is going to be so much different. And I think even in the next 15 to 20 years.
Well, that's why
the advent of AI and just
that's why I brought up
attacks.
That's why I brought up like batteries and stuff, because drones are going to run off batteries,
Dude,
right? And so drones are going to be a major part of the future of warfare. But still, you're talking about, like, if you're dealing with missiles, like, sure, there are solid rocket boosters and stuff, but if you're talking about anything that has an engine, it's all running off of it's all
Bro,
running off of diesel.
the energy output of oil is better than everything, and you're not going to get a microfusion reactor for a car.
Well, hydrogen's pretty lightweight.
But
they've tried that though. It's volatile and it's hard to produce and ship, and the underlying energy source for hydrogen is still oil.
Have you seen any significant infrastructure move towards hydrogen?
No, the whole industry is suppressing it.
Exactly.
But they're not going to do it.
The Chinese
that's why
out of this industry.
This is a component of why Trump is like, we're going to burn them to the ground. The United States, the military-industrial complex, the Western powers are not going to let BRICS run away with energy outside the petrodollar.
We're talking about the future of warfare. The German blitzkrieg was people didn't understand that you could drive tanks through a mountain 3 days straight, because that had never existed before.
The blitz was on London, wasn't it?
It was the blitzkrieg was through the Ardennes forest in eastern France. The Germans came with tanks, and they took like amphetamines and stayed up for days, and they drove these tanks which had never been seen.
They're all dudes up, coked up, and just rolling.
They conquered Paris in like 2 weeks. The Chinese could attack from straight above.
Real quick, wait. The Blitz was a bombing campaign by Nazi Germany and Italy against the United Kingdom.
Look at the Blitz.
I think, Ian, you're talking about the book Blitzed.
No, Blitz is a Norman.
Blitzkrieg is a generic term.
Yeah,
Germans use it, means lightning warfare.
Yes, lightning warfare. The
Blitz specifically was on
the Ardennes forest attack. It started off the war against France.
Just to clarify, because the Blitz was against was a bombing.
They were a total peace, sneak attack. The Germans attacked France out of nowhere. They blasted through the woods, an undefended area, because they thought it was impossible. We can never be attacked here.
Yeah, was it the Maginot Line?
The Maginot Line was their expected attack defense area, but south of that was these dense mountain forests, and they're like, no one's coming through dense mountain forests, but the tanks could. So these drones can come from straight above. They can knock out our oil supply. They can knock out our big cities all at once. If our communication systems go out, who thinks they're going to win? Like, you can't win if you've just been.
Did you know that the U.S. has something like 400 fake nuclear silos?
Good.
You know why?
Fake to get sneak attack on the wrong spot.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
It's crazy. Well, so I think the most important thing to understand is two things: biological warfare is a component of the future of warfare, but psychological. Actually, I just had a great conversation with the AI guy, and that's going to come out on Sunday at the Tim Pool Show. Check it out. But he mentioned that he had a really great point. He said, if you went back to the late 1800s, 1890, and asked someone to envision the future of warfare, what will the weapons look like? Most people would get it wrong. But the smartest
cannons in the sky,
gigantic cannons, bigger than I've ever seen. However, they still had at this time they had a general understanding of atoms. It was very rudimentary. They just knew that they didn't know anything about it. And if somebody could theorize as to what it might look like, they may have gotten it right. In fact, he said H.G. Wells wrote about atomic weapons that were heat rays. The interesting thing is, the Manhattan Project, a lot of conspiracy theorists think nobody knew. It's not true. I got the Life magazines. We can read them. Everybody knew the U.S. was building a weapon. 300,000 people work on it, but nobody knew what the weapon was. That's compartmentalization. There were theories that it was a nuclear bomb, an atomic bomb, potentially a heat ray. Nobody knew for sure, but they knew a weapon was being made. A heat ray was one of these things. Now, what he said was, one of the areas of science that
A heat ray, like a laser?
Like a laser, they didn't know. They didn't understand. Like in the public, they didn't know what atomic technology could do, and then we found out when we blew up Japan. He said, like psychology,
Nuclear bombs kind of
like neurology. These are the things that we know we're lacking. We don't understand exactly how the brain works, and when AI starts to map the brain, we are going to have psychological weapons. Literally, the ability to program a thought through visual or like audio manipulation. So an example of this. Did you guys know that there's an LED device that is marketed to police that they point at you like a gun and it flashes lights that will make you vomit?
Called a dazzler.
The dazzlers blind you.
Oh, okay. No.
Dazzlers are high-powered lasers that they can flash you in the eyes, and it shocks your eyes for about 30 seconds. But there's a device that can flicker LEDs.
They have like sound devices they use too.
They use the LRAD devices.
LRADs.
But specifically on psychology, the strobe light somehow causes it nauseates you. And then it makes it hard for you to function, and some people vomit.
It's called LED incapacitato.
Yes. And they've been marketing these for a long time. If AI starts mapping out how the human brain works, they could theoretically make sounds that will elicit insane emotions, depression. Imagine you're out in a protest and they blast the depression beam, and then everyone just falls down crying uncontrollably, and they don't understand why. Things like that. Taking out an entire city by playing a sound from a blimp that makes all the soldiers just start crying and collapsing.
Or on their own radios or their own TVs,
Yep.
and they don't even or their phones start playing a music, and everyone's like,
I like the point about giant cannons. If you go back, because there's this really funny art of the year 2000 that was written in like 1908, and firefighters had mechanical wings, and it showed them pedaling and flapping wings while they flew above buildings, spraying them down, because the understanding of technology was mechanical and steam powered. So when you start there and then make something better, it's something like a guy pedaling wings. Whereas once you understood atomic nuclear energy or whatever, computing, then all of a sudden the door is open.
I think it's like in technology they call it miniaturization. It's like making smaller yet more effective pieces of things, weapons, and like gene editing. My God, if they can go in there and snip your RNA code and replace it with like a sound or a chemical in your food or something, or like a bug that's been released into the environment.
French postcard. They're wearing wing backpacks and they're flying around to put fires out.
They're still trying to make jetpacks and stuff.
Isn't it crazy?
The ladder's gone. That's the only improvement.
Yep.
Like there's still a steam engine train, but they're like firefighters will fly.
Yeah. Like how there's like a 50-foot hose.
Yeah.
This is kind of like, I understand the near-term desire to stifle Iran and control the petroleum, but do they not think far ahead, or is it just there's no other choice? Like if we don't take evasive action right now, in 6 years, the Chinese petroleum-based economy will dominate the AI space. They have the productions. They are poised to take Taiwan for chip production. You don't think that they're...
Petroleum's not going to be a major factor when it comes to AI, data centers. It's going to be nuclear, possibly renewals. But honestly, I think that if Musk can get data centers into space, everyone's going to follow him because there's endless amounts of light. They can do radiated heating and stuff, get rid of the heat that way. If he can figure it out, a lot of companies are going to follow suit.
Check this out. LED incapacitator. A light-emitting diode incapacitator weapon designed like a flashlight, extremely bright, rapid, well-focused series of differently colored random pulses. It can cause intracranial pressure, headache, nausea, vomiting, disorientation, irritability, and visual impairment to the target.
I said incapacitato because it was cutting off the R. Yes,
incapacitato.
Potato, incapacitato.
Italian version.
Too small.
There's also I lament the discontinuation of the laser-induced plasma channel.
Yeah, we got to make more of them to charge the sun at the very least. What? We got to send hydrogen into the sun so it doesn't keep.
We cannot nearly charge the sun with the energy we have.
We got to build a big one.
The sun is our battery. So a laser-induced plasma channel uses a high-powered infrared laser to superheat the air in a straight line, creating a path of least resistance for a high electrical charge. Effectively, it's a lightning gun. So the question is, that was asked, they were doing this at Picatinny Air Force Base. How can I, it's like, look, I'm sitting right here, and I want to electrocute that guy over there. What do I do? Well, the problem is the way electricity works is it's a net positive negative charge. It's going to jump to the path of it's going to follow the path of least resistance to balance the charge. So if you have a high-powered electrode, it's just going to hit the ground. It's going to go straight to the ground. But if you fire an infrared laser first, then the supercharged pathway from that laser is the easiest path. The electricity just goes straight through it. So you, within a split second, like a millisecond, nanosecond, you infrared laser on, electrode on, and it blasts the target with a lightning bolt.
Requires too much power to make it
unwieldy. You can't transport it, and who cares? We'll blow you up with a bomb.
And if they're building it, they wouldn't tell us.
Tasers.
Oh no! This was a discontinued weapon. That's how we know. And you can actually make little ones.
Trust the government. What's that?
Trust the government.
Yeah,
they make little ones.
Project, just like they discontinued MK Ultra
and making.
So what I will just say on the foreign policy thing is one of the most difficult things about this is that most people don't know anything about what's been going on internationally, don't understand the cause and effect of the, and I'll put it like this. The Qatar-Turkey pipeline, where I start, is still 50 years late in the game. It's reductive all the way to the bottom.
You want to go back to the British oil in Iran, them trying to control
exactly. This goes back to the Shah. This goes back to 79.
I mean, really, it goes back to 1920. I mean, back to...
So the challenge, of course, is that a friend of mine, this liberal guy, just sends me all this stuff all the time, and every argument about the war with Iran, it's like it started today. And like, we went here because Israel did this. Like, well, there's a handful of questions. Why did Israel do it? Then there's a handful of questions. Why did Iran do it? There's a handful of questions. What were we trying to do with oil in the Gulf, right? The questions go back much, much further today. This war did not start overnight. And the issues that people are citing, it's like looking at the tip of the Empire State Building and saying that's where the building starts. That's the foundation.
I have on good information that you're a Israeli shill, actually.
Oh,
yeah. Take all of your orders from Bibi himself.
Here's my question about
his name's Alex Jones. What's going on with that whole feud?
When we talk about like
I went on Jubilee and my name was trending nonstop, and people want to put my name on X to hit the trend and get more access.
You think Alex Jones talked about you because of Jubilee?
Absolutely, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Tons of people.
What's his criticism of you? That
I mean, there's no real one. Tim Pool is paid by the Russians and Israel. Alex Jones cites RT. I never do. Like they literally put Russian sources on their coverage. He's just literally, I'm going to post Tim's name as much as possible. It gets me traffic.
I want to ask you if you agree, because what happens is high-profile show, huge audience. Do you have a responsibility now? Because you have a lot of people listening to you. I wonder, because like we'll talk about this war and the horrors and like the tactics, and like if I don't speak out against what I think the Israelis are doing, colonizing Gaza, which I have a lot of issues with. Am I actively supporting it because I'm not speaking out against it? And I think that's what's Alex is like, you're not doing enough to stop it, where you're just commenting that it's happening and you're not like denouncing it,
Ian,
and therefore you support it. You agree with that?
I think that if you have a political show, you should be direct about what your political opinions are.
But to what point? Because sometimes being too overt can get you killed.
So what?
So it's better to stay alive and change the system than to get slaughtered because you were too dumb to keep it in.
By being quiet.
Yeah.
By changing systems in the background?
No.
But what does that mean as a
We're not in the background,
technologies that have free software built into the code, building sensors that can detect incoming weaponry that they don't know you have, like things like, giving people the opportunity to grow their own food.
We are not a data center. We're a megaphone.
Well, we're a little bit of both.
If we have a responsibility...
Yeah, maybe if you make one more Claude game, that could change.
Have you seen all the ones I made with like Fauci vaccinating people?
Oh, no, I didn't see that. Yeah. I just saw the one you were playing when I came in,
I made one where you're Hassan and you electrocute your dog. I made one where you're Netanyahu and you have to throw money at members of Congress.
You electrocute the dog.
You electrocute the dog.
Yeah.
I made one. You play Netanyahu and you got to bribe members of Congress by throwing money at them. I made one where you're Fauci and you got to vaccinate people. And then I made one that was like a hybrid of all of them, where you play Hassan's dog firing vaccines at his ass at members of Congress.
Like I'm in
one more game.
Stuff.
Anyway, Ian, the point is this: if we are to do our jobs to positively affect the world, it is speaking about all of it. There is no back room here at Timcast. We do not work in the administration.
Well, that's what I'm confused on what your criticism is. You're saying that Tim should be more overt about his criticisms of Israel?
No,
Or
it
what
I'm
you-
not saying you should. I'm wondering that if you don't become overt about what your deep criticisms are, that you become then complicit in allowing it to happen.
I think that if that's your goal as a show is to change the narrative or change conversations or get people to think differently, then yeah, you should be overt about that. But you're saying that he's not doing that.
Well, I don't. Sometimes I keep things in because I don't want to become an easy target.
He's
for the-
projecting how he feels on a situation completely unrelated.
Yeah, like I think maybe that's Alex's criticism. I'm trying to figure
Alex
out
Jones,
Steelman what he's concerned
Ian,
about.
Hassan Piker, Destiny, and Alex Jones did not all decide to talk about the same at the same time because they just discovered a criticism.
No,
It's
I
because
think you're right that
Jubilee
you were in
put
the
out a
news.
video that got a bunch of traffic.
Dude, look how
and it was
influential Jubilee is.
But
it is. It's massive.
Also, it's just been on my mind a lot about the banality of evil. It comes up from time to time.
And
about
you're projecting
good men that sit by and
that
do
feeling
nothing
onto
as
something
evil
unrelated.
occurs are part of complicit of the evil, and I understand that philosophy.
It's not. You're misunderstanding. The banality of evil is when you do nothing and you just go along with the evil.
Right.
Yet when you are ideologically look. We are overt on this show and actively involved in the culture war. There's no banality of anything here.
Oh man, like I don't know about screaming about how horrible colonization and genocide is could actually help or change it. I don't know if it really can. Like the war machine is in motion.
What do you mean?
Like being like, hey, Israeli
How is culture
settlers, are
formed?
you really murdering young children to take their houses? I don't know, but are you? Like, I want to see it. And if you are, I don't talk about that every day. Like, even though I think it might be happening. And does that make me complicit in it?
No. This is why this is why these people are called conspiratards. Does Israel do bad things? Yes, they do. A lot. Are they trying to take the West Bank? You bet. And Trump got a lot of money to that end. Are there bad things happening with China and the Uyghur Muslims? Yes. Are there bad things happening in South Sudan with U.S. involvement? Absolutely. Are we going to which conflict do you want to ignore, Ian, to maximize your good?
All of them.
So the point
everything
is,
outside of my bubble, really.
the point
I want to
is,
focus on the farm.
we on this show have talked about China. We've talked about Burma. We've talked about Kashmir. We've talked about Iran, Israel, Gaza, Sudan, all of it. And you see, the issue is people who live in isolated worlds get mad at you if they aren't the center of your world. So if we only talk about Israel twice a month, that's not enough. And if we talk about the Uyghur Muslims one time, it's why aren't you talking about Israel? At the same time, if we don't talk about the Uyghur Muslims, we get messages of people, if we talk about Israel too much, they say, who cares about Israel? Why aren't you talking about what China's doing? Taiwan's next. The Uyghur Muslims are being raped and forced to have abortions. There is no winning with these people. And right now, there is money to be made on these social platforms to join whatever is getting the most clicks. And the reality is, Israel is a hot button issue for most of the world because there's a lot of countries that are Muslim. You are going to get a bigger viewership talking to the world about a conflict they care about than what Americans are interested in. So let me just wrap it up by saying, to the point you're trying to make, Alex Jones, Hassan Piker, and Destiny did not all decide just on Monday they had criticisms of me. They always did. But why did they all make videos that one day? Could it be that on Sunday I was on Jubilee and my name was trending on social media? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
So you put my name, you're going to get clicks. And next week it'll go away. And they'll be talking about something else.
I mean, do you think it's manufactured and artificial, or do you think it's just because it's relevant in the news?
Both.
Like talking about you as a moderate.
I think it's both. So for some people, this is the trending story. I'm going to talk about it. So I don't say that derisively. I think if I am the news, then I am the news, right?
I mean, that's just what we did right before this, right? We talked about breaking news and what's most relevant.
Exactly.
That's what you do on a news show.
Completely agree. That's
But it
why
seems like
I'm
it's
not
almost like you're
chastising
labeling it as like adversarial, like these people are coming for me just because it makes them money.
I'm not saying that all of these people are coming for me. I'm saying if I'm the news, I'm the news.
Gotcha.
That's the point. People are going to talk about what's trending. So people are like, how come all of a sudden people are just ragging on you on Twitter, Tim? And I'm like, because I'm trending. Like,
yeah, I mean, Alex's criticism is it's just interesting that you're like a shill taking calls and taking orders from BB. I'm just like, where is he getting that from?
He's making it up.
Because I don't watch InfoWars or whatever it is now.
See, Alex is doing the grift game. That's just it. He's saying he wants to have a bare knuckle boxing match. This is not real, right? Destiny critiquing my performance on Jubilee, understood. Destiny's was good. Hassan's was just, haha, look at Tim walking off or whatever, which is like the intended condition of a Jubilee show, right? Destiny News was actually critiquing the conversation, which I can respect that. You don't got to agree with me. Alex is just trying to fight me because he knows there's not going to be a fight, and he knows it's sensational. He made a video where there's lightning striking behind him, and he's like, I'm going to take you down. Oh, baby, we're to fight. And then people like the entertainment. They like watching Alex rip his shirt off.
Gotcha.
That's just not real politics. So
yeah, I mean, I've never
muted-
seen Alex as like a good contributor to the conversation, but I do think that, I mean, I saw it trending on Twitter when he's talking about you. That was like the last thing I saw.
And that's the thing, right? Alex's pylon is very interesting because I'm not entirely convinced it's just the trending thing, because I don't believe that Tucker, Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Alex all just changed their opinions overnight.
Well,
I don't see that as realistic.
Weren't they consistent?
No.
You don't think it's consistent for someone like Tucker to be like, I'm very isolationist in my foreign policy, and now that Donald Trump has completely abandoned that, I'm going to be more critical?
It wasn't, though. I mean, Trump. So when Tucker was on Fox News, he apologized for his earlier positions, for being pro-war and
Yeah, he was a big
back in the day.
Bush supporter, Iraq.
Do you know who Miriam Adelson is?
No.
Sheldon Adelson is a Jewish guy, and he's a big
They're big
supporter.
investors, right?
He died. I believe he died. Miriam Adelson with the money. It is estimated about $100 to $150 million allocated toward Trump victory in 2024 for support of Israel, rumored to be the annexation of the West Bank.
Right.
Tucker Carlson knew this and talked about it quite a bit. Now he's going, I can't believe this is happening. Had I known, I mean, I wouldn't have supported him. I apologize. Like, oh, come on, bro.
Right.
And then his brother literally says right after this, maybe Miriam Adelson's money was for something. And Tucker goes, because he knows exactly what he was doing. That is not sincere. And then Candace is just whatever the women of TikTok want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Tucker, it definitely is like, it seems like he's trying to capitulate to a subsection of the MAGA movement that are pissed off right now.
Oh, it's not MAGA.
Yeah, I think
Nick Fuentes' crowd was never MAGA.
It's not. He's not just capitulating to groypers. There's a lot of people that were in the MAGA camp that were like, I'm going to support this because anti-war. I'm not even a conservative, but
the
he's more
libertarian
anti-war than Democrats. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was one of my biggest issues. Is that Trump's first term we didn't get any war. No new wars. In fact, we got the Abraham Accords. Now we get war with Iran prolonged with no end in sight, and he keeps claiming he's winning when he's not, and our prices are in the gutter. It's not good. And draining
How long till Cuba?
And was it?
How long till Cuba?
7 months.
Oh, not even. I mean, they're surrounding Cuba because Cuba's going to collapse. That's the point. And then they, like Venezuela, right? The issue right now, not to relitigate what we literally talked about, but draining the SPR is the greatest sign of oops. That's where it's like, uh-oh. The SPR is not for what they're doing. And so this is not good.
Yeah, it was
Sooner
bad
or later, it's going to be I'll leave it at that.
It was bad when Biden did it, and it's bad. When
Biden did it, and it was really bad. And Biden did it to stabilize prices. Now we have Trump doing it. It is bad. It is a sign of desperation. And draining the SPR below 300, this is a crazy story.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
not a good thing at all. And I think to your point, like, as much as you try to give analysis, there are going to be people that are going to say, well, if you're not telling me what I want to hear, or telling me what if you're not satisfying my emotional reaction to this, then you must support it.
But this
happens all the time.
This is my point. Ultimately, is I feel like most people are looking at the 70th floor of the Empire State Building and going, that's the foundation. And I'm like, bro, there is so much more underneath it that's going on. This is why I can't stand the Israel derangement people. It's like no other region in the world exists. No other conflict, no other financing, no other funding. We've given more to Ukraine in 2 years than we've given to Israel in 50.
To be fair, they're consistent, right? They're like, nope, everything's Israel. And when you're that hyper-focused on one issue and blame essentially everything. I mean, look, the people that are like, oh, I'm anti-Israel, a lot of times they blame all the woke stuff that's going on Israel or on Jews and stuff, ignoring the fact that like the revolution, the French Revolution, was motivated by the exact same things that are motivating the people today in the woke. The revolution in the Soviet Union was motivated by the same thing that was going on in the French Revolution. This is not just about Jews or Israel.
Well,
the way that they characterize it, it's always the Jews.
I'm going to pull in this chat, even though it's not a chat point yet, because Slick makes a point. It matters because the country in question has unwavering support amongst the majority of those in D.C., and it's a result of bad theology gripping a large voting bloc. So, agreed. However, Ukraine has more support, or at least did for the past several years. and Ukraine had its president come to our Congress where they waved Ukrainian flags, and they gave Ukraine more money in 2 years than we gave Israel in 50. I don't want to give Israel money. Their problems are their problems, and I don't like the U.S. being dragged into wars because Israel's got issues with Iran and they're fighting a war. Let's not be involved. However, if I'm going to triage this, I have to point out, if we keep up funding for Ukraine the way we do for Israel, imagine how much money we'll have dumped into Ukraine if this war persists for a decade.
God.
It is insane.
Yeah.
We are at 25x the expenditure on Ukraine, with members of Congress waving their flag, with Americans putting Ukrainian flags in their bios. Now, I will say this. With the expansion of the Ukrainian war targeting Iran, Trump getting us involved in this war, I wouldn't vote for it. I don't want it. But we can't lose. That's just it. For all the problems we have, it's been this way for most of my life. When we got involved in Iraq and Afghanistan, when I was a teenager, my position is the same. Bad leadership, shouldn't be involved. They lied to us, but we have to get out cleanly and minimize the damage to the country.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
U.S.
it's not
needs to
possible where we're at.
succeed. Well,
We are either escalation or we're going to surrender.
and
Only two
the purpose of surrender is if we back off, it's to minimize damage. So if we're going to exit, it should be to minimize damage, and I would consider that at this point success.
But the Iranians are a regime right now that has a 1 million-man army that's willing to sacrifice everything for the current regime that Donald Trump wants to collapse.
Mhm.
In what way do we surrender in a fashion where Iran doesn't get everything that they want?
Well, agreed. My point is we have to look at what's on the table and minimize the damage as we get out. Like the point is, it
I
is
don't
going
think
to
that's
be bad.
possible. The only way that we
Wait,
pull out-
wait.
wait,
No,
hold on,
the
hold on.
phrase "minimize the damage," like even if there's a lot of damage, the phrase "minimize the damage" means do whatever is going to have the least amount. Not saying that there's not going to be damage. Not saying that this was a good idea. Not saying anything. Like just the phrase that Tim's using,
Right.
"minimize the damage." There is
It means the
absolutely
damage
a
is here.
possible way to do it. It's just
the
that it's not going to be
the most
good.
minimal damage is going to be the Iranians get what they want. That's really going to be.
I think that's
at the
already
end of the
that's
day.
already the case. Now, what I will say is, yes, but we did kill 50 of their top leadership and
And the
really
regime
screw
still
up.
hasn't collapsed.
Agreed.
The idea of like
The-
cutting off the head and the rest of it falls is just
Completely
completely
wrong.
inaccurate with this.
And it was funny because who was it? Was it Eric Prince who warned about this a long
Yeah.
time ago? He's
Mhm.
like, it's a gambit. You're flipping a coin if you're going for Iran because you don't know. And these people are ideologically fervent. This is
The crazy part is
there is no regime change in Iran. It's just not going to happen. You need decades to make something like that happen.
it just everyone loses in this scenario. It's been a complete strategic failure. Even the neocons are pissed off now. Like the MLU that was proposed is literally just the JCPOA light. Like it's everything that Barack Obama wrote in the Iran deal. They're pissed off. I talked to Will Chamberlain on Piers Morgan. He's pissed off. He wants more escalation. The people who are anti-war is like, we need to stop this at all costs. We shouldn't have even gone into this in the first place. It's just they've shot themselves in the foot in both angles.
And again, I think I don't think it was a mistake. I think that like Hegseth, these guys, they all knew that war meant the Strait of Hormuz got shut down, and I think they like it.
You're saying it's not.
really?
It was their intention, is what you're saying.
I will say
It is
this:
a mistake.
they
sure.
knew it would close the strait, and they're happy the strait closed. I do not believe the Iranians are the ones closing the strait. The
It's-
U.S.
it's
has the
just-
blockade.
It's a crazy admission that they're happy for the economic plight of Americans.
I completely
and they're happy
agree.
for their
That's
own
not a crazy.
political- And they're
First of
happy
all,
for their own political.
It's not an
suicide.
admission; it's an accusation.
Okay.
This is what annoys me about politics is like I say on the Jubilee show, first of all, white supremacists are not a component of the Republican platform, but white supremacists did vote for Trump, hoping that ICE would kill migrants. And then what do we get from liberals? They post Tim Pool admits I'm accusing them. I am criticizing them. I am
You're accusing
criticizing
people
the
in
Trump
in the
administration
coalition.
of lying to the American people to engage in a war to cut off 20% of global oil, which is damaging to the U.S. economy because they hate BRICS and it's part of a larger
I
conflict.
have a feeling that most of the top brass of the U.S. military did not want this and was like, please don't, please don't. Oh my God.
No way.
Oh my God.
No
'Cause
way,
The
dude.
German dude, when Hitler invaded France, all of his military men were like, do not go into Europe. Do not fight Europe. You will lose. We are winning. We are annexing the East. Do not. And Hitler was like,
But the
I have a bone to pick with France because I fought them in World War I.
But
He was
Ian,
obsessed.
Ian, the situation in Germany, what's 80 years ago, is not the same as the
It's a situation where the military commander had a different motive than all the military
Yeah,
commanders.
but okay, so hold on a second. But you already said I have a feeling. What evidence do you have to?
Well, it was an
support that?
unwinnable conflict. None of them.
No. What? But
advocated.
hold on. Listen.
It came, Phil, Hitler came to him in a dream.
I'm accusing them, Phil.
Well,
an
you said I have a feeling. I'm asking.
I have a feeling.
Let me finish, dude. You said you have a feeling. What evidence do you have? Like,
Because
what is
none
it?
of them have spoken up positively about it.
Okay.
They're all just doing their job with their heads down, and the troops are suffering.
No,
like, no military
Ian.
commander's glad that their dudes are losing morale on an aircraft carrier.
Yes, that is all very, very bad. The top levels, though, I'm pretty sure they're on
You
board.
think they want this?
Yes.
I don't think Trump wants this anymore.
Not anymore, probably, because it hasn't gone
Well-
the way that he'd hoped.
Again, the question is the BRICS play the bigger play? With Ukraine bombing Iranian ships, is the BRICS play the bigger play? And that's, and again, Ukraine bombing Iranian vessels, and people are like, no, this is about Trump and Iran. This is about everything.
Oh, shit, that sounds like the beginning of a world war. If the Ukrainians are attacking the Iranians...
You know that, right? Ukraine,
cross-contamination.
Ukraine, which is separated by a massive body of land from the Caspian, bombed Iranian ships in the Caspian.
Calling in the allies now, I see.
Ukraine was bombing because Iran was sending weapons to the Russians. So Ukraine bombed Iranian ships. And Ukraine is basically operating under U.S. command.
And they've got all this high-tech drone weaponry.
The question ultimately is, at what point does China enter the fold?
If we take Cuba, they'll take Taiwan. They'll try.
Well, actually, the U.S. just pulled our last carrier from the Pacific into the Indian Ocean because of the Strait of Hormuz, and now China could move on Taiwan, and we're way too far away. So again, this is a massive gambit, which the rate of success looks like it's going to be single digits of that.
I know.
So ultimately, back to the culture war point is, this is why. So when I'm talking with Jubilee, right, they said, how do we label this? Tim Pool. And I said, honestly, I had no idea. If you call me a conservative, conservatives will get mad. If you call me liberals, liberals will get mad. Moderate, liberals will get mad. Conservatives will say, okay. And so they said, we'll A/B test it. We'll put moderate, we'll put Tim Pool. And then Tim Pool ended up winning. And liberals still got mad. They said, there's no way he's a moderate. And then what happens is, I can be like, the war in Iran is bad. And then Alex Jones comes out and goes, Tim Pool wants the war and he endorses it. And then liberals go, Tim Pool admits it. And I'm like, I've been criticizing it from day one. Everybody is fake, and they're all lying, and it's all fake and gay. That's
psychological warfare.
It's just people
Whether
getting clicks. They don't
intentional or
care. They don't care about what's true or not. Like, I can literally be sitting down. It was really funny. Destiny had a really great take. I actually appreciated this one. He's like, I don't think it was you. I don't know if it was you. It was the other guy. It was the other guy. When I said white supremacists voted for Trump hoping that ICE would shoot migrants, Destiny busted out laughing, being like, they have no response to this. They have no idea what to do when someone like Tim Pool says, yeah, white supremacists want to kill migrants, because they don't understand. They live in this political binary. And I'm like, I completely agree.
Yeah, what did you get away from the Jubilee event?
It was interesting. I think that, like, when you say you're a moderate, is that like in the literal sense, or in like Trump's going to win by like 49 state landslide sense? Like, which one?
So what do you mean by his Trump? Like
I'm just trying to understand like the language of Tim Cass. I know.
Can you give me the context on the 49 state landslide?
Yeah, didn't you say like Donald Trump's going to win by a 49 state landslide?
No.
Which I could say is like an exaggeration.
I never said that.
Never?
No.
Interesting.
See, this is the funny thing about the world you live in.
I'd love to see the clip that I saw.
You want to know what I said?
Okay.
If Trump brought Andrew Yang as economic advisor and Tulsi Gabbard as national security advisor, and then legalized pot and pardoned everybody for marijuana, he's going to win a 49 state landslide.
And right.
And then the people you watch cut out the insane hypothetical of how to actually win the American people over, like legalizing pot,
Gotcha.
and then run a clip you see and you go, Tim thinks he's going to win. And then I said something like, Moody's Analytics put out a chart claiming Trump would win a 49 state landslide. Wow, that's crazy. And then they run those clips and you go, I can't believe Tim would say that.
But
and
I
then
just don't think that you believe that, right?
And
Do
then,
you actually believe that?
That Trump would win a 49 state landslide? Of course not.
Right.
But when I'm reading...
But when you bring up something, you're like, wow, that's crazy.
So,
to your
so
audience of 12 million people, you don't think people are going to walk away thinking that?
No, I think liberals are liars for clicks.
Gotcha.
And then people like you don't look into it. So when
I'm asking questions, Tim. I don't.
That's fine.
Questions.
But I'm making the same point.
Okay.
Do you know what Moody's Analytics is?
I don't know.
Famous forecaster for presidential elections. They have extremely high accuracy rate. In 2019, Moody's Analytics forecasted that should certain conditions be met, Trump was looking at Reagan 49 state landslide territory.
Gotcha.
When Moody's Analytics dropped that, every major news publication published it, and I picked the story up and said, here is what they are saying. And then what happens is liberals take it and they run with it.
This is I got the exact quote
You don't have the exact
Well,
quote
from
because there's like
ChatGPT.
78,000 of
It's
them.
well, this is the first one. You said Kamala Harris has been chosen, according to ChatGPT, has been chosen to be vice presidential running mate for Joe Biden in the 2020 election cycle. And I'm sure most of you have already heard by now because the internet can't stop laughing. But the choice may be a gift to Donald Trump of a massive 49 state landslide. Now, you're probably saying, Tim, by what metric could you even possibly predict a Trump getting a 49 state landslide? And it's actually a good point. There's no real hard data. What I'm actually talking about is the weird ways in which history seems to be repeating itself. From what I can take, that wasn't a claim that there will be a 49.
And there's also another important point that 49 state landslide is a meme. It doesn't actually mean 49 state landslide. It was a meme at the time among the right representing we're going to win. And so they kept posting like the retard Wojak, and he would be putting a red state into it's a map of America that's all red, and he's drooling and putting a red state in. And then they're like 49 state landslide, or 49 state landslide.
This is then later in 23 you said Poole himself referred to the phrase differently, saying that 49 state landslide was a meme, meaning Trump wins handily, rather than a literal projection of exactly 49 states.
Because 49, it's a reference to Reagan.
Hyperbole.
Okay,
Ronald Reagan
we
got
move
a
on from that one.
See,
For,
but
for you being a moderate, though, like what would you say are some like good attributes of the left? I just don't think I've seen that from you. And
well,
maybe I do live in a biased echo chamber, but I'd love to hear from you.
It's like when you said that I admitted the war was bad, but we said it the entire time. Like the whole like political through line for me has always been anti-intervention. So let's go for this, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you think there should be a restriction on abortion? And restrictions like literally any.
Yeah, I think that when most people talk about like late-term abortion, they're referring to it as being like elective. Like a woman's going to go through 8 months of pregnancy and then just all of a sudden decide, yeah, you know what, I don't want this kid, which typically is not the case. It's
not
usually when there is medical like necessity.
Sure, but like just restriction in general, like any restrictions at any point.
Well, that's why I'm saying I think that it's a straw man to
I'm
say
not talking
that
about late term.
He's asking you though.
I'm not talking about late term. I didn't bring that up.
Well, I'm prefacing what my answer is. I'm prefacing what my answer is.
But you can just say sometimes there might be restrictions, yeah?
I think that, but it's just like the restrictions, I think, like create this weird paradox where women that do require it for medical necessity oftentimes have to jump through hoops. It's like the same thing when we've seen in Texas, we've seen in Alabama where people have died because they need abortion and the doctors are scared to facilitate it because they could lose their medical license.
Yeah, but
so that's why I'd say no.
No restrictions.
Yeah.
So do you think that if a woman wanted to get an elective late-term abortion, she should be allowed?
I think that it's just like a straw man. It doesn't happen.
But hold on. It does happen. It's a couple hundred per year. Is that okay?
I think that we need to empower doctors to be able to protect women's health and safety. And so if I think that there could be some restrictions if it's proven that like it's an elective abortion. But I just don't know how you prove that.
Is the argument you're making that because there's only a few hundred late-term elective abortions per year, we don't want to put the restrictions on it because it could inhibit women who actually need medical intervention?
Yeah, I just think the examples of like healthcare professionals that end up becoming afraid to facilitate like protecting the health and well-being of a mother because they're afraid of losing their license, that's a greater net negative than like the elective.
So if it were possible to say we will make sure there's no restrictions on medical intervention.
Yeah, if we could add that in the legal language.
Then we completely agree. I think that once the baby can live, there's no reason to kill it, right? If the woman's already pregnant and the baby is viable, then just deliver the baby and put it up for adoption. Put it in a NICU, whatever it has to be. The issue, so I consider myself what we call traditional pro-choice, and the reason is the modern left is, Michelle Wolf going, abortions, and like acting like it's something to celebrate when it's not. And then the issue is, the ultimate question that the left never answers is, why should we make unrestricted abortion? So I think that my position is, if a woman goes to the doctor and there's something related to her medical health or physical health that is causing problems to where the doctor needs to intervene, which will result in the loss of the baby, ain't nobody's business. The idea that a woman should be able to use abortion as contraception is wrong. But I believe the answer is cultural. Ron Paul said it best: abortion should not be illegal; it should be unthinkable. And so the issue is not the exercise of law; the issue is exercise of culture. And I actually think written law doesn't really matter. It matters what a society is willing to tolerate.
Yeah, and I think that the best way to facilitate people excited to start families and give birth is creating the economic conditions that allow people to do that. So making sure that people have the wages to support a family, making sure that we have access to necessary goods. That is how you're going to build the
I'm gonna make a prediction. I think you're further right than I am.
In what way?
In the actual way, not the tribalistic way. So,
Hmm.
so when we define left and right, we're referring to
excited for this one.
political tribes,
Okay.
right? So when you say left, you're clearly referring to even the Lincoln Project, despite their old curmudgeon neocons.
I would not say the Lincoln Project's left.
The Lincoln Project is squarely in the left, even though we don't consider them to be like far left, leftist. I'm talking about tribes. They are anti-Trump and they support the Democratic Party. They're
Doesn't
tribal
mean
left.
that they're left.
That is the tribal left. It is.
No, I'd say people like Joe Manchin and John Fetterman are right, and you would say that they're part of the left coalition.
Correct. Those are tribal right. We're not talking about economics or culture. We're talking about tribes. John Fetterman aligns with the right on most issues, although he votes with Democrats, so he's in a weird position. Manchin as well. When they talk, they're fairly middle, but they're leaning tribal right. So, for instance, I'm pro-progressive tax, right? I'd imagine you want to tax the rich.
Yeah.
Do you think that we should have tariffs on goods? And I'm not talking about Trump's tariffs, I'm talking about tariffs in general.
Well, I think that tariffs can be advantageous in certain sectors, but I think the universal tariffs like Trump
We're not talking about
absolutely
that.
are incorrect.
Do you think that the U.S. should have tariffs on goods in any capacity?
Yeah, I think they can be helpful in some situations.
So yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that we should put tariffs on like auto manufacturing to force these manufacturers back to the United States?
I don't think that. I think we've crossed a line there, and a lot of that was the deregulation of Ronald Reagan that has moved a lot of these industries out of the U.S. So I think it would be really difficult to bring them back. But I think when you go to places like Detroit and you see just barren wastelands that used to be thriving communities and industries, it's really difficult to contend with, okay, how are we going to move this back into a thriving position?
So just very simply, there'd be a huge debate on the merits, the metrics, and all that, but you would say no to auto tariffs.
I just think it depends on the implementation for sure. I'm not like anti-protectionist trade policy, but I am
So middle of the road on the tariff issue.
Yeah.
I'm to the left of you on that issue.
Okay.
I think that we should absolutely implement trade protectionism for the American worker.
Well, I'm not like big into like we need global free trade for these types of
I
industries.
know. That's why I said you're moderate.
But
So you're to the right of me.
Okay. Sure.
You're in the middle. That's fair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm to the left of you on that issue. What about like migration? Do you think that we should allow illegal immigrants, unauthorized immigrants, whatever you want to call them, when they enter the country to work in the United States?
Well, it depends on what you're. Well, yeah. If you just want yes or no answers, then yes. Yeah, I think that
That's
amnesty,
the right-wing position. That is the right economic position.
It's not.
That is the right economic position.
It's not. No.
Yes, it is.
No, libertarians who want like a cheaper labor force and to increase the labor pool to make sure that corporations are able to pay people less, that is a right position. My position is by legalizing and giving these people amnesty or making sure that they're citizens and that they're actually able to collectively bargain and unionize within their workplace to advocate for stronger positions, that's not a right-wing position.
It actually is.
No, it's not.
Right economics for free trade and free movement is a right economic position.
No.
It factually and academically is. It's not an opinion statement.
So Donald Trump's left on immigration.
Yes.
Okay.
So I strongly recommend that you read about these things, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So what does left and right mean? There's a few different qualifiers. There's a cultural scale, there's the economic scale, and there's a tribal scale. So typically when we're speaking publicly, they're all used interchangeably and often don't make sense.
Gotcha.
However, in most arguments, people are referring to the tribal nature. That's why you'll have Jimmy Dore called right-wing, despite the fact he's a socialist. And you'll have John Fetterman called left by some and right by others because they're referring to the particular tribal stances they make. Economics on the left and right scale, right refers to on the far right of the economic scale, you have laissez-faire capitalism. On the far left, you have communism. Like so you're isolating for political ideology or culture. As you move closer to freedom of movement, you are on the right. As you move closer to trade protectionism, you're on the left. The public good and control of these systems. So economically, I am to the left of where you are on that issue, as are many Republicans. This was Bernie Sanders' position in 2016. We cannot allow these people to come into work. In fact, the World Socialist website called him a nationalist capitalist for that position. They said a lot when Bernie the socialists called Bernie a capitalist when he took the position of we should not let these people come in. They said he was trying to protect the American worker. But that's actually the left position. You have the cultural scale, and this is nebulous because culture changes. But the cultural scale, it inverts depending on what period you're in. This is why they talk about the Southern strategy. This is why Democrats used to be the Klan, but now the Democrats have more non-whites in Congress than Republicans do, even though Republicans had the first black members of Congress. Left and right on the cultural scale is amorphous and generational. So again, when we're isolating policies based on their appropriate scale, I think it's fair to say that you land to the right of me on some issues. See, but I don't know why it's hard to believe. I'm not saying everything.
No, but I think it's funny to try to attribute like believing in people's ability for free movement or civil liberties when it comes to them being able to enter the country is a right-wing position. That absolutely
it is a right
not.
economic position.
The right position is the nationalist idea that this country does not have ethnic hegemony unless it has a particular culture that's maintained. That's the hierarchy.
A modern right cultural.
That is the hierarchy that is established by the nationalist worldview.
So
to say that Donald Trump is left-wing on immigration is absolutely incorrect. And I think every Republican would laugh at you too to say Donald Trump's left on
he's more
immigration.
left than most. So have you ever looked at the political compass?
Yeah, but I think the political compass is even biased, mostly towards like libertarian left.
I largely agree.
I think that libertarian right like isn't even like a real ideology. I think that
what?
The libertarian right isn't even like a real ideology. You're always going to maintain hierarchy, whether that's through the government tampering down on civil rights.
No.
With the right.
I agree.
You think
I think libertarians are nuts.
You think the libertarian right doesn't think of?
No. He's disparaging them as wishful thinkers.
But so you're saying that the right libertarians don't believe in any hierarchy?
No, they do believe in hierarchy.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's more of a corporate like actual capitalist hierarchy than it is with the government hierarchy.
He's right. I can't stand the laissez-faire capitalists where they're like, it's better this way, and then you get a monopoly that buys everything, and then you get the oil barons or the East India Trading Company.
Well, they're not fine with government tyranny, but they're fine with corporate tyranny.
Exactly. You get unanswerable, like the East India Trading Company killing 50,000 people for black peppercorn. Like, okay, this idea of like, we'll be more free when we let one corporation buy everything is silly. And then you'll move upwards towards authoritarian when you have a government. I'm not saying literal authoritarian. I'm saying you're more authoritarian when the government comes in and breaks these corporations up, but that is anti-free trade. So you're basically saying, we're not going to let you buy whatever you want because y'all buy people. You know what I mean?
But that's why I think the political compass it's not like the best way to look at different political ideologies. I think that looking at the left and right spectrum as like how much do you want to preserve hierarchy is a better metric towards establishing what political ideology.
Well, but hold on, like
with the far left, the various far left where you would like destroy all hierarchy would be like an anarchist worldview, and I don't think that's
the ultimate far left is communism.
No, but I would disagree. I think that like the more that you try to dismantle hierarchy, you get to like anarchy, where you're dealing with like syndicates or like workers' unions.
If you want,
that's what we're talking about, like the furthest left.
So this is actually
the furthest right. What you see is like totalitarian fascism.
You're talking about a totally different scale, which is typically top to bottom. When we talk liberty, decentralized to centralized authoritarian on the compass, that's why I bring it up. The scale that you're using is used by anarchists quite a bit, where they say either they will choose either whether they want to identify as left or right and then claim the other side. So what right-wing libertarians will do is they'll say the far right is freedom and anarchy and the far left is totalitarian communist. And what the communists will do is say the far left is equality and distribution and the far right is corporatist monopolist. But those are personalized to a singular ideology. Let's just break it down and refer to the scales I'm talking about. Economic scale, where on the left, you could have authoritarian or otherwise. No. On the left, libertarian communism is a real thing the right doesn't believe in. Libertarian communism.
Well, that's like that syndicalist worldview of like
and it exists.
Decentralized unions.
It exists when you have a hippies on a farm and they share their watermelon and do the dishes together. There is no one in charge of the farm. They all just hang out and they're friends. And then
Civil War Spain with workers' union syndicates
until they got crushed. You know what I mean? Like Catalonia. But Ian's on a farm and he walks in and goes, "Dude, I grew some watermelon. You guys want to share it?" "Yeah, man." Then they eat it together and then, "Bro, thanks for making the watermelon. I'll take care of the trash for you." It works really well at small scale. On the right, it works really well at small scale as well. But then you get a monopoly, you get the East India Trading Company, and they kill people over pepper. So if
Coca-Cola death squads
or banana death squads in Guatemala or whatever, banana death squads. This is crazy, right? The Banana Republic. So the point I'm making is, if we are talking about non-authoritarian, we're talking literally about laissez-faire capitalism to decentralized, communal structures, I would be to the left of you on some issues. But here's what I'm going to say. I think your issue with it largely is a tribal reaction. You don't want to emotionally accept that I'm to the left of you on some things.
Well, I'd be fine if you actually like lived up to those left-wing positions.
Like how do I not?
I think advocating for Donald Trump, who absolutely is not on those left ends of the spectrum.
Like which ones?
Like, he's not left wing on immigration, which is a complete mischaracterization.
You're
of his
incorrect.
policy.
Tribally, sure, but I'm not talking about tribe.
not
I'm
even
clearly on the right
tribally.
tribe.
It's not even tribally. It's economic as well.
Okay, come on.
Establishing a nationalist economy is not a left wing position.
Then I'm with Bernie on this one.
Something
Sandman.
that is in what you said about being a democratic socialist
Like a
is a
baby
more
desert fawn.
international view. But I think if you take global poverty that seriously, it leads you to conclusions that in the US are considered out of political bounds. Things like sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders, about sharply increasing
Open
the amount of
borders.
foreign aid.
No,
Open borders.
that's a Koch brothers proposal. The
Really?
idea, of course. I mean, that's a right-wing proposal.
Oh my
Which-
God!
No, but it's
Bernie,
right wing.
let's go!
It's right wing in the sense that not giving them citizenship will be
Don't care.
easier for corporations to exploit them. That's
you
the difference.
you trying to justify why
It's not-
open borders is some not thing. I'm gonna go my boy Bernie on this one. And that's why I backed him in 2016.
You're
Right.
saying if you keep
you know
them
what- do you know
illegal,
what
it's
these
right
people
wing, but
do?
if you legalize
Yes.
them, it becomes a left
Right.
wing.
Well, keeping them
No, it's
illegal
not. That's
makes
not
them
true.
keeping them illegal makes them a more easily exploitable workforce. Where not only are they not they're not able to collectively bargain, but at the same time, a lot of these corporations threaten ICE or they threaten deportation if they bring up things like wage theft or they bring up things like unpaid wages or unpaid benefits. That is a right wing position, which is further establishing a hierarchy where this is a vulnerable class that's easily exploited.
I think I'm gonna go with my man Bernie on this one and just say you can
think
say whatever
that
you want.
more
but-
workers, you think that more workers in a labor pool that build a larger union that can collectively bargain at a higher rate with their employers is a right wing position?
when they enter the country illegally, padding the workforce of that corporation, yes, I do.
It's not about them. It's about reforming the immigration system to make it easier to become a citizen in this country.
Well, that's a different question from open borders.
Well, that's
Like-
that was my position.
I'm for immigration.
Then why would
I-
you vote for somebody like Donald Trump?
Well, there's a difference between someone coming to the country legally and someone going through
Well,
the
if
border
someone
illegally.
goes through the legal mechanism and they're proposing to denaturalize those people, in what way is that promoting the legal process?
Who's proposing denaturalizing legal?
Donald Trump ordered the DOJ to denaturalize up to 2,000 people a month. You can fact check me on that.
For what?
On things like green cards, on things like permanent residency.
But for what justification?
Because he thinks that certain people from certain countries don't add to the value of this country.
So what is the
Specifically from
what
people like
law
Africa or people like
what law grants denaturalization?
what law?
Yes, what law provides for denaturalization?
Well, this was at the command of the executive, so
But
it
there's a
wasn't
law.
a piece of legislation that
It
was
is.
written into Congress.
It absolutely.
What's the law?
It's the INA, and it grants Marco Rubio the authority, pending at his sole discretion, to revoke visas, and with justification, green cards. Meaning, for green card holders, they can cite justification. Green card holders have a right to adjudication. For naturalized citizens, if there is fraud found in the naturalization process, they can be denaturalized. That's the INA, and that gives Marco Rubio the power.
Yeah, fraud, concealing criminal conduct, terrorism, national security concerns, which is pretty vague, but that there's certain
I was just
serious
about to say
criminal
that.
offenses.
The fraud and national security. I mean, what, you're critical of Israel too much, and now you're going to lose
Well,
your
that's-
citizenship.
That's questionable, but
that's not what happened.
It's only 100 people per month. 100 to 200 people per month are being denaturalized.
What about
Which is upwards of 2,000 people a year.
per year? Yeah,
For-
2,400 a year.
what did I
So-
say? Month? I meant year.
Okay.
Sorry about
No,
that.
no, you said year. I was correcting you.
Oh, okay.
The dude who got his visa revoked for being anti-Israel. I have two things to say about that. Nobody, I really think it's stupid if there's like a student at a school who's anti-Israel, you're going to pull their visa. However,
What's your thoughts on Mahmoud Khalil?
that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like if he was at school and he was just like, blogging and like writing papers,
Well, he participated in an encampment, which is what they said.
which is where you're getting into the threshold of criminal activity and a question of national interest.
But participating in a protest.
As not an American citizen, get out.
That's
Like why are we letting foreign individuals protest our government
He's
in
a
our
permanent
country?
resident.
He's not a citizen.
Still not a citizen.
He's a foreign
Permanent
individual.
resident.
He's
That's
still
a-
not a
he's a
citizen.
foreign individual.
Do you make a distinction? Do you make a distinction between people that are permanent residents and citizens?
Do you think that criticizing the
I
government should be
just
allowed
asked
based on
you-
your paperwork?
Yes, yes, I
That's so
do.
funny.
Yes, I do.
Wow.
And listen, I don't have the same position as Tim, right? I'm full on total.
out.
Anybody that's
Well, I'm
here
to the left
illegally,
of Mason on this
out.
issue.
Anybody here that's illegal, if you're here illegally, you need to go. But do you believe that there is a distinction between a person that is not a citizen and a person that is a citizen?
Yeah, but I think that the constitutional rights should be granted to all persons, as it says in the
What
Constitution.
constitutional right? You're talking about the freedom
right
of
to
speech.
criticize a government.
I think that people that are here that are not citizens.
It actually doesn't say that.
The Secretary of State, the State Department, has carte blanche to deport any guest that has paperwork at any time, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
And denaturalized. It actually, to clarify,
I don't care about your moralizing.
It does not say that. The Constitution doesn't grant the right of any person to speak.
Well, it says of all persons. That's specifically the language that I was talking about.
It doesn't.
Where
it says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances.
Sorry, the right of the people.
Which is a reference to what?
To the people.
The people means the citizens of the country.
Well, that could be an interpretation that you're taking.
That's
you're taking a hard right stance on immigration.
I'll go with the
right of me.
I'll go with the. See, you think Bernie Sanders is right wing?
I think Bernie Sanders in this, again, is talking about the exploitability of undocumented workers.
And do you think that even if you allow undocumented workers to come into the country, can they be exploited?
Absolutely.
Will they be exploited?
Yeah.
Even if you provide protections?
Our immigration system.
Do people in unions ever get exploited?
If we have
people in unions ever get exploited?
Not at the same rate as people who are individualized.
I didn't ask what rate. I said, do they get exploited?
Yeah, of course.
Are they being exploited today?
Yeah.
So you're going to let corporations exploit workers at a lower rate, and that's still okay?
That's still a straw man.
Then we'll call you moderate right wing.
Being in the union, being able to collectively organize with fellow workers absolutely increases your ability to withstand exploitation. That's the difference. It doesn't mean that it's going to end it all right. Becoming in a union makes everything
What if the union votes to have them deported?
What do you mean? If the union votes to deport the workers that are now citizens in the union, that makes no sense.
Like the unions that backed Trump.
In
2024, a bunch of the unions backed Trump, and they wanted these people removed.
Well, first of all, backing a president that's trying to increase the ability for corporations to union bust is not in the same interest.
And why did they
if you're
support
talking
him?
about the Teamsters,
And why did they support
if you're talking about the Teamsters that endorsed Trump at the RNC in order to get favorability amongst a presidential administration that is going to determine how strong their union's able to be, that's a whole different thing than saying unions support Trump in full.
I'm talking about the ones that did.
Which party do you think is more in favor of further unionization? Let's ask that.
The Democrats.
Okay, so I don't understand what the issue.
You have an emotional reaction to the statement that open borders is a right wing proposal.
I have a fact check here.
You have absolutely.
And I'm not pro open borders. When did I say that?
I have a fact check for you guys regarding people's right to peaceably assemble. Yes, it does refer to non-citizens as well. The Supreme Court ruled Bridges versus Wixon that
stand corrected.
That non-citizens have the right for peaceable assembly. I mean,
and I also agree that under the INA, the Secretary of State can remove them.
For what exactly? What does it give them?
Anything they want.
Marco Rubio has unilateral authority to revoke permits
Yeah.
under certain restrictions, green cards, and with fraud, citizenship.
But not like you looked at me weird? Because you just said yes. Okay. So
wait. No. For visas.
The Secretary of State said, you looked at me strange. You're not a citizen. You're out.
No. Stop.
That's what I asked.
Visas, any reason, green card, certain restrictions, citizenship with fraud. So if a guy is here on a tourist visa or a temporary work visa or an athlete visa, the Secretary of State can say, I don't care, I don't need a reason, you're gone.
It's just wild to be a part of nonviolent expression against like a government action. And your response to that is going to be like, hell yeah, let's remove them from the roots that they built here as a permanent resident.
It's not wild.
So, no one said that.
If your population,
no one said that.
Bill said that.
Oh, sure. I mean,
that's what I was saying.
I don't agree with Phil on that. My argument was like if he's you're allowed to criticize Israel. You're allowed to come to this country. People who come to this country come from all sorts of countries with all sorts of disagreements with the United States. Organizing and being involved in big protests is where you're on the line of criminality.
It's not criminal. That's what I just said. It's part of expression against a government action.
So was anybody at those encampments arrested?
Yeah, there were.
So there's a line of criminality.
But what are they arrested for? What's the severity of the crime?
That's why I said it's the line. I'm not saying they're murdering
like
people.
if he's speeding, then like a permanent resident can get their residency removed and get deported to a country who they might not have been in for a decade.
And if the plurality of this country votes for immigration enforcement, that's democracy. And I may not completely agree on the threshold, but I'm not going to also go out and protest it.
I'm objecting to the action. I'm not saying that it's going to happen if a majority of people want it in the current system that we have, but we can all agree that there are some laws that we'd consider immoral.
What if you were in charge of the
most
country?
Of the laws are immoral.
Hypothetically, if you were in charge of the nation's security and you were at war with another country and you found a bunch of their citizens were here without, they weren't citizens, but they were protesting and advocating for the other country to win and for your country to fall and for you to die? Like, what would you do as a commander of the military?
Well, it depends on what the actions are. If they're threatening the security and safety of other people that are living within the country, but by violent means, then absolutely
No,
the government
it's all by voice. They're sitting in groups and they're saying, we need the U.S. to fall. And more people keep coming to their group.
That's part of having freedom of speech.
The group is
It's
growing
allowing
and
people
growing
to say
and
things
growing.
that even the government does not agree with. Yes.
Correct.
No, I disagree.
Your job as the military commander of
I
the
disagree with
security of the nation, you notice that now this group is growing and growing and growing and growing. And now you know maybe they're open carrying. Now you know they're growing even bigger and they're louder. Like, at what point are you going to do anything?
To take the predictive measure of I'm going to stop crime before it happens is the exact justification for every authoritarian regime.
But it's also not stopping crime before it happens can also lead to the downfall of your nation. Look at Neville Chamberlain.
So again, you're saying that the justification is worth it for the government to do that, the predictive crime.
Well, it's never.
I would say no. Absolutely,
it's never yes or no. It's not one or the other.
Here's the
thing. The British didn't intervene with the German war machine, and because of that, the Germans invaded.
Let me ask you some questions. Who's your favorite president?
Yeah, you're gonna say FDR did the Japanese internment case.
Absolutely. I'm not talking about FDR. I'm asking you who your favorite president was.
I don't know. I don't think that we should look at politicians as celebrities, but I do think that, like, as far as like the domestic agenda, I do like the policies of FDR.
Okay.
When it comes to rebuilding the working class and stuff.
Do you know who the most
suppression?
You know who the most popular president in American history is?
Probably George Washington early on.
Incorrect.
Who is it?
He's a top contender. Abraham Lincoln.
Wait, I disagree with that. No way.
When Americans are polled, Abraham Lincoln takes the top spot.
Now. I thought you were saying at the time who's
No.
That's what I was saying. Like, no fucking way. We broke up the country.
When they run polls, there's one guy who's won nearly every single time throughout the generations.
And who removed habeas corpus and
they're brutal. So did FDR.
I mean, the things that he did,
like the internment camps. Like, at some point, just speaking, it's peaceful to a point. But you can rally a lot of subversive danger with just peaceful.
So we think the Japanese internment camps were necessary?
It's hard to tell because there was no control study. I don't know if there would have been Japanese revolts inside of the country if they hadn't interned them.
Then tell me how you can reconcile that. Then.
How me?
Yeah.
So I don't think they were necessary because in the 40s, right, when they were interning them, most of the people that came to the United States
were
pro-United States and wanted to become Americans.
And they were very, very small in population. The numbers were microscopic.
And so I don't think the internment of Japanese, and we talked about this the other night because he had made some comment about interning Chinese people, the possibility of interning Chinese people,
which is like 3% of the population.
Yeah. But so I don't think the Japanese internment was even defensible because when people came to the United States, in that time frame, they wanted to become American. You saw people saying, "No, we're not speaking the old language. We're going to learn English, et cetera, et cetera." So I don't think that it was defensible at all.
We got to grab some questions from the crew here, the Timcast Discord, and we went a little long, so I'll try and grab what I can.
I have some questions after that. Just a couple before we leave.
SWC says, question for Mason: if the Constitution gives rights to all people inside the borders of the U.S., then what is to stop transient non-citizens from purchasing weapons, assembling militias, voting, or creating parallel systems of power? What separates an invasion from an other than legal mass migration?
Well, there's a difference between identifying a threat that can happen within the country and having proper evidence to do that. That's what probable cause is. And so showing that, like, you're organizing a militia that has clear intent to harm U.S. citizens, absolutely the government would have justification.
But so then people gathering and saying, "Look, we want to tear down the government, or we want to hold on, let me finish." Saying that they want to tear down the structures of the government, they want to do all these things that would basically change the government or say start a revolution. That's not probable cause. That's not intent.
People on a college campus saying we cannot continue to enable a genocide happening.
I was specific in my question. People that are saying we're revolutionaries, we want to tear down the government, we want to tear down the existing structures. Those are specific things. That's not probable cause.
If you had the means in order to bring about, like, violence towards American citizens, that would be probable cause.
There's like 1 billion guns in America.
So what are you saying?
I think it's 650 million.
Yeah, like so there's definitely means to start a violent uprising. It's very I mean, I'm as pro 2A as it comes.
But there's a difference between organized militia that's specifically designed to inflict violence versus those that are against government action. Absolutely.
No, but that's not.
We
Again,
just-
you're changing it because I didn't say against government action. I said people that say we need to tear down the government, we need to start a revolution. That's not being I'm against this particular action. That's being against the government, against the United States.
I think saying that well, then I'd say that we're at a difference versus what we're interpreting in a lot of these encampments. I'm specifically talking about the encampments. I don't think that deporting people for participating in protests against Israel's continuing a genocide is something that's worth removing citizenship.
I was
what about
specifically
China?
clear though.
What about China?
What about China with what?
Like the Falun Gong. Should we, would you defend their right to protest China?
I'm unfamiliar.
Any group that's protesting any other country, are they allowed to be here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even talking about the U.S. government actions. I'm saying there's a group of people that are Chinese that hate China. So they're protesting China in the United States.
Yeah,
would you take issue?
No. Why would there be an issue with that?
I'm asking you if there's a distinction you see in the morality of a genocide versus any other country.
No.
That's all the question was. Let's grab this. We don't have a lot of time. Let's see. Let's say it's hard to read. Rotan Nation says, Mason, if artificial wombs existed en masse, what argument would women have about abortion if they had the ability to transfer the embryo safely without harm? I ask because then everyone wins. Well, let me simplify this question as, should women be allowed to get abortions if an artificial womb existed that could preserve the life of the embryo?
I think that our preservation of life is something that's important, and obviously abortion is always going to be a morality issue of where you necessarily see life. I think that personal autonomy is something that we guarantee within our legal system, and we don't prioritize preservation of life over that bodily autonomy. So like in an instance where like if you were in a car crash that you caused because you drunk drive, you initially volunteered to put someone else's life at risk, and they require like a kidney transplant, you happen to be a match, no sane person would say, yeah, the government should force you to donate your kidney to that person.
Now, what if
that's the same thing I'd view with pregnancy.
So let's say a woman, she's pregnant, 10 weeks pregnant.
Mhm.
And she says, I don't want to be pregnant. For whatever reason, it's none of your business.
Yeah.
And the doctor says, we can remove the embryo and put it into an artificial womb where
Right.
it will survive.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely going to be an interesting conversation when that technology exists, because we're going to be on track to be there.
It does
exist right now.
They just don't. It's not commercial for human use. They've already proven it with animals,
like lambs and stuff.
Yeah. So it exists. The question is, and the question needs to be answered.
If there was a way to do that safely for protecting the health, then yeah, I think that could be a compromise.
I think that's the only answer. I mean, because then it's, okay, fine, you can terminate the pregnancy, but not the baby. And then the baby gets to live, and the woman has her choice or whatever it may be, and no one's happy, but...
Yeah,
everyone's bummed out means you made the right choice.
Everyone's bummed out.
Does the woman have to pay for the gestation of the baby in the artificial womb, or do I have to pay for it as a taxpayer?
Here we go. There's no answer.
I don't want to pay for other people's artificial baby wombs. I got enough problems in my life.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I got no answers.
I would rather pay for the artificial baby wombs than pay for the abortion.
I don't want to pay for any of it.
All right. Well, guys, we only have a couple minutes left, and you wanted to ask some questions.
Yeah. I saw a lot of the Charlie Kirk portraits and behind you.
Autographed.
I had a question about who's your source that said that he was stable?
I don't want to. Let me.
You don't want to share who it is.
My security company is friends with Charlie's security company, and so when all this stuff was going down, the people who work here were in constant conversation. Let me put it like this: I don't want to get anybody fired, and I don't want to make anybody the center of attention. I got a phone call. I was calling everybody, and we were told by someone on Charlie's team that he was stable. And I said, "Can I report this?" And they said, "Yes." And I said, "Okay." And I wasn't sure, but I'll tell you the reality is, the information that we were getting was basically like, he's not dead. And we were like, please God. And then the next thing we hear is they've got him in the hospital, he's stable. Or I don't know if he was at the hospital at that point. They were like, he's stable.
He was on the way.
He was on the way. I think what we were told was that at the time, and this is what's really, really so offensive about so many people, man. I mean, first of all, celebrating his death. And then people like, I don't know if Hassan was doing this, but they're tweeting tweeting at me like he was stable, he was stable. These people can go fuck themselves. Charlie had just gotten shot, and literally no one knew what happened. Within minutes, we're getting messages saying he's not dead. And I think what happens is the information we got relayed was not to say that he was in a hospital bed with his heart beating and they were transfusing blood and he was alive. It was that he's in transport to the hospital and he's not dead. That's what they meant by stable. And so now, in hindsight, nobody asks what happened on that day, and they take it and manipulate it to presume I'm saying Charlie's laying in a hospital, they've got him on life support, and he's okay.
Yeah, I just asked because I think you were like the first person to say, not definitively, but just something.
You know what the sad reality is? Behind the scenes, we are being told he's alive and stable. And again, I think what they're conveying to us in the car is he's in the car and alive, and he's not actively dying.
Gotcha.
But the reality is, on the phone, the people crying are like, I think he's going to die. And I'm fucked up, man. Reliving that. I get a phone call. Charlie got shot. And the only thing we wanted to believe was that he was not going to die. And then when I get a phone call and they're like, damn, I don't think he's going to fucking live, bro. I think he's going to die. But they're telling us that he's alive and he's stable. And I tweeted that because I want it to be fucking true. Man, these fucking demons. Dude, we did that Jubilee episode, and I said there are white supremacists that voted for Trump hoping that ICE would kill migrants. And these motherfuckers wrote stories saying Tim Pool says he wants ICE to kill migrants. These are fucking demons. Hey. I don't want anybody shot. I don't want anyone to die. I don't want you or any liberal or any progressive to be hurt or killed or beaten by cops. But Jesus, these people and the things they say, dancing on stage with fake blood on their necks. We live with demons, man.
I just pulled up your tweet about it from Grok, and it says source tells me Charlie is stable. Please God. It wasn't, you didn't say he was stable. You said source tells me Charlie is stable.
Yeah.
And then you followed up, I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe and I'm hoping. Just pray. That was your response to it.
And I had 17 phone calls at that moment where I was like, bro, I had one dude who works in security. So I don't want to say too much, but
I only brought it up just because
I don't
think I ever heard
no
where the
disrespect
source was, so I just wanted to ask since I had the opportunity.
I also mentioned that Ben Shapiro said that he was getting updates from Charlie's security team, and that was true for us the same. And Candace is a liar, and all these people lied. So I'll make sure this is very clear for everybody. My security team involves on-the-ground guards, the head of the company, secretaries. Charlie's security has very much the same. Charlie's security was not literally just 4 guys in a van. His security company probably has 100+ employees. Our security company, they're all friends with each other. So when we need security, our security guy calls them up and says, who you got located in these locations? We've worked with Charlie's, like not formally, but like when we go to TPUSA events, we've had Charlie Security working for us. We were at TPUSA. Their security did security for us because that's security for the whole event. So when this is going down, the logistics people are getting information relayed by the people on the ground, which is not everybody in the car, and they're talking with other security that includes Ben's, that includes ours. Why? Charlie just got shot, and it's not even necessarily a professional courtesy. It's that they're friends. Like the guy who runs our security company is friends with the guy who runs Charlie's security company. So he probably is on the phone calling them and be like, yo, what just happened? And they're like, this is what we know. Stay tuned. And then all of these conspiracy people are acting like Charlie only had 3 security guards in the car calling Ben Shapiro. So I'll tell you this. I probably had like 17 phone calls. One security guy said, before we knew anything, I was driving with my wife and we got on the highway when Alex Stein called me and he said, Charlie's been shot. And I said, I'll call you back. What? And I hung up. And that was within like 30 seconds of it happening. I guess, Alex was watching. We're on the highway. We're heading to Winchester. And this is when my phone starts blowing up. People who work here are friends with people who worked for Charlie. Like, we know all these people. We're at AmFest every year. Literally friends, as in they were literally texting each other about clothes and food and shopping when this went down. As much as we were hearing positive things, I will tell you the secret that nobody said. When I said, I'm hearing he's stable, source tells me, I hope it's true, I had heard 17 times he was dead. Not that he was like overtly dead. But I get one of the calls that's notable is a guy who does security, firearms specialty, firearms training, sniper stuff. Hey, Tim, ain't nobody surviving that shot. And I was like, bro, don't tell me this, dude. And he's
So
like,
you're saying you said it just in hopes that it was true.
when I
He
was
literally
told
said,
no
"You're
one's
not
surviving that shot, it was not definitive.
I'm sorry. I was
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, yeah. When I got a call and I said, tell me what's going on, he's like, brother, no one's surviving that. It wasn't a Charlie's dead. So I'm not going to tweet Charlie can't survive. The official statement we got, hey, Charlie's, I think it was, I don't know what time it was, you have to check.
Oh.
And I may have waited to tweet it, but it was, he's stable. And
It was
again,
7:43 General Mountain Time, which is
no, that's not correct. Because that was way, Charlie got shot at like 3 o'clock or something.
Yeah, I remember it was like
at
we
4
were all
p.m. or
talking about it.
something?
It would have been around 4 because I was live streaming at 4:30.
4:40? Something like that.
What it meant is that my understanding was they were saying he's on his way and he's not dying. Like they're holding his neck or whatever. Like there was no super specifics. It was just like he's alive. So I don't know, man. And now, it's like
Thanks for the context.
yeah,
Sorry to
yeah, no
make you
disrespect to you.
relive it
Like
and everything.
it's not like I was there. You know what I mean? It's just
But you knew him well.
I was just texting with him. Like I had just like not that day, but like a week earlier. You know, we were texting. I didn't know him super well. You know, I would call him a friend just in that. I put it like this: we weren't bar buddies, we didn't hang out. But if I publicly said, "Well, I don't think Charlie's my friend," he'd be offended. He'd be like, "What?" He's like, "What are you doing? We're talking on the phone. Like, what do you mean?" You know, I don't know. It is what it is. So we just live with the people are nasty. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. We do gotta go though. It was great having you. You definitely have you back because I think the conversation was fantastic.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
And
I
it's funny-
appreciate the team. Your team's been very accommodating. My flight got canceled like once and maybe twice last night. So appreciate it.
Always. I just want to stress like what you get on Jubilee versus when we actually have time to sit down and have a real conversation. It's more fruitful. So follow me on X and Instagram. Do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, check out Twitter, I guess, One Hand Politics, if that's the camera I'm supposed to look at. Or Twitch. I stream like pretty frequently every week. So if you want to check me out there. Appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, good time, man. I hope that the fact checking helped. This was a blast.
I'm sorry, Ian. Did it say GMT?
Yeah.
That's Greenwich Mean Time.
Oh, those General Mountains. Where the hell is my mind? Are there 4 time zones in the U.S. or 3? Eastern,
Someone
Central,
commented, they're like, does
Pacific?
Ian think GMT
There's
means
mountains.
General?
Although DoorDash was a big deal during the COVID lot, yeah, obviously all of the Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, all of that whole thing, they were making a killing during that period because, especially in severely locked down communities like DC, that was how people, ate when they didn't want to cook for themselves at the time. So there was a lot of that going on, and so based on that, we also have a pretty solid working theory of why he was in the neighborhood at that time anyway, and it is food related. So I can at least say that. And then going to the case that you laid out there as far as the alternate theory, well, there's the problem starting with the alibis. They've only presented a couple of alibi theories at this point. One is the issue which was first described, and the FBI leaked this, according to CBS News, first publication to cover this, to dispute my story, said that they had 3 sources from the FBI corroborating their familiarity with a video of Ms. Kirchhoff, and I quote, playing with her puppies during the time frame that the bomber was on foot inside DC. Now, Kirchhoff and her partner live in Alexandria, Virginia, just across the river. And so this is what they released. The 3 corroborating intelligence community sources to CBS said that Ms. Kirchhoff was playing with her puppies. Then what they didn't know is that because, as I mentioned early on in our interview here today, is that despite the fact that CIA and other intelligence community people scrub their history from the internet, they do everything they can. But as there's you've heard that phrase, the internet never forgets. There's always echoes out there and whispers and, ghost images of things that you've tried to make go away. There's 2 photographs that we found from her social media that we were able to recover from the deep web. And one of those was the adoption of her dog, Bella, a retired greyhound racing dog from Florida, that she and her partner went to Florida and adopted this dog and brought it home. So we found the photographs and the discussion of them adopting this dog. Interesting date, exactly to the day 1 month before Hoodie walked around DC. This dog was adopted on December 5th, 2020. 1 month later, January 5th, 2021 was when the bombs were placed at RNC and DNC. According to the alibi, the first version of the alibi, she was home playing with her puppies, as described to CBS by 3 intelligence community sources familiar with the video.
And plurals, as in puppies.
Puppies is a very different thing than an old retired greyhound.
Right.
Okay. So what we did is we released to the public. Now, I was under a gag order from the Blaze at the time, by the way. I was completely not allowed to talk. In fact, Blaze wasn't allowing me to do any outside interviews on any subject whatsoever. I couldn't talk about assassination attempts. I could write stories, but I could not do any outside interviews at that time whatsoever. So through some proxies, I released these photographs that we found of the dog, not the puppies. We also found a review that Miss Kirchhoff had given to her dog sitter, dog walker, dog sitter. She'd given this guy a 5-star review and mentions the name of the dog in the review. And again, singularly a dog, not puppies, she talked about how, grateful they were that he would accommodate their tough schedule because they were both involved in law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we found this evidence of an adult dog, not puppies. So we released that in social media. Well, her law firm, Claire Locke, had to scramble because I know people think that this is no big deal, because the second thing that happened is that her law firm releases in their demand letter against me and against the Blaze, they say that Ms. Kirchhoff, they had video of her, Ms. Kirchhoff, at home caring for her dog. So 3 intelligence community sources say she was playing with her puppies. Then in the demand letter, prior to an actual lawsuit complaint being filed, they changed that to caring for her dog. She was home caring for her dog. That's what the video shows. That's version number 2. And they had to scramble because it couldn't be puppies anymore, because we embarrassed them by showing that she didn't have puppies. She had an adult dog.
And the more that litigation goes on, the more these little minor inconsistencies can stack up, and then it looks like somebody's trying to fix the narrative.
And then version number 3 happens in the actual lawsuit itself, in which they release a still image of an adult dog asleep on a couch, in which they describe that in the video, Miss Kirchhoff's voice can be heard off camera talking about how the dog twitches in its sleep.
Right. So she's not even in the video. It's just some audio in the background.
Right. And then the second and only other alibi piece of evidence that is allegedly part of her alibi is a purchase receipt from some restaurant that allegedly took place at the same time there in Virginia. Now, any of those things can be faked, duplicated. We're talking about the CIA. We're talking about the CIA. We're talking about the CIA, who can create entire dossiers, back histories for their agents with multiple passports, multiple IDs, multiple driving licenses from any country on the planet Earth. In fact, I'll tell you this. Because of this investigation, I've learned, and this is really new because of something else that we're looking at that I can't discuss in detail right now, but I have learned that liaisons from CIA who work with Congress, that work with the congressional committees that oversee the intelligence community, oversee CIA, that office inside the ranking member or the committee chair's, office for these committees, that they themselves even use fake swipe cards, IDs, and names when working with Congress.
Yep.
So we're talking about pros at creating alternate histories for people. And this was one that they created that we embarrassed them on because they didn't believe that we had the history and that we were skilled enough as, amateur sleuths to find this information. We embarrassed them, so they changed it from playing with her puppies to caring for her dog to, oh, she's off camera and talking about a dog that is asleep, twitching in its sleep. But more importantly, she also, in her FBI interview, she originally said that she had no memory or knowledge of where she was and what she was doing on January 5th. And it wasn't until a week after her failed polygraph that they produced this video that allegedly her partner then produced to the FBI. Oh, I found this video, and the timestamp is during that time on the evening of January 5th.
Yeah, and they want to learn a lot more about that. So let's go to these subpoenas. So we have, as we can see right here, Brian Cole Jr.'s defense team now submitting just days ago a renewed motion for subpoenas. And we've got several of these that are going out now. This happened a while ago. They wanted original subpoenas issued back in April, and we read through them at the time. And the court didn't rule on that request. So things kind of just stalled out for a little bit. But the three people who are now the subject of these, one, Shawnee Kirkhoff. We've got Daniel Dickert, who is the boyfriend. Don't know if they're still together, but was, I guess, living with Shawnee at the time. And then this one's interesting, too, because it's Dr. Michael Nuremberg, who I believe is her podiatrist. It's somebody who works on
Not
her.
her. It's an actual. He's a professional guy. He's often all over the country and through the federal system called upon as an expert witness with regards to podiatry and gait.
Got it. Okay. So
my partner Joe Hanneman has also interviewed him. We published his findings in our own research.
Interesting. Okay, so he may not be meeting with her, but they're asking for records from him.
Or having him analyze.
All right, so it says, now we asked for this months ago. Instead, the filing prompted a months-long dispute over sealing. This is where some of the new information came out, turned into an entire, explosive scandal. They were saying you violated the order of seal, and now you're revealing, confidential information that shouldn't be out publicly. So then the government moved for an order to show cause, right? The defense now getting hit by the prosecutors. And that's a whole separate thing, right? Isn't one of the prosecutors on here, Jocelyn Ballantyne, who is a well-known J6 prosecutor who was not fired by Jeanine Pirro?
She basically oversaw all of the January 6th prosecutions, and now she is the lead on this case.
Yeah, very interesting. And so the parties were briefed what should appear on the public docket. Bunch of filings here, all marked as docket entries. The court then resolved that dispute back on July 8th at a status conference, adopting Mr. Cole's proposed redactions, declining to adopt the government's additional ones. So defense wins, will redact these things and refile. The court found that what the government wanted redacted already relate to publicly available information or to general investigative techniques. And so the government wanted to overseal things. And ultimately, the court kind of split it. So new items get on the docket with some redactions. This is the defense brief. So then on July 9th, the court directed the clerk to file the redacted pleadings on the docket, where the subpoena motion now is at docket 84 and denied the other sealing motions is moot. Now, the defense says from Brian Cole, what the court has not yet done is grant the relief that we asked for originally. We wanted 3 subpoenas. We haven't gotten approval for those. So Mr. Cole has not yet issued or served any of these subpoenas. Now we renew the request now in a more narrowed form with the appropriate information redacted from each subpoena. We'll take a look at each one of those coming up. But Mr. Cole incorporates the full background as it appears in the original motion, and they give us some details, once again, on Shawnee Kirkhoff as part of the official record. They explain Ms. Kirchhoff was a U.S. Capitol Police officer on January 6, 2021, and was present at the Capitol that day, as we discussed. She now works for the CIA. On November 6, 2025, the FBI interviewed her and administered a polygraph examination that asked her twice and directly whether she placed the pipe bombs. She failed it, period. The next day, 5 days before the FBI opened a file on Mr. Cole, the FBI named her as a person of interest and issued subpoenas and preservation requests for her electronic accounts. Over the weeks that followed, agents then questioned Ms. Kirchhoff and her boyfriend, Daniel Dickert, also a Capitol Police officer, interviewed her coworkers and neighbors, surveilled her without her knowledge, requested her employment records from the CIA, and captured footage of her walking to a podiatrist, apparently for a gait analysis, the guy you just mentioned. Mr. Cole was arrested on December 5th, 2025. Then, as soon as they pick up Brian Cole, boom, FBI closes the lead on Ms. Kirchhoff a month later. So then after Brian filed his April 1 motion, the government gave us additional things, produced additional Kirchhoff materials in discovery, specifically stating that it was doing so because it believed that the materials were responsive to the subpoenas. And in other words, if we give it to you now as part of discovery, you won't need these subpoenas and we'll just call those things moot. In its production of June 30, the government supplied part, but only part, of what Brian Cole had asked one subpoena recipient, Shawnee Kirchhoff, to produce. Mr. Cole does not ask this court to order production of documents he now has, but he's narrowed his request accordingly. So some items came over, but we still need more stuff. So now we're back renewing our demands for these subpoenas. Here's what they want. A subpoena to Shawnee Kirchhoff, we've got it queued up, that has been narrowed. We withdraw the former request for items 2, 9, and 11, but the remaining requests are refined in scope. We want documents that reflect the disposition of her iPhone 7 and the identification of her Apple Watch and associated accounts. And I think, Steve, you were front and center of identifying the watch, right? Almost even saying that she was talking to the watch.
Well, we were saying that Hoodie was talking to the watch.
Hoodie, correct, yes.
Now,
Yes,
one thing we have not shown video on, because I've now that this is public, all right, I will add to this, is while Brian Cole Jr. has never worn a watch of any kind, much less a smartwatch, is that we have very, very clear, close, high definition video of Capitol Police Officer Shawnee Kirchhoff wearing this identical Apple Watch that I'm wearing right now, and also on the evening of January 6th, speaking into it and having a full conversation on her Apple Watch. That's the first time I've ever feel that. We have that video.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So obviously this is why the defense wants it so badly, to see what those records look like, to see if that video footage will have, you know, a timestamp that matches some activity on her watch that is actually attributed to her. So they want iPhone, Apple Watch stuff. They want a subpoena to the boyfriend Dickert in the form previously submitted and narrowed in scope. And then, of course, to the doctor, presumably doing the gait analysis. They
now,
say,
let me insert something in here. I have purposely never, in a single interview that I have done on this case, and as you know, I've done many very high profile interviews, I have purposely never mentioned Dan Dickert one time. I've talked about her partner, but I've never mentioned his name before. I've avoided that just out of respect to the case, etc. But I will add to this, now that it is public and this has come out in these court filings, his participation in this is that one of the most interesting aspects that's going on behind the scenes that I will reveal, it's may or may not be a part of the case or not, but we do know for a fact through very high-ranking and reliable sources at the Capitol Police that Mr. Dickert has not been back to work since our story came back on November 8th. He initially took a leave of absence. He got an extended period of absence, claiming some sort of health-related need for, whatever. that has run out. And from what I'm hearing is that he's filing for some sort of permanent job-related disability, which we believe is on the, let's say, psychiatric side of things, not physical, and that it ties back to the distress that he, and I'm speculating, I'm speculating that it may tie into the stress because it ties in his absence began the day after this story came out. He's not been back to work since.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. And I'm certainly a big fan as a defense lawyer of the presumption of innocence. So I think that everybody's entitled to that. And, the evidence will be fleshed out. This is, of course, a part of the public record. This is a public filing. You can go to Court Listener and get it. So we're not trying to, smear anybody unfairly. This is the defense's argument, and they're naming these people. And you can put, 2 and 2 together to understand what the theory is going to be as this case advances to trial. So their arguments about why we need these subpoenas, their narrower requests, and he's otherwise withdrawn the original categories. These are very narrowly tailored. He's working in good faith to get this material. Also, the government's production that they gave to him. So they send subpoenas back in April. The prosecutors and Jocelyn Ballantyne start to hand stuff over. And he writes from the defense that the government's production confirms rather than moots the need for these subpoenas. They turn stuff over to say, okay, we've complied. You don't need anything more. They say, not at all. Actually, a subpoena is not defeated because the government has produced material on the same subject. The second Nixon element asks whether the specific documents that are sought are not otherwise procurable by due diligence. It's about the documents, not the topic. Saying the government produced what the government collected, and so if they don't have it, we need to go get it. Rule 17C reaches what the witnesses themselves hold, including the native files, the devices those files sit on, and the materials the government never requested or never received, right? So prosecution saying, we've already given you everything we have. And they say, okay, well, in this production, you're missing these very key components that you maybe should have asked for, and you didn't do that. So now we need to go to the court to get permission to do that. So the remainder of the showing is unchanged. Kirchhoff, Dickert, Nierenberg, the doctor, they remain the only sources for these records. Brian Cole still needs them in advance of trial, including the time required to review the productions, issue any follow-on subpoenas, retain a podiatry expert to interpret the gait analysis. And we've conferred with the government. The prosecutors oppose the motion, and they oppose the issuance of the 3 subpoenas. And so presumably, they'll be issuing a very substantive response to all of it. So that's just a brief. And then in the subpoenas, they're very similar, but I'll just share them with everybody here. You can see this one is what they're asking for. This one would go over to Shawnee Kirchhoff right here. This is Brian Cole's defense submitting this. Has not been signed off or approved at all yet. But in it, they are going to give us the boilerplate stuff, the instructions. We're familiar with these. We request everything. Essentially, it's multiple ways of saying we want every single thing that you have: file folders, binders, file drawers, file boxes, notebooks, anything. And so your job is to go identify these things, anything in your possession, custody, control. Whenever information is about a negotiation and you say that you cannot give it to us, let us know why. We define what a communication means, everything: emails, texts, phone calls, agreements. We define what documents mean: pamphlets, brochures, circulars, working papers. We define you and your, in case there's any concern about that. You is Shawnee Kirchhoff, including your agents, your officers, your employees, your representatives. Federal government means anything connected to the federal government: DOJ, FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office, computer analysts, response teams. And this one is a big one about her polygraph. And let's not forget anything with the CIA and the Capitol Police as well, all bundled up in here. But your polygraph, they want info about that, saying it means the polygraph examination administered on you on or about November 6th in connection with the pipe bomb case from J5 and 6, including all pre-test, in-test, post-test interviews, all questions asked or proposed, all instructions, advisements, consent forms, and acknowledgement forms, all examiner notes, scoring sheets, charts, reports, recordings, and results, all communications concerning the examination or its outcome, which examination was accessed by the examiner, as reflected in the FBI or DOJ as a failed examination. So that's a lot. And I think part of the reason they want it all is because they want to see if it was even, validly administered according to a high standard and thresholds. So we'll see if the judge approves that, but they also want then the alibi video. So please produce the native video file that you or anyone on your behalf showed the federal government depicting your dog Bella, together with any photo, video, or audio recording created on the same device on January 5th, 2021, which she would say shows she wasn't there at the Capitol area. Also, other documents to identify the make, model, serial number of the actual IMEI, so the kind of fingerprint number that cell phones have, your telephone number, your Apple ID, current location, what happened to the iPhone 7 with the photos and the videos that we asked for that were originally recorded. We also want documents sufficient to show how the file that was referenced in request 1 was moved from that device to the iPhone 12. Okay, so it's recorded on the 7, then they move it to the 12, including any iCloud backup or migration records that reflect that transfer, trying to seek the chain of custody for the alibi video. We also want any document, file, export folder, disk, USB, screenshot, or any other item provided to you or by you or on your behalf to the federal government on November 6th and November 12th. Videos, photos, and recordings from each interior or exterior camera at the residence that you shared with Daniel Dickert on January 5, 2021, including the camera that was aimed at Bella's crate, the front door camera, any exterior camera for the period between J5 at 3 p.m. through January 6 at 8 a.m., right? If she's in and out of that place, she's got a front door ring camera. She should be all over that. Should be a no-brainer. A release of that should exonerate her completely. If the footage no longer exists, then produce documents sufficient to identify the camera systems, the retention period, the cloud account, any deletion or retention action taken after November 1, 2025. Also, the communications between you and Daniel Dickert, the boyfriend, from 12 a.m. on J5 through 4:39 p.m. that day. Also, documents sufficient to identify every mobile SIM, eSIM, telephone number, Apple ID, email account, cell account, Apple Watch used by you from December 15th, 2020, all the way to January 8th, 2021. Documents also reflecting the raw badge swipe log and any document record that reflects the discrepancy between the 5:40 p.m. scheduled end and the 3:47 p.m. swipe out on January 5, 2021, including but not limited to an early release authorization, leave slip, overtime adjustment, supervisor note, schedule change, or payroll entry. And that's interesting. So I think maybe they're saying that she left early that day, right? You were supposed to finish your shift at 5:40. You left early at 3:47.
Now I can address this because this is information that I brought. So this is work from myself and my team related to this particular paragraph. So I'm not revealing anything right now from discovery because, again, the attorneys won't give me anything that is not yet public. But this is something that I brought to them. I told them that this is specifically what they needed to look for because of the work that we've done on Capitol Police CCTV cameras, specifically related to the times of arrival and departure of both Ms. Kirchhoff and Mr. Dickert coming to and from work on both January 5th and January 6th, things that we have seen. And that because of that, what we have seen, I have worked through my sources at Capitol Police, obviously trying to acquire this very information right now, but they can't access it without, giving themselves away. There's no way, the keystrokes alone would get them fired. But the bottom line is that every single door, every time that they go to work and they pass through Capitol Police HQ security, they have to swipe their badge, right? So there's a recorded swipe of that badge. Now, that was 5.5 years ago. So this is now archived. So even a higher ranking Capitol Police official would not be able to just sit at the a computer and access the the key card swipes from last week to make sure so and so troubled employee showed up on time or whatever. They were ditching their job or leaving early or taking too long a lunch break or something like that. So they could do that, but they're not going to be able to access the archived data without a higher clearance rating and probably some assistance to get that. So I know that this information exists, that it's archived, and that it can be acquired, but there's a swipe when they arrive, there's a swipe when they leave. And then internally, there's what they call their TNA swipe. I think it's interesting, it's TNA, but it's time and assignment. So it's like the old style, time cards. You go to work, you used to top an actual physical card into your time clock for when you leave and begin your tour of duty. So there is a similar electronic. So, for instance, they could arrive at Capitol Police headquarters 3 hours before their shift begins to just go to the gym and work, hang out, play cards in the locker room, whatever. They do that. But then when it's time for them to go to work, basically within 15 minutes of their assigned duty time, then they go and they do the TNA swipe. And so that then logs, okay, I am at work and on duty now. And then they reverse that. So there's at least 4 evidences of them moving around in their official capacity as Capitol Police officers. Every time they enter a building, exit, and then, of course, obviously, their TNA swipes when they begin their tour of duty and when they conclude. And then if their assignment is remote, like, for instance, in Daniel Dickert's case, Dickert liked working at one of the remote kiosks. So he typically had a long-term assignment at one of the Senate building's kiosks that monitors traffic coming in and out of the restricted, driveways into the buildings. He liked to work alone and by himself, and whereas Shawnee Kirkhoff was more personable and she liked being with the crowd and interacting, he's a loner. This is the known characteristics of the two individuals. And so because he works at a kiosk, he is getting an additional swipe every time he enters that kiosk.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think their argument is that
recorded movements.
Yeah. And so they're saying she left early, like, 2 hours early in order to go do something. And how can you account for her time if she was supposed to leave at 5:40? She left at 3:47. Did she go, do something that she shouldn't have been doing? So they're asking for.
We do see her on camera at one of the other facilities at around 5:30-ish on the evening of the 5th. We actually see her in a building which is across the street from DNC, but it's a building that also stores Capitol Police, like fencing, and they have offices, and I think they even may even have locker rooms in that building as well. So we do see her actually moving in a Capitol Police vehicle with some other Capitol Police officers from headquarters to this secondary location. And I think the last time that we actually see her on camera that day is around 5:40 p.m.
Interesting. Well, we'll see if they get these documents and she can explain it. But here they also want any Apple Watch or wearable device worn, paired, or controlled by any account, including model, serial number, pairing, anything controlled by her from December 15, 2020 to J8, 2021, all health data accounts, Apple IDs, and more. Same thing, any workout, heart rate, step count, stand hour, any other data synced for the device between J5 and J6 produced in native format with metadata intact. If it doesn't still exist, or if it's not still in your possession, or if it's been unpaired or anything, we'd like documents to identify what happened to it. Similarly, in point 9, the communications between you and the federal government, between you and Daniel Dickert from November 1, 25 through present, all about your polygraph, right? What were you guys saying to each other? All related to the J56 pipe bomb investigation, the photos and videos referenced in number 1, or any asserted alibi video, which is the Bella dog video. Also, finally, Identify the phone number for any device you used on J5 or 6. 21, provided to you by your employer, and identify the phone network of service. And so that's a lot. I mean, they're really going to go through that with a fine-tooth comb, provided the judge ultimately approves this. But you can see why the government didn't want the subpoenas to go out, and presumably are going to be filing a very aggressive response to this, saying, we object. We then have the other subpoena. So this one is going out to the boyfriend, Daniel Dickert, and we'll fast forward through a lot of the boilerplate language. They're asking for a more limited series of items. A lot of it will mirror what they've already asked from Shawnee. But again, photograph audio about the dog containing Shawnee Kirchhoff's voice, including but not limited to any video shown or described to the federal government. That's the alibi video. Same thing about telephone numbers. What device was this created on, including the iPhone 7, where the video was originally recorded, and any iPhone 12 that the video was transferred to. Same thing, any recordings at your residence, including the cameras directed at the front door or Bella's crate, any comms from you between Shawnee from 12 p.m. J5 to 4:39 on J5. Any comms between you and the federal government about the pipe bomb investigation, the video, the polygraph, or any interview between you or Shawnee Kirchhoff. And again, identify all of the phone numbers that you have used. And that is that one, very short. And then the last one is to the doctor, Michael Nuremberg, we see here. From him, this is what they're requesting. Instructions are going to be largely the same across the board with different definitions, but here's what they want. He runs a company called Friendly Foot Care, and we want all comms about any review, analysis, comparison, assessment, or opinion by your company about Shawnee Kirchhoff, her gait, her movement, her posture, her stride, her foot mechanics, body mechanics, invoices, payment records, working notes, measurements, worksheets, any draft or preliminary analysis, surveillance materials that you received, and in the form you received them, any email exchange between you and the government, all in native formats. And again, any other communications about any gait analysis, gait comparison, biomechanical assessment, movement analysis, similar evaluation performed, prepared, transmitted by you about the J6, J5 pipe bomb investigation, including but not limited to Brian Cole Jr. So did he analyze Shawnee Kirchhoff? Did he analyze Brian Cole? What does he think about both individuals' gait? All now being demanded to be turned over to the defense based on a request for subpoenas. So we'll see what happens there, but anything stand out in those requests? I know these are relatively new.
Yeah, a lot of things stand out that I have intimate familiarity with that I've been asked not to share. I'll give you the highlights. Now, as I mentioned before, there is a tremendous amount of information because I would say from the information flow and with the amount of discovery that there is, 700,000 pages initially described by the government were going to be turned over in discovery on the Brian. 700,000 pages. They still haven't even scratched the surface of that yet. The defense, and that's even though the defense has already been demanding a court. The defense is chomping at the bit. They want this. They want this trial. And that's how confident they are in what they've already seen. And while my knowledge base initially far exceeded theirs, as I mentioned earlier, their knowledge base is now overtaking mine, or certainly being supplemented with things that they can't share with me. But one of the things that I have given them is additional information through our sources about certain phone records that I was able to capture from both congressional committee sources and Capitol Police sources related to phone records. But not only that, but also from the FBI interviews of key and principal players in this case. And I was able to take this information to the attorneys relating to this mystery of the phone records. Because as we have said before, right after January 6th, and for 4.5+ years, almost 5 years, those phone records were gone and they were corrupted. despite the fact that the actual telecarriers were saying, no, we turned over, uncorrupted data to you. The FBI's lying to us about that. Then suddenly we name our case, and then suddenly, oh, yes, they're right. That's not corrupted.
Right.
Well, guess what? We know a lot more about those phone records and this is information, as I said, I've turned over to them, and it is killing me inside that they can't, because I mean, I cannot tell you since this has started how many times I've taken them a piece of information. They look at each other at the conference table or in the room where they're interviewing me, debriefing me. They'll look at each other and go, we can't say. And it's killing me. And I always tell them, you're killing me, man. And so the bottom line is that I know beyond any shadow of a doubt that they would not be demanding a court date as soon as possible, even without having this information yet, that they were not really confident that what I have not seen is exculpatory in Brian Cole's case and inculpatory in the other case.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to go to a trial. I cannot imagine that the prosecutors will offer him a plea deal that would be worth taking. I mean, they can't give him like a probation deal or something that would be worth taking in order to just get out of custody and close this thing down. He's the pipe bomber. He's the J6 pipe bomber, according to them. So why would they do that? Which means the only other alternative would be to offer him a bad plea deal, in which case, why would he take that? He would rather go to like you mentioned, a DC jury, which is going to be a very diverse jury based on the demographics of the district. And I think that with their case here, chipping away at all of the main elements of the prosecution's evidence, and then having a very clear alternative with a good theory behind it is going to make the government's case hard.
Well, I have heard twice the judge, I've heard this with my own ears. I've heard the judge ask the parties in court, has there been any discussion of a plea deal? Both parties, nope.
Yep.
No discussion whatsoever. So nobody's asking for one and nobody's offering one.
Right.
Now, having said that, even that is outside of the standard operating procedure of the DOJ. As you know, 95, 98% of all federal cases are pled out before trial.
Yeah.
And yet there's no even offer in this case. It's not because the prosecution is so, convinced of the, open and shut, conviction that they're going to get. It's because they know there's no sense in bringing this to the defense. The defense is not caving on this.
Right.
And, so this was the Hail Mary that they threw a couple of months ago, that the government threw in the courtroom when they put up the superseding indictment and brought in the two new charges of, a terrorism charge and a, weapons of mass destruction charge. Both would carry potential life sentences for one young Brian Cole. And the point of that was to scare the defendant and his family into taking some sort of plea deal. And you know what the response was in the courtroom that day after Brian Cole pled not guilty in his own voice before the judge to those two new superseding indictments? The defendant, the defense demanded a trial date, and the courtroom gasped. Prosecutors, judge, they were like, "What? We just tried to scare you into a plea deal." They're not going to win this case in front of a DC jury. And I think they have to figure out a way to politically get out of this. And I know that the civil rights attorneys that are working in parallel to the criminal defense attorneys on the Cole case have, they went through the whole process of seeking, a pardon through the January 6th process, saying that the January 6th pardons apply to this case. But obviously, Brian Cole, even if they did allow for that to be considered and even to happen, it wouldn't be a pardon. It would be a case dismissal, because it can't be a pardon if he hasn't been convicted and sentenced yet, which he hasn't. So it would have to be a case dismissal. And I think that it behooves this administration, and when I say this administration, I mean the Trump administration and their DOJ, and their FBI to figure out a political exit from this. I recommend and of course I know they're listening to, there are officials from CIA, FBI, and Claire Locke listen to this interview because they monitor, track, record, and put in court filings everything that I say. So it's all there. So we know they're listening. My recommendation to you is that you get the administration to walk up in front of the microphones and the cameras and say that it was elements of the deep state that lied to us about this case, and we are dropping. And I don't care if you pursue the Shani Kirkhoff case or not criminally. I don't care. Drop the case on Brian Cole Jr. Find a political exit strategy so that you don't walk away, completely embarrassed by this. You're not going to be able to avoid it in total, but that's what you have to do.
Yeah, an acquittal would be a very big political problem, I think, for them, because now if he's not the pipe bomber, the jury didn't believe it. Now they've got another open-ended case, and I think it's just going to accelerate the focus and the attention on the alternative theory rather than controlling the thing and kind of neutering it with a dismissal.
The alternative theory hasn't even begun to be cracked open yet. I mean, there's things that we haven't discussed here that I've discussed and that we've written about over the last several months. But there's so much more that even like I said, me and my team have looked at, have discovered, that we brought to now our attorneys and shared with them. That's going to be coming out. And then in our motion to dismiss, which is on the table right now, in fact, we have a hearing on September 2nd where we'll be arguing in court for dismissal of this case on First Amendment grounds. And I think that they have a very weak case themselves. And I will go so far as to just say this, knowing what I know on my own work that I've shared with the attorneys, not knowing a fraction of what they have learned on their own, other than what they have all disclosed in a couple of public filings, is all I know. But what I do know is that if that case is not dismissed, round 2 of the filings is going to embarrass the hell out of them.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly. It's going to open the door to a whole another angle, all civil, with a whole separate, different set of rules that will presumably, advance into discovery, and then you've got interrogatories and depositions and a lot of additional developments that can happen there that can then, transfer over to the criminal case. So it seems like the thing, from their perspective, this whole thing could start to fly out of control pretty quickly here. But so that's great news. So you got a motion to dismiss in, you've got looks like oral arguments on that coming up. And I did look through the motion to dismiss. It's all on the public docket. And from our perspective, the fact that they even sued you and your company, and the fact that you've been kind of hit so hard with other your prior employer and these other organizations feels a little bit strange, because you're doing journalism and you're actually following the demands of the government to help them identify who you think it is. And you've done that, I think, with a lot of due diligence, no malice at all. You've done, expert witness type of review. You've gone through a gate analysis. I mean, you've really connected a lot of dots here that you would imagine more journalists would be doing, not being sued for doing the very job that you're here to do.
Well, this is what makes their lawsuit very weak, is that the diligence that we did do. Now, of course, obviously in their complaint, they assert exactly the opposite. They say that we were reckless. They literally say in the complaint that Joe Hannum and I pulled this out of our ass. We made it up. We made it out of whole cloth. That's what they say. But the actual documented, verifiable paperwork track record is that the order and the timelines and how we handled this before publication was unprecedented. What we did, we didn't immediately run to, I didn't immediately run to my editors and say, here's the draft, you got to publish this right now. Long before the draft was ever even begun, we took it to the authorities as a potential public corruption issue. This is something you might want to look at.
Right.
Now, I didn't take it to the FBI because I knew not to. I already knew they were covering up aspects of this case. And so I didn't. I've also been through an issue with this FBI, not Ray's, but with this FBI on another public corruption case that I tried to alert them about in advance related to Congressman Corey Mills that they suppressed. So I already knew that they were not open to me bringing them evidence of public corruption.
Yeah, and so you did. I mean, you actually went through multiple validation steps before it was even published. And what you did publish was not just, kind of a random off-the-cuff blog post. It was a very deeply researched analytical piece that you followed up on. And it was so analytical and so sufficient that the FBI looked into this person and actually brought them in for a polygraph and sat them down. And that person failed the polygraph, which helps to validate your thesis here. So
I've never said this before, but since Ed Martin is pulling out of government now and going into he's leaving his position and he's doing something different. Not only did we go through channels inside the government, in the intelligence community, to have this looked at because we were dealing with a member of the intelligence community that we were investigating. And so I went through that process. And they did everything correctly. They did everything legally. They formulated the draft memo as an alert. They handled everything according to their mandate, and then that got leaked. Now, they didn't leak it. Odie and I did not leak it to the press. FBI or CIA leaked it to the press. That's on them.
Yeah.
And so what ended up happening is that in the final waning hours on Friday afternoon, November the 7th, I actually met with Ed Martin at his private office. We did not meet at the DOJ, but I met with Ed Martin at his office for roughly an hour. I showed him the entire case. He looked at it all, and this is what he did. He had another meeting to go to. He stood up. He was it's winter. He's putting on his overcoat. And he looks at me and he says, "You're going to get no help from the DOJ on this. None." He said, "Don't expect it. Don't imagine it. Don't fantasize about it. They are not your friends on this case." And with that, he went to his next meeting.
Yeah, I believe it. It's too much to unpack. It's much easier to just have a nice little present wrapped with a bow on it. This guy did it. Case closed. Let's move on to the next thing. Everybody can declare victory. And then there's no egg on the face of the government who was behind a lot of, really bad things in 2020 and 2021. All right. So a couple questions. Can you take a couple questions from the audience?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got a couple that came in. First of all, a comment came in from I'm P Picking Cute, says, "Thank God for people like Steve, who has more courage than some of our elected officials." True. When we start charging these corrupt people assorted with others who've been doing this for over a decade, we will then finally have justice. So a little comment there. Sharpie guy was asking that, or remembering that, don't forget that the hoodie waved to the police car as it passed by, right? It was either a stretch or a wave. We all remember that video.
Let me address that, because it's a significant moment in the Hoodie's journey around the RNC and DNC. Is as Hoodie was walking in front of the famous green awning of the Capitol Hill Club, and the Capitol Hill Club is a private club hangout for Republicans, and it's right next door to the RNC. Dinner club. That's what it is. I've actually had the opportunity to eat there 3 or 4 times, and as the hoodied bomber is walking towards the awning and just passing right in front of the entrance of the Capitol Hill Club, a marked Capitol police car rounds the corner right in front of Hoodie, and Hoodie stretches the arm out all the way out like this. Now, typically when you're waving at somebody, it's like this. If they're in a crowd and they're far away, you might do this to get their attention. But I am not so much convinced that it was a wave, but nobody worried about drawing attention to themselves is going to do that,
right,
in front of a cop car while you have a bomb in your bag.
Right.
This person, throughout the walk, the 45 minutes roughly that they're on foot around the RNC and the DNC, is confident, is never scared, is very clear about what they're doing, where they're going, what the job is, what the mission is. Turns around a couple times, like you mentioned earlier, makes a couple phone calls, talks into the watch a few times, checks the text messages the first time that Hoodie sits down at the DNC bench. First time Hoodie sits at the bench, does not place the bomb. It's almost like an audible has been called, because Hoodie then goes and attempts to plant the bomb at the the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. Then a couple of minutes later, actually goes back to the DNC and plants it there, where Hoodie had previously visited. All of this is documented on film or video. And so the interesting thing about that wave or whatever is there were other eyeballs in that area that we're looking at. There's a kiosk there as well. There's a Capitol Police kiosk right there, manned by 3 officers. And there's other things that are happening curiously around that building at the time, Capitol Police related, that we've been tracking for months on Capitol CCTV. And it may have been less of a wave and more of a signal, but even if it's completely innocent, a person carrying a bomb does not attract attention to themselves in that manner.
Right. This person felt very loose, felt like they were just kind of like not even concerned with the consequences, like it was officially sanctioned or something. And even, was kind of almost even had a little pep in the step as they're turning the corner with their little hip swing. We had another question from Marlene. She says, Mr. Baker, why would the perp wear highly identifiable sneakers while on this op? What is your theory of the shoes?
Oh, well, it's interesting that the shoes that were worn were a special edition, limited edition Nike shoe. I think they were $350, $400 pair of shoes. The Brian Cole's family said, no, Brian would never spend money on shoes. They said we have to buy shoes for him because he destroys his shoes. And she said, I started buying Crocs for him because he likes to walk on the outside of the heel of the shoe when he walks the streets many times a day. He walks miles a day and he destroys his shoes. So my mother started buying him Crocs. She said, there's no way Brian would spend $400 on a pair of shoes. These are athletic shoes. The bomber's very athletic gait with a little hitch in the step from an injury. Very identifiable, diagnosable movement of a person who has had a massive trauma to a right tibia, broken in half. And this is what brought my eyes to looking closer at my person of interest, number one. And I'm dancing around. I'm dancing. When I do this, I'm dancing in my head about what I can say, what I can't say. What I know is about the shoes. Yeah, I can say this. We've published this before. This particular 2018 Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoe came in multiple team colors. There's the New York Giants edition. There's the Miami Dolphins edition, blah, 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 blah. Well, this particular shoe is white, black, and gold. Coincidentally, the exact same colors of the professional soccer team that Ms. Kirchhoff played for in Columbus, Ohio.
Amazing coincidence. Isn't that fun?
Tons of similar coincidences in this case.
There are a lot of them. All right, that was great. Okay, so we got a couple more. One from Super Buff Shaft says, Rob, great work by you and Mr. Baker. Please ask him why, and you may not know this, why Glenn and the Blaze never covered the mass crimes exposed by the 21 Arizona state audit. Easy to see the J6 was the cover up to the election coup. Was the cover was to cover the election coup.
Well, I can't say that the Blaze never covered the Arizona State audit. I would be surprised if they didn't. But understand that my position at the Blaze only began 3 years ago. I was not around during the 2020 election at the Blaze, and then to say that they didn't cover it would be dismissing the work of dozens of other writers that work for the Blaze. Not only that, but all of their television shows as well. And I certainly cannot speak to all of the show hosts and what topics that they chose to cover from day to day. But by and large, between the programming at Blaze TV and the writers at the Blaze.com, I can't imagine that this was a story that was ignored, and certainly not purposely. It would not be something that would not be something that anybody would have an editorial dictum to avoid, because they covered election fraud and election corruption issues at large.
Yeah, there was a lot going on then, and that's a big organization. But yeah, I'm curious what specifically maybe was missed according to Super Buff Shaft. What maybe just not a super high priority on that one particular matter. But Arizona, Arizona got a lot of overlook, I would say. It was kind of
repression.
I can't speak to that. I mean, the only thing that because look, I had a very, very narrowly focused project. They brought me to the Blaze specifically because of my January 6th work. And while that took up, I would say at the time, 50% of what I was working on, then I would get assignments. And typically my assignments were almost always associated with the intelligence community, the Department of Defense, the areas that I'm more or less expert in and that I have the deepest resources and sources. And so, for instance, when the Butler assassination attempt happened, I got a call from my editor-in-chief, within 30 minutes, and he said, "Okay, drop everything you're working on. You're on this." And so I'd get assigned to that. And then fast forward to April of last year, 95. I was working on a directed energy weapons investigation, and I get a call from the editor-in-chief, and he said, "Okay, drop everything you're working on. I'm putting you on Corey Mills, the Florida congressman who just lost his primary election."
Right.
And so I spent the next 2 or 3 months exclusively traveling and working on that assignment. So at that, once I get a highly siloed, focused assignment like that, that's kind of my process. I become unaware of anything else that's happening in the country. I don't even know. That's just the way my brain works, and I become obsessed with that topic that I'm assigned. And so I couldn't tell you even at that moment what else the Blaze was covering or not covering.
Yeah, good question. Thank you, Super Buff, on that one. And we'll just take a couple more, and then we'll let you go. Steve, thank you for spending so much time with us today. Doan is asking, Steve, is it too late? Is it too soon to ask about civil litigation for a large financial settlement from the Biden administration? Well deserved for you. I think maybe more of a comment, but.
Obviously, as you know, there's been the thought that through the weaponization process that there would be some big, $1.5 billion payout to people that were subject to the weaponization of the Biden administration, and now that has gone away. And look, I don't think that that's ever going to happen. I'm not opposed to it, because regardless of how the money would be doled out, I might get some of it. I don't want to get taxpayer money, though. I mean, I don't want somebody who had no part in this whatsoever having money stolen out of this. Is my libertarianism. I don't want money stolen out of anybody's pocket and handed to me from a taxpayer. Now, on the other hand, the government does, in fact, regularly compensate people when they have been unjustly treated, and sometimes it can be in very, very high millions of dollars, and so that does happen. But I would think that if this president, if it was a big enough concern to him with his associations and with the billionaires that he can get to rally against the candidates that he disfavors and put their billions into campaign financing funds and super PACs and that sort of thing. If this was a big enough issue for him, he could raise $1.5 billion privately and establish this fund on his own without taxpayer money and not having to go through any type of congressional approval whatsoever. Private foundation could pick this up and take care of this. And he has the ability to do that if it was that big of a concern to him. So that's my comment on that.
Yeah, good answer. And I think John just had a good idea. You could also seize it from the places like the Southern Poverty Law Center, who got, $500 million in cash. And then we're manufacturing a lot of the extremism that led to a lot of the victimization of the J6ers. Spuds asked a question: why would someone who habitually wipes their phone want to wear an Apple Watch? Kind of pointing out perhaps a contradiction there between the two.
That's the characteristic of this type of person. He doesn't wear jewelry at all, none. Now, I've spent an hour in Brian Cole's bedroom. I've pilfered through his stuff. They've left his bedroom in the exact condition that the FBI left it in after they rifled through everything and disheveled and basically ransacked his room. The only thing that the family has done to his room since the FBI left it, they put the mattresses and the box spring back on his bed frame. The FBI didn't even do that. They didn't even return that's how. Yeah. Anyway, that's how they are. And so, otherwise, I've been through the room exactly as they left it. I've rifled through all of the paperwork on his desk. I've looked at everything. I've been in the closet. I've looked at all of his shoes. I've held every pair of shoes in his hands. Every pair of shoes he owns is a size 12, not a size 9 or a 9.5. And despite that intimacy and the knowledge that I have, of all of that's going on, one thing that is absolutely certain is he has no jewelry. He has no watches, never worn a watch, never owned a watch, never wore a ball cap, never owned a ball cap. And he's never owned a $400 pair of Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoes in the color of the Columbus Eagles semi-pro women's soccer team.
Sounds very believable to me. And they were not able to recover those things. They'll just say he tossed them. That's why he never had them. But a lot of these things just don't add up. And then one final one from Burton, B.A. Burton says, are they really this unconscious about easily identifiable items like shoes and so many other blatantly identifiable actions, et cetera? It's almost like they were on purpose. So maybe talking about, maybe doing laps, knowing they'd be on camera, maybe waving or stretching or whatever that was, maybe the shoes. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, they do, in fact, do things on purpose. And in fact, what the FBI told the congressional committee about the pipe bomber's shoe size, have you ever seen that in the congressional report, that the FBI informed them that the shoe size was between a 9 and a 13?
Okay.
So the FBI covered their ass.
Yeah.
Of course they lie about this stuff. We're talking about an agency with an $11 billion annual budget and better criminal forensic technology than anybody else on the planet Earth. And you're telling me that they left 4 sizes different for the pipe bomber, and I was able to narrow it down to 9 and a 9.5 with a ruler?
Right. Just walk outside like you did. Just go put it on the ground and go measure it. It's not that complicated. And your assessment was spot on. You have it all on video, and you have a very narrow range. And under their range and analysis, it could be anybody. It could be a female with a small foot. It could be a man with a big foot. Of course, making it all that much more difficult to actually pin it down.
Exactly. They're not that. Look, the first thing that you always do when you're talking about a government agency or a bureau or a department of any kind, and you're looking for a problem, possible corruption, possible even conspiracy, is the first thing that you always have to do is you have to default to incompetence, first of all. You have to go there first. And I always, as a general rule, default to incompetence. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're not that smart. They're just not. And so there's a tremendous amount of incompetence in this case. But then once the incompetence has revealed itself, then the cover up has begun, because one of those issues, not only do we have the issue of the missing and corrupted, phone data, but just go back to the DNC cameras alone. The DNC cameras alone are a big problem, because, as has been pointed out by many more people other than just myself, but other investigators that have spent a lot of time on this, you've got to be frickin' kidding me if the FBI wants us to believe that the DNC cameras that recorded the placement of the bomb at the DNC are only 1.2 frames per second.
Ridiculous.
You can't buy those cameras any longer in a pawn shop that's had them for 40 years.
Right.
You can't get it. We're talking about the actual facility where the Watergate break-in took place. We're talking about we're talking about the DNC, not the facility, but the DNC. They're not going to have lax security, and they have 24-hour security on the other side of the building, by the way. But manned, law enforcement. And so the one thing that did not happen is that the DNC did not have 1.2 frames per second cameras. The second thing that did not happen is that the FBI did not only get the footage from 7 o'clock to midnight, because other stuff happened during the night there, and other stuff happened right up until 1:05 p.m. just off camera, because the Secret Service vehicles are parked in the driveway in front of the parking garage, because Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is inside that building, and Capitol Police plainclothes officer, counter surveillance officer, walks over to the Secret Service vehicles, notifies them that there's a bomb 10 feet from you right here. And they spent 2.5 minutes sitting in the cab of those cars finishing their sandwiches, their lunch, that had just been delivered to them by another cop car. That's all on video as well. So rather than, diving out of the cab of those vehicles and immediately cordon-offing the area and following the protocols and the standard operating procedures of their training, they finished their sandwiches. Whereas the bomb discovery was just a slight camera angle away, off of camera. And for some reason, the two cameras that recorded the pipe bomb being dropped, that footage is not available for when the pipe bomb is discovered. Bullshit.
Perfect. Yep. Interesting how that always seems to happen.
Yeah.
Well, awesome, Steve. So I want to share a meme with you that one of our amazing community meme smiths, as we call her, made. and then while we're looking at this baby, that's you, Captain Truth Seeker, in the house. And why don't you tell people about your new operation, Veritas Regnat? Is that how I say it? And what you're up to and where people can find you?
Okay, so immediately after leaving the blaze, Joe Hanneman and myself, we put together a new company, and it's an actual company that was formed just so we would have an alternate place to publish what we were doing. It was meant as a placeholder. And interestingly, the Kirchhoff and her attorneys have found it in their infinite wisdom to sue a company that didn't even exist.
I noticed
when
that
the story came out. So this company was launched immediately after our leaving the blaze. I left the blaze on April 1st. He left 2 days later, and we launched the company. It was meant as a placeholder until something else that we were working on had developed. Well, that other thing is now coming to fruition. I can't talk about it publicly yet, but so we're going to be shuttering the new company because we don't need it anymore. But we needed a place to legally receive funds and pay taxes and withholding, and we did. That's how we handled it. And so that is going to be shuttered shortly. We're just kind of leaving it static right now and phasing that out. And then we'll be announcing the other thing here very shortly. But that's what that is. So I would not, in terms of tracking me, if you're looking for, if your followers, readers, listeners are looking for a place to just follow me on X for the time being. I do everything to X first, and then I go to the other social media platforms from there. So everything that I do is going to come first on X or be linked out of X. So Steve Baker USA, that's my handle there, and that's also my handle on a couple of other social media platforms as well.
Amazing. And I would encourage people to absolutely follow you, but then also to subscribe to you. I just subscribed over there on X so that I can get kind of the behind the scenes thoughts of Steve Baker and what's cooking next. So, and it's also a great way to support you. I think it's important to do that. We've got fewer and fewer actual journalists who will look into hard cases and get calls from maybe the FBI director to say, stop doing what you're doing. You're one of those guys with the courage to do it. And so we really appreciate all the time here today. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot more to come on this thing. We got, a trial. You've got your defamation case. And I think a lot more evidence will be revealed. And so we appreciate you sitting down with us and explaining everything. I know a lot of people in the chat were.
And I want to thank your meme maker. I want to thank your meme maker there, because I didn't get a chance to comment on it, but I loved it. And thanks for, you gave me a little bit more of a square jaw. I like that. I have muscles, and that's important. Maybe I'll reach out. Maybe I can get the contact information, and I'll reach out when we're firing up. See, I'm a musician as well. And so I'm actually re-engaging with one of my bands again. So I'll be talking about that in the background on my, subscribers only on X as well. And so maybe I'll have them, your meme maker, do make us some images for the new band.
She'd love to do that. Her name's Heidi. She's at HeidiProductions.com. Little plug for her there. And she's awesome. She does, she's really been a fun part of our community and an amazing person. So I'll send it over to you as well. But my friends, of course, make sure you're following Steve out there, because this case is going to continue on, and we'll keep our eye on it. And then, Steve, hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Robert, I loved it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and your work that you're doing.
Likewise. Yeah, we're very grateful for what you're doing, and we'll see you out there. All right, everybody, that was Steve Baker. And as one final encouragement, go give him a follow on X. His account is at Steve Baker USA, because he loves America and the truth. And so we've got a lot more to unpack together, of course, with the pending litigation in both matters. We're going to keep our eye on that. We appreciate you joining us for this extended edition. I thought we learned a lot of good things here, got some behind the scenes insight. We, of course, read the documents here, go through a lot of the case filings and what's happening in litigation, but to see and to spend time with the man who was responsible for initiating a lot of it was a real treat. So once again, Steve Baker, USA on X, and thank you for joining us on this lovely Saturday. We've got a couple other comments that I wanted to hit, and then we'll wrap on the day, my friends. Who else was joining us? We had some other...
will or agency. I prefer the word agency, that I have encountered many times, that always was very interested in giving me a gift. And that gift was not a thing, was a way of seeing, was a realization. And it's very difficult to get a human to achieve that realization. To do that, you have to undergo a benign form of deception, because what prevents you from seeing it is yourself. And once that happens, then you see the thing, and it starts as a spherical object with glowing lights. But if you can actually see it, it's not an object. It's thought, it's emotion, it's you and other, it's self and world, it's the panacea, the template, the pattern underlying everything. It is everything. No, even if you say it's a form of illusion, so there is a sense in which you could say everything is an illusion. But if it is so, it's as real an illusion as this.
Welcome back to the transmission, my friends. What if this physical world that we see, that we experience with our senses, as all-encompassing as it is to our daily lives, is not the true reality? And to that prospect, I'd venture a guess that most of you are like, yeah, Michael, I've been given physical reality the side eye since I was rocking pull-ups since the first time I ate applesauce. It's not a new idea to me. And I agree, but there's a big difference between ontological speculation and the scientific and academic consensus. And the latter really do seem to be coming around to this idea. And of course, there's a lot of nuance to what that means that I'm not exercising by making that statement. But regardless, it does beg a lot of questions. What's beneath that sensory illusion? Why do we experience the world in that way? What is lurking behind it? Are there other beings, other consciousnesses? Well, according to the brilliant Bernardo Kastrup, the bottom line is consciousness. This is what he is proposing with his philosophy. But again, many of you know this. And for those of you that do, one of the things I love about being able to
World Development Report, a World Bank Group flagship report. Public disclosure authorized. Mind, society, and behavior. Spicy. Can I just make a prediction? USAID has a division called Social and Behavioral Change. It's not a full bureau. I think it's within DRG, the Democracy, Rights, and Governance. Yes, social and behavior change. Social and behavior change. This is the kind of the equivalent of like digital MK Ultra type stuff that I talked about a lot in the censorship industrial complex. I mean, all MK Ultra was, I don't want to say all, but I mean, the stuff that gets a lot of loud megaphone amplification is the stuff like psyoping a particular individual to become an assassin and using drug-induced, LSD-induced pain and trauma training to get them to believe something radical and take part in a radical movement or carry out some act of primitive violence. But a lot of it was just on social and behavioral change, how to get someone on side, how to get someone to pursue a thing that you want them to pursue, which is classically hearts and minds work, soft power. It is bread and butter. Every soft power institution has social and behavior change as a linchpin core of the operation. If we want someone to vote for a particular candidate or against a particular candidate in a foreign country, we need to get their hearts and minds to believe something. We need to induce some social or behavioral change. And so a lot of inputs go into it to produce the outputs we want. Those inputs include things like funding the media organizations, funding the various legal advocacy institutions, paying off heads of local labor groups and workers groups, humanitarian NGOs and human rights NGOs, various forms of digital censorship to stop the spread of infodemics associated with the wrong behaviors. Yes, USAID's social and behavior change apparatus is the agency's institutional capacity for using behavior science communications, social norm interventions, community mobilization, and related techniques to change what populations actually do. So like, for example, vaccine hesitancy. You're exhibiting the behavior of being hesitant about getting a vaccine. How do we remove their hesitancy so that they unhesitatingly take whatever expired Pfizer vaccines we're shipping through Gavi to some godforsaken country. Or it could be the scourge of populism, right-wing populism. What kind of social and behavior changes can we induce? And if you think about what the World Bank is, I believe the World Bank is the world's largest lender. Is that right? World's largest lender? Give me a 101 on that. Why did I hear that before? Yes, the World Bank is routinely described as the world's largest multilateral development lender bank. Not literally the largest lender, it's the largest development bank. Its main lending arm, the IBRD, is the largest multilateral development bank in the world. The World Bank was created at Bretton Woods in 1944, before World War II was even over. The Allies came together, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, came together our new monetary system for when we come out of this World War. This is like one of the central crux institutions associated with the rules-based international order and the like. Think of it as a government-owned global development bank. Countries are its shareholders. It raises enormous amounts of money in financial markets and lends that money to governments for development projects and policy programs. And a lot of countries in the world depend on the World Bank for their financial solvency. That is, they would go bankrupt without their next World Bank or IMF loan disbursement. And so because of that, they have to do what the World Bank tells them to do. I always think of it like that scene in Game of Thrones, Iron Bank.
Please, sit. How much wheat and barley and beef and pork do you produce on Dragonstone to feed your 4,000 ships?
More than any man living.
We're going to build up to this, and this is just the slow burn kind of start of it. It's going to be a little bit of a long and winding road, but what we're going to see is this fusion of these World Bank-sponsored music festivals and the participation of the most fuck the system, man, hardcore, rapping-ass rappers sort of folded in line with the World Bank, sort of became instruments of statecraft for initiatives pushed by the World Bank. And when I think World Bank, I think economic soft power, and I think about how basically debt dependency by various stakeholders and governments forces countries and governments and movements to put a cap on their own sovereignty, as they absolutely must have enough money to be solvent. And so therefore, no matter what they want to do with their government, they have to do what the World Bank says first in order to make sure they have enough money to do what they want to do. So if the World Bank imposes preconditions on receiving disbursements of their loans, they have to do what the World Bank says. So if the World Bank tells you to trans your kids, or the World Bank tells you to stop using hydrocarbons, stop using oil and gas, if the World Bank tells you you need media literacy programming, well, you need that money. So it's negotiations with the World Bank are a different thing than bilateral negotiations with a independent third-party country. China and India want to do a deal. Each has leverage in terms of what they want or don't want, but at the end of the day, they can kind of walk away from each other. You can't walk away when you need the money to survive. And what you see is the best aspirations of aspiring politicians with the promises that they make to their constituents are often capped by what the actual state of the books of the country are. Does that make sense? So there's some scenes in Game of Thrones with this where you see that dependency on empires to borrow money or to repay debts that impacts their ability to conduct military operations, or to pay their police officers to quell a coup. So I'm just going over this note. Let's just take a little bit of time, then we'll get to the document Spiral did, and then we'll get into the OTI music industry, and then we'll circle back to the intersection between the World Bank and the music industry, just because it's fun. Okay, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IBRD, loans mostly to middle-income and credit-worthy countries like Brazil, India, Indonesia, Turkey, Argentina. And the International Development Association is for the super poor countries. Now, what's interesting here is it lists Brazil as the first one. And I don't know if that's because Brazil is the largest debtor. Let's see. Why would Brazil be first and Argentina last? Argentina is the largest debtor to the IMF, who are the top 10 biggest debtors to the World Bank and IMF, respectively. My understanding, the primary difference between the World Bank and IMF is like IMF is more short-term and World Bank's more long-term, but they're both sort of one conjoined institution. And I always give the example of John F. Kennedy's Pentagon chief became the World Bank chief, kind of the ultimate blobster to bankster story, Robert McNamara. Yeah, he was Secretary of Defense, head of the Pentagon from 61 to 68, and then became president of the World Bank in 81, 10 years later. I think very much of it as being a military, a hard power, soft power, as a sort of connected. You know, one of the first things that we do to rattlesnake a geopolitical adversary is to cut off their sources of funding, cut off their sources of lending. I want to see where Brazil ranks, because one of the things that has been this big question, why did the first Trump administration, unbeknownst to the first Trump administration, oust Bolsonaro from Brazil? The Trump White House loved Bolsonaro, but the Trump State Department and the Trump USAID ran a 4-year operation to get Bolsonaro out. How do you explain those things? Bolsonaro, Trump. This was the big bromance, the Trump of the tropics, they called Bolsonaro. So while they had this big bromance, why were effectively large, powerful, influential cells at the State Department and USAID funding tens of millions of dollars to get this guy out, even though their boss, POTUS, wanted him in? Well, there are a couple of reasons. But you understand why Democrats didn't want this guy, right? Democrats said he's Trump-aligned. He's therefore a fascist. He doesn't like gay people. He's far right. You understand why Democrats would want him out. And no doubt, the Democrats did ratchet it up, the ops against Bolsonaro. Again, Bolsonaro came into office in October 2018 and then lost the election to the left-wing Lula in October 2022. So you had 2 years of Trump and then 2 years of Biden, comprising Bolsonaro's 4 years in office. But the story of the operation against Bolsonaro did not start in 2021 when Biden came into office. Just like the story of the censorship industrial complex did not start in 2021. We were all censored during COVID-19, which, if you check your calendar, was during the first Trump administration. We were all censored in 2018, talking about the border wall, or talking about immigration policy, or talking about crime statistics. Trump supporters were censored under that. And it was the first Trump government doling out those grants. Now, again, Trump was just kind of learning the ropes back then, I think, of how the bureaucracy worked, the inner circle, the sort of newly ascended sort of MAGA insiders just got their hands on government for the first time, trying to figure out how to fly a jet engine, asking ChatGPT while the plane is going down. They're like playing the hardest level of flight simulator, having just gotten their driver's license and never having flown a plane. And so the system was running laps around them. The FBI sicked a special prosecutor under them. You had a Republican Congress that was all neocon. You had concessions that had to be made to them. And you had these agencies who just simply didn't tell the White House, didn't tell the National Security Council what they were doing. They were running their own independent foreign policy. But it wasn't just the Obama holdovers and careers doing it. There were certain institutional forces that wanted Bolsonaro out for financial reasons. Now, some of it had to do with the huge climate finance capability. You know, Brazil sits on the Amazon and is, I think, under Lula, announced this $1.3 trillion climate finance program, which basically juices every hedge fund invested in green energy. But you also had a large conflict between Bolsonaro and the IMF. In December 2021, the government of Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro entered a public conflict with the IMF, resulting in Brazil dismissing the IMF's representative in Brasilia. So this is the World Bank's identical twin, short-term finance identical twin. Brazil sacks IMF office, cut diplomatic ties with the IMF. So you're going to have a lot of banking interests who are pissed. This is one of the reasons, this is one of the things I used to talk about with Milei, and I know Elon and I have slightly different opinions about that. And look, I generally like Milei. Seems like in some sense, a breath of fresh air, but I'm not naive about it. If you remember, I did this spot the op. You're falling for an IMF world banker trap if you think Milei is shutting down Argentina's central bank is based. Remember, we did like 3 streams on this, where I was making the argument, although I love capitalism and abhor socialism, communism, cautious optimism is perhaps more appropriate than unfettered fanboydom until the results are seen, because there's another reason that the austerity in Argentina may be happening, which is that Argentina is the world's largest debtor to the IMF. And one of the things that the IMF and World Bank impose on countries is austerity, cuts to social benefits and cuts to public expenditures so that those funds can pay back the IMF and the World Bank. And this is, I suppose, the liberty of a financial institution to do, to impose its terms because it needs its money back, but it's a complicated portrait. You could be saying that you're doing this because, yay, capitalism, but you're not doing it to promote capitalism. You're doing it because bankers have told you that you owe them money, so stop paying for programs for your own people, cut those programs, and pay us. So that money doesn't go back to the people, it goes back to the banks because of a back channel conversation between the banks and the candidate running for office. And that microcosm is a macrocosm of all kind of political opposition development work on every policy issue. But on the money issue, it's just very, very clear. You owe this money. Your government owes this. Your country owes this money. You want to run this country? Do you want all of the NGOs that are financed through our financial web to back you? Or do you want them to back your opponent? What will you do for our banking interests? And so you dog and pony show for the bankers. I mean, this is what Biden did before he ran for office. He had to get the seal of approval from Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock. If you guys remember, in 2019, before he announced his candidacy, when he was hemming and hawing, and then he finally met with BlackRock, they said, we'll support you. He goes, okay, all right, I'll run for president. You don't think BlackRock laid out a couple asks? This is a big thing. USAID loves this. When they do donor coordination to get all the big private philanthropies to contribute, they'll have a section in every BCL, every one of these clearance memos. What are our asks to them? What are we asking them to do? Put up money, promote this policy, promote this opposition movement. Now, getting back to this. Okay, top 10 largest debtors to the World Bank. Okay, so Brazil is number 8. So it owes a lot of money. Yeah, and Argentina owes the most money to the IMF. You'll note also, all of these countries are places where we were running ops. India, the DNC side of the blob, was running all sorts of ops to get India, to get Modi out of office. Just curious, could there be an opposition candidate who promises to pay more money to the World Bank? Could that be part of the destabilization? Remember the Greta Thunberg farmers' protests? PR firm notes that were posted stupidly on Twitter, just uploaded like the whole Google document of those India farmer protests from like 2021. Google Jigsaw descends on India to get misinformation censored. The 35,000 Hindu accounts that were censored by like the Stanford Internet Observatory and CISA in the Twitter files and the Atlantic Council. All right. I said, write me a primer on how the World Bank exerts economic soft power. Give me 3 vivid historical examples of this. How the World Bank exerts economic soft power. The World Bank is best understood not simply as a bank that finances dams, roads, schools, and power plants, but as one of the world's most important transmitters of economic policy ideas and institutional models. I remember this. I don't have the screenshot on Big Mama, but I've got it on one of my other computers. I remember going to the IMF YouTube channel. I'm sure I could use Gemini or something to sweep for this, but like IMF, they have an official YouTube channel, and I think the video was called like Foreign Policy. There was this IMF video where I listened to them talk about how they were proposing that basically countries should not be able to vote on their own foreign policy. That like, what can the IMF do to push a new kind of democratic norm that populations can vote to change things in terms of their own country's domestic policy, but people should not be able to vote on, and heads of state should not be able to change their country's foreign policy. And they were doing this in conjunction with this idea of austerity in promoting cuts to public spending to pay back the IMF. It was like, how can we make the idea of not being able to vote your way around what we want a precondition to lending out money to us? How can we close the bear trap around the legs of every country? And that left a pretty deep imprint on me. It's going to take me too long, I think, to find it. But all right. Its influence, the World Bank's influence, comes from an unusual combination of 3 things. Money, expertise, and legitimacy. I don't know if I agree with that. Definitely the money. I don't know about expertise. I think it's just the NGO plex around it. A developing country's finance minister may need World Bank financing, but the relationship frequently goes considerably beyond receiving a loan. World Bank economists may diagnose the country's problems, recommend reforms, fund consultants who help design these reforms, and then finance the government while it implements them, while measuring whether the reforms are working, and then publish indicators that tell investors and other governments how the country is performing. Okay, now this is the secret sauce in here. So you need money. You really, really do. You need that money. And they're not like JP Morgan Chase, who's like, well, are you credit worthy? Yes or no? They go, you need our money? Well, we don't know if you are credit worthy or not. You're a middle income country. You already got some debt. You're a very low income country. We would give you money if you change yourself. Change yourself for me. Reform thyself. You want the funds? You got to go through reforms. And who doesn't love reforms? Ain't we all reforming every day? How bad could a reform be? So you need the money. And instead of saying, well, listen, you have a credit rating of 750. You have a credit rating of 650. Get your FICO score up to 800 and we'll give you the loan. No. What the World Bank will do is they'll say, oh, you need money, do you? You really, really do. You need that money. What they'll do is they will then go into a huddle with all of their banker friends, team of bankers. They'll go into a conference room. They'll go into their NATO style, how I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb style thing. And it'll be all bankers in here. And at the table will be heads of major commercial banks, hedge funds, private equity funds, alternative asset funds, big swinging dick Forex speculators, and they'll go, Brazil needs money. Just spoke with the finance minister. They need $10 billion. And banker A, sitting at this, dude walks in the room. Yo, what up, guys? Yeah, and they're like, yo, World Bank president showed up. We're back again, boys. Brazil needs that money. What reforms do you want me to put them through to maximize your investments at Apollo, your investments at Bridgewater, your investments at BlackRock, your investments at Cerberus? Just the list goes on. And he goes, well, Brazil, I have a $5 billion investment in ethanol-based fuels that can replace diesel, but my investment is only doing that. If you put them through a clean energy reform that imposes a mandate to buy my ethanol-based fuel rather than diesel so that all the truckers buy my shit instead of my market competitors, I will make a shit ton of money. If you put them through an energy reform, this guy will say, we've just started a new microfinancing department. We're trying to scale it up. Brazil's got 220 million people. A lot of them are low income with very few current bank services. If you force banks in Brazil to loan to uncreditworthy low income people with no credit history as part of a access to banking for poor and indigenous populations, then our new division here at BlackRock or here at whatever bank, name it, will capture that market and we'll make billions of dollars. So put them through like a capital access reform. And this one will say, well, listen, we're long on publishing services. We're invested in the education space. We're Pearson. We do all the textbooks and curriculum. If you have them go through educational reforms, then that opens up a whole new market for all our shit. So the World Bank then goes back to the finance minister, goes into the other boardroom and goes, so you say you need those $10 billion, right? This is our World Bank president for the moment. And let's just call this Brazil's finance minister. Well, if you want our $10 billion, we're not just going to ask for $10 billion worth of collateral, i.e., if you don't repay us, we take your shit. We take your infrastructure. We take control of your ports. And they go, in addition to the collateral, because this is how a normal loan works. Okay, you have a not great credit rating. We don't trust you to repay. The worse your credit history, the more you got to put up in collateral, the more we got to be able to seize if there's not payment. But they say, listen, I don't know, your currency could drop like a stone and that collateral could become worth a lot less than it is today. If you want us to put up the investment, you need to go through these reforms. And what you will hear in the media is that these are democratic reforms. No, to get this 10 billion, you got to trans your kids, stop using oil or coal. You got to empower these like weird indigenous groups and give them autonomous zones in the Amazon. And the official answer looks like pure shitlibbery. And you go, well, I guess that's what they think democracy is. But no, actually what it really is, this is just donor, dealer, drafter class investment sweeteners. It is just molding the cookie into the shape where it can be eaten. Does that make sense? This is very similar to what we talked about in Venezuela with the rule of law and making it investable. And what we talked about with Iran, making it investable. What we talked about in Iraq, making it investable. And part of this is because it is a funny thing if you think about loans loans. I'll tell you a funny story. I used to be a private equity and hedge fund. The practice was technically called private investment funds. And it was hedge funds and private equity funds and alternative asset funds. Big, big players for a big New York City law firm. And these loan agreements are like huge multi-hundred page agreements. And I remember, I'm sitting there in my mid-20s and I'm looking at the revolving credit facility for movie companies. I did a little bit of movie finance, just as an example. And I got thrown on this deal because the firm had a pretty big entertainment division, but I'd been doing just private fund stuff, but I was kind of new. I was green to movie finance and how it all works. And I remember as a junior associate, I'm in the due diligence room, which is the Library of Alexandria. It's kind of like what I'm doing right now with the USAID files, except it's just about the debtor. The creditor's lawyers just reviews everything about the debtor. Its real estate holdings, its employment contracts, its corporate structure, all of its contracts and licenses and government permits. And do they all check out? Do they meet EPA standards? What's the expected liability of their current employment discrimination lawsuits and all this stuff? Because all of this is going to get folded into effectively the loan conditions, the interest and rate of return and all that stuff. And I remember coming across the template actor agreements. It was like a bunch of celebrity, because this was a movie deal here in this diligence room. And it was a bunch of template and model contracts with famous movie actors. And they all had these reputation clauses that the person is not allowed, if you're Tom Cruise and your public image changes radically in a way that makes the public hate you, you take like a strong position on a political issue that might cause the public to see you in a materially different light than it currently does. The actors are not allowed to do that. It's in their contract. They all had this reputation clause where I forget if it triggers a different payment waterfall or if it's like a straight breach of contract, but effectively the way it works is the actors have to cryogenically freeze the public image of them, or else it's either like a breach of contract or they are put on a track where they just make way less money because of it. They're not free to say whatever they want to say in front of a camera without it having hard material contractual implications for their career. Not like hypothetical, hey, maybe I'll get less likely to be booked for this kind of role, or hey, maybe The View won't want to have me on. No, it's like the contracts I've already signed that I signed like 4 years ago preclude me from telling you my opinion about this matter unless it is exactly what the counterparty to that contract I signed wants me to say. And I remember seeing that and being like, oh, well, that explains everything, That's why they all are these cookie cutter actors, Maybe they are not all one cookie cutter monolith of opinion, but they're just contractually obligated to form one unitron voice. But it puzzled me. Like I understood financially why that would be imposed, but I didn't understand really the economics of the movie industry that would get that clause to be so normalized. Then I started getting deeper into the lending world because we, the law firm, represented the lender to these movie production houses. And as it turns out, movies are a risky business. Unlike a barrel of oil, movies are not a commodity product, and it is super fucking hard to predict how much money your movie will make. This is one of the reasons predictable blockbuster series, for the past 15 years of my life, there have been more sequels than original movies, it seems. If one movie is good, they'll make 12 of them. Well, there's obvious reasons for that have to do with just if it worked before, it'll work again. But there's another reason having to do with lending, which is that lenders, if you want to get that movie made, lenders will give you a better rate. They'll charge less interest. They'll impose fewer terms if they are more certain that that money will be repaid. If you're a brand new director, it's your first movie, if it is not Marvel or Superman or Batman or Spider-Man, if it's a concept film, what's like a recent example, Obsession, then it's really fucking hard to raise money for it without 20% interest and your pet pigeon is put up as collateral. Your left foot is put up as collateral. If you can't repay, they own your life. They take your firstborn son. And everything runs on debt. Borrowing money, if you think that if you borrow $1 million, you'll make $2 million, then it's better to borrow $1 million than it is to put it in treasury bills and earn 1% and end up a year later with $1,001,000 rather than $2 million if you just borrowed $1 million and then paid it back or whatever, right? And all of your competitors in the industry are borrowing money to make bigger and better shit. So you need to get in the borrowing game if you want to compete with the market. So what that does is that makes what you do not what you want to do as a movie house, but what you need to do in order to qualify for the loan to be able to build out big shit. And so you can, but in this case, the idea here is just coming back to our other image, the way this is justified versus the way it actually works are very different things. Here you have in the back room, this lady, because this is what a World Bank president does. And it's very similar to what USAID does. And they're kind of one conjoined beast, or at least economic soft power is one aspect of what USAID does, whereas World Bank is kind of a pure play economic soft power. But what happens is this World Bank president will walk in here and all of the bankers will draft, donor, drafter, dealster class. They will draft off of the reforms that the banker imposes on the prime minister or the finance minister. And you will see 2 PR campaigns run to justify this shakedown, which is that, well, brand safety, democratic norms, the investors won't invest in your country unless you trans your kids. So we don't trust you to pay back the loan. We can't be sure that the collateral will maintain its value. So we're putting you through these reforms both because it's the right thing to do. Don't you know it's a democratic reform? But we also want to make sure that your country is investable, that these guys I just talked to who want to make money off of your country's policies will actually invest money into making more money off of work around your country. So they're sort of getting it at both ends. Does that make sense? The World Bank is not an island. The World Bank sits in this island of bankers who all have a seat at the table, whether formally or informally, whether as revolving door, they're in, they're out, they go back and forth. One week I'm at BlackRock, 1 week I'm at World Bank, 1 week I'm a consultant while I'm also working this other thing. I'm on the advisory board. And where do you think the World Bank president is going to go? If he does a good job to make money for them, he'll make a shit ton of money with these people when they repay the favor in kind. But you are making the country investable. You're making it, you're opening its butthole. Democratic backsliding, if you remember, the whole point was we're opening you up so that the donor, dealster, drafter class can come in, shove a drill through it, extract, and take all your shit. And it has nothing to do with democracy. And it's got nothing to do with international best practices. It has to do with making money for the people in this room. And this is also why you have this, for democratic backsliding, this is how you have the Open Society Foundation and this open society concept so closely associated with the hedge funds. The Open Society Foundation to stop democratic backsliding. Who's it run by? One of the world's biggest hedge fund managers, George Soros. It's the same thing with all these foundations. It's all hedge funds and private equity funds and Forex speculators. The reforms they push for are to profit the portfolio companies or the investments they already have so that they yield a lot more money. And they use economic dependencies of foreign countries or governments in order to force those reforms through. All right. So this is like a long hour prelude to this thing here, which is on Mind, Society, and Behavior at the World Bank, 2015. So basically, this, I imagine, is going to be a 237-page USAID-style social behavior change about how to basically get populations to agree to do what the World Bank wants it to do to make it more investable for the financial stakeholders investing in the development of the country. Let's see. Overview. Human decision-making and development policy. 3 principles of human decision-making. Psychological and social perspectives on policy. Yeah, again, this is how to get people to support reforms. How do we get a population to support the reforms that we're imposing on that population's elected finance minister? Because if the finance minister says, okay, I'll do it, but then everybody riots in the street because they're like, what? Why are you transing our kids? Why are you saying we can't use gasoline? Why did you create a racial autonomous zone for indigenous people in this already semi-Balkanized ethnic enclave of our country. And if the people revolt and kick that person out and put in a populist or destabilize the country because of it, then the finance minister can't go through with the reforms, i.e. can't make money for the donor, drafter, dealster class in the back room. So how do we get the people on board? If you remember, probably the cleanest analogy to this is that Minerva Initiative grant that we went over, which gets back to this connection between the World Bank and the Pentagon. I did this thread a couple years ago. Here's a thread on the War Department's Psychological Operations Social Science Research Program, the Minerva Initiative, and its connection to the censorship industry. A lot of people may look at the following social science research grants and wonder, what the heck is the U.S. Department of War doing funding all of this? It's odd enough that the government is spending tax dollars, but why the Pentagon specifically? Weaponized conspiracies. How to stop conspiracy theories. The social construction of martyrdom. And I'll post this thread for people who want to see. Why is my bank gay? John Tory says. The cognitive side of counterinsurgency. Infodemic, all this stuff. Climate change and alternative governance. Why is the PSYOP Research Center of the Pentagon funding climate change and alternative governance psychological manipulation methods? Awarded in 2022 under Biden. Remember, climate finance is one of the biggest financial fields for DNC megadonors. George Soros, Bill Gates, Tom Steyer, they're all hugely overinvested in the climate finance side. This project answers key questions about how different actors contribute to or impede climate governance, our control over a government's energy policies, and how different actors in a society compete or cooperate as governors, and how these connections impact actors' legitimacy and authority, and how civilians interact with them and attribute responsibility, negatively or positively, to climate hazard management. The Pentagon, which, if you remember, in our Milton Friedman series, he said, keep the Department of Energy, but fold it under the Pentagon, because the Pentagon is how we procure our energy resources. You wonder why Gary Kasparov was getting Milton Friedman awards from the National Endowment for Democracy.
Department of Education.
Abolish.
Gone. Energy.
Abolish.
How?
Except that energy ties in with the military.
Well, then we shove it under defense.
So first he says, abolish the Department of Energy. DJ, play that back.
Abolish.
Department of Education.
Abolish.
Gone. Energy.
Abolish.
So first he says, abolish. And then he goes, oh shit, but all of the oil companies who love my work and who I slosh through their whole network, we've been mutually reinforcing each other for 30 years. They need the Department of War to secure their markets. Exxon has no market if there's no U.S. military securing their oil fields and imposing its will on foreign countries so that ExxonMobil gets access to their oil reserves. So actually, I said abolish because I'm libertarian, but actually, we do need that. But it's really a military thing, the Department of Energy. So tuck it under, keep it, but make it a sub-agency of our Department of War.
How? Except that energy ties in with the military.
More so than State Department negotiations with the counterpart. Hey, will you give us all your oil? How about no? Okay, how about we fly in with SEAL Team 12, use a discombobulator weapon on your presidential palace, and we kidnap your prime minister in the dead of night and threaten to do that to the next person in the chain of command unless you give us all your oil. Okay, fine. Take 100 million barrels of our oil. The Department of Defense is who got all the raw materials for Chevron and Exxon and Phillips Conoco and Shell and BP and all the other big oil companies. And what do you think those DOD officials are going to rotate into and make 10 times more money when they're done with the Pentagon? They'll go straight to board seats at Chevron and Condoleezza Rice and all these people. Nikki Haley. I mean, you name it. Let me keep going with some more of these grants. But the Pentagon's doing the same thing. What kind of climate and energy reforms do we need to put people through? And they're funding. How do we structure our programs? How do our program development officers fund NGOs to exert influence on the local populations so that when we impose this shit on their leaders, their people don't revolt? They don't challenge our policy. Post-conflict security structures and citizen buy-in. After we successfully pull off a color revolution or orchestrate a military coup, how do we get the citizens to buy in to our installed puppet government? We just overthrew Bashar al-Assad's government in Syria in 2024. How do we get the Syrians to buy in to our newly installed leader? We are trying to regime change Iran. How do we get citizen buy-in? If you remember, we spent about an hour and a half last stream on this very question. when we went over Ahmadinejad and we went over Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who is being cultivated secretly by the Israelis as someone who the citizens would buy in on, but they had to orchestrate these like sham academic conferences to whisk him out of Iran to be able to read him into the plan. Citizen buy-in under Reza Pahlavi, son of the Shah, would be very low because the Iranian people fucking hated the Shah era. Citizen buy-in under Patrick Bet-David, don't know, probably better than the Shah, but maybe not. And Patrick Bet-David declined being the president of Iran. Well, how about someone they already know, like, and trust, but who will implement the policies that we want? Well, they like him now. Will they like him after he starts implementing our democratic reforms? And Iran's oil is owned by Chevron and Exxon and Shell and BP and not by the Iranian people. This psychological operations research project seeks to understand how to stabilize those precarious moments when the state needs to reestablish itself as the accepted authority, when the state needs to establish itself or re-establish itself. I love the re here. If we just pulled off a coup, our new puppet government has to establish itself. If we've reinstalled a leader in exile, like we did with Aristide in Haiti, we couped Aristide out of office, then we couped him back into office in Haiti when the next guy turned out to be worse. So sometimes we need to reestablish as the accepted authority. Remember Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand? As the single source of truth on COVID, particularly on the emergence of post-conflict security structures, state reforms, not just about on military policy or security agreements, but state reforms. Coming back to our image, reform. Coming back to our other image, the HR lady, congratulations. Back to our USIP streams. The HR lady who congratulates you at the end of the U.S. Institute of Peace-backed coup. Make sure that your president has previously worked for the World Bank. Make sure that there is an international private enterprise coalition from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce who determines the economic policy of your country. Throw in a couple Harvard-trained economists and just do everything that your advisors tell you to do or that is in a Red Lines memo from a USAID-funded NGO consortium. And we'll call that good governance. Just do everything you're told like a good little boy. But don't try to exercise any sort of national autonomy, or else we'll say that you've gone through democratic backsliding. And now you need to open your butthole.
The term good governance involves a process that is informed and to a degree monitored by and ultimately serves all members of society.
To see who rules over you. This rules over you. Your brand new government installed in an 18-month street campaign where the truckers are blocking the roads and the railway union is blocking the highways and the unemployed people and the youth are blocking the city streets. Then they surround the parliament building and they set everything on fire. You have a new government and now you need to be told what your new government can do by this. All that work. And this is who rules over you. This HR lady just tells you exactly all that work to get a new government. All that work. All the people dead. All the people who've gone bankrupt. All the people who've lost their jobs. All the institutions, all the buildings have been burned to the ground, all at the end of the day, to have this HR lady tell you exactly what your new government can and can't do. You can't sign this oil deal. You have to privatize this company. You have to sign up for this indentured servitude IMF loan. You have to sign over your oil to Chevron. You have to let Pizza Hut into your fucking country just to plant all the mom and pop shops. You need to let Walmart in. This is going to give you your little good governance, good boy checklist.
It refers to a level of accountability and transparency.
Accountability. Accountability to the U.S. Institute of Peace. Accountability to the CIA. Accountability to the State Department. Once you've been good little pawns and you've gotten us what we want, a power vacuum that we can fill with a puppet president, now we just need to make sure that the puppet president stays a puppet. Great. Here are the state reforms you need to put in place. And every single reform is going to redound to the profit of some donor, drafter, dealster who will lean on the president and his advisors. If you want more of our donor money, if you want to get in on our deals, do this in Syria, do this in Libya, do this in Iran. But how do we get the citizens to buy in to our bilking of their money by the imposition of these state reforms? How do we get citizen buy-in to the government policies being imposed by the banks and the diplomats? That is what I presume we're going to encounter left, right, and center in this 237-page World Bank tome on mind, society, and behavior. All right, now let's get to the substance of it. Part 1. All right. Biases, thinking socially, social preferences, the influence of social networks. Uh-oh. Disinformation alert. Social norms, mental models, the roots of mental models, the effects of making an identity salient. Mental models, psychology, early childhood development. This is where we're going to have these educational reforms. This is part of how you have these new democratic memory laws, like Spain. Spain has made it illegal to praise the Franco, like the 1930s right-wing Franco movement, kind of taking the Holocaust denial laws in Europe and turning it to Franco genocide denial kind of thing. And so kids are like not allowed to speak positively or be told anything remotely nice about the fascism versus communism, about the sort of hard right side of the fascism versus communism conflict that played out in Spain. So basically just putting the thumb on the press of communism. And this is where you're going to get into like education and early childhood development, household finance. This is where we're going to get to these microfinance things. Productivity. Okay, how to take control of the business sector. Health, how to force everyone to buy Pfizer. Climate change, here we go. How to get people to basically buy portfolio companies of Breakthrough Ventures and Tom Steyer funds and Soros funds. Interventions. Designing an intervention. Oh my God. It's all the same. It's just USAID. So again, remember what they call a censorship technique. It's called an intervention. Deboosting is an intervention. Demonetization is an intervention. Deplatforming is an intervention. Shadow banning is an intervention. Virality circuit breakers are an intervention. Click-through interstitials are an intervention. That is their word. Just like a coup is an intervention at Democracy, Rights, and Governance at USAID, right? We're intervening. This is not some academic thought experiment in the abstract trying to arrive at the answer of how mind, society, and behavior works in a country. This is how do we intervene to change their minds, behaviors in a country. Spotlight 6. Why should governments shape individual choices? That's a great question, actually. Shouldn't the government respond to individual choices? Isn't that kind of what gives democracy its entire legitimacy? That it is elected by the people in order to serve the people, not that it is selected by a bunch of bankers in the background and then uses the people's own money to change the people so that they support something they wouldn't ordinarily support? Well, when you understand that in these foreign countries, and a dynamic of this plays out in every country, whether or not they're a small, tiny, third world, low GDP country, or whether it's elements of this in the United States as well. When you understand that in asking this question, they're abandoning the democracy framework. Why should governments shape the choices? Because the World fucking Bank, who's commissioned this 237-page report on how to psyop people, knows that the policies it's imposing on the governments are not going to be easily digested and swallowed and supported by the people the government is supposed to serve. So you have, just to open up a quick Photoshop, you've got a government and its government insiders that are subject to, just to keep it simple, two very different sources of pressure. You have a government and its various insiders who have to look after their own personal interests and careers. And you've got two sources of carrots and sticks, pleasure and pain. One is bottom up from the people, the voters, who exert bottom-up pressure during election season and through media and social media and press scandals throughout, who exert bottom-up pressure on the government and specific government insiders. And then you've got top-down pressure from the donor, drafter, dealster class, which the World Bank is kind of an ultimate clean example of. These are all major donors whose businesses and hedge funds and private equity funds and commercial banking drafts off government policy, takes advantage of, maximizes profits off of. which is putting top-down pressure. And so the government and government insiders who have to draft and implement and maintain successfully those policies, what you have is a conflict if the donor drafter dealster class perceives that the bottom-up pressure by the people will be too much pressure on the government, so the government is going to either not do what the donor drafter dealster class says, or they will start doing it to get the money, and then they'll kind of encounter opposition from the people and just kind of not complete it, not get it done, do it 25% of the way, and then just kind of say, yeah, we're getting to it, we're getting to it, we're getting to it. If you remember, that is exactly, this is the perfect segue into what we talked about last week in our OTI, Office of Toppling Governments, office at USAID. Let's just pull up this report real quick. We're back here. I'm just going to take a shot in the dark. 51-page document. This was written in 2002 after USAID orchestrated the regime change of Slobodan Milosevic in Yugoslavia and successfully broke Yugoslavia into like 5. We created Kosovo wholesale, and then we just broke Yugoslavia into its various ethnic balkanized standalone countries. If you remember, the people who pulled off the coup, Otpor and Das, these are the opposition movements who formed this coalition government, were all on USAID OTI payroll, and they literally said point blank, without OTI, the democratically elected government would not have been overthrown, coming from Otpor's executive board. And as we saw in these documents, literally USAID OTI, the Office of Transition Initiatives, toppling governments, literally listed the purpose of the USAID program was to overthrow the democratically elected Milosevic government. And look, I'm not even opining on Milosevic qua Milosevic. But the fact is he was democratically elected, and we did overthrow him using fake, philanthropic operations, masking covert intelligence operations. As we covered last stream, for those who didn't get to it, this is a USAID document on usaid.gov. You can see that it says usaid.gov, who in 1997, 5 years before this report was issued, had as phase 1 initiate support to opposition to the democratically elected government. And then we started bombing Serbia, bombs over Belgrade. Phase 3, intensify opposition support to the government. Phase 4, we got the government to topple not by getting the people to vote for a NATO puppet government, but literally in a orgiastic supernova of violence where our USAID-funded rioters surrounded the parliament and set it on fucking fire.
They find thousands of presidential ballots pre-marked for Milosevic.
Well, this is January 6th. USAID orchestrated January 6th in Yugoslavia and Serbia. They broke the windows. So after surrounding with a USAID-funded mob, they broke the windows. They say they found all these ballots from Milosevic. You don't think some USAID OTI guy didn't come in there with a box just to get that visual? Yeah, they were just chilling right there in the Parliament building.
Breaking the few windows
yeah, we just broke a few windows and set it on fucking fire. Something no one on January 6th did. The smoke that you saw for like 20 minutes on January 6th were police smoke bombs. No one set any shit on fire. Everyone stayed in the velvet ropes. But we successfully used terroristic violence to oust the democratically elected government, to then make it investable for a bunch of Wall Street and London bankers and corporate interests by putting the newly installed puppet government through democratic reforms. So I am just going to take a shot in the dark. Without having run this exercise before, I'm going to run a Control F, because this document is about what now, okay? We have successfully, OTI, USAID, has successfully overthrown the government. We have completed the first 5 phases of operation. We have astroturfed an opposition movement to the government. We've built it up. We have now toppled the government and installed the opposition. Okay, this ruins the punchline, because I was going to, without even reading this, just Control F for the word reform. What is the final phase? Now that we have a newly installed puppet, how can we increase the pace of them completing the reforms? What do you think USAID says we funded you for, Otpor? What do you think we funded you for, Das? You think this is a fucking charity? Why do you think we installed you as the president? Because you've got a winning smile? No, we chose you 5 years ago, and we funded you to overthrow the government so that when you became the new government, you would put through these reforms that pay off my donor drafter dealster class. I was just going to run, this is a 51-page document. I'm just going to run shot in the dark. In fact, let me put on some music. I want your guesses in chat. I have no idea, but I'm going to run a Control F and for the word reform. While I put on some more Creedence Clearwater, just look alive in the chat and let me know take a guess. How many times do you think the word reform is going to be used in a 51-page USAID document about how they overthrew the government and what to do next? Actually, we're not going to do Creedence. We're going to do cover of Johnny Cash. This is Johnny Cash.
When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns.
Hey-o, I'm actually going to run a quick research note while I play a couple more covers of this.
And I let a lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
So I'm running a research note right now because just off the top of my head, I remember a bunch of World Bank alums being chosen as the finance minister of a bunch of post-USAID coup operations, where they literally put in someone from the World Bank in the new government to implement the reforms to profit the donor drafter dealster class who bankrolled the revolution. And you see this in the donor coordination emails at USAID in their Rent-a-Riot programs. USAID had a large number of programs that were literally just straight Rent-a-Riot programs. Funding street protests, boycotts, sit-ins, protest marches, storming of federal buildings, funded both by USAID directly and by a web of about 15 to 20 corporate philanthropies and large foundations whose board and officers were hedge fund, private equity, big business people. And there are just so many of these emails and documents and files of where the donors, they get the activists and the street protest organizers to basically implement what the corporate donors of the USAID program want into their policy planks that they're demanding in these street protests. It's like, hey, grassroots revolution organizer in Chile, you want $45 million in USAID money? Well, you got to do what the corporate philanthropy of the George Soros hedge fund says to do. And it's so explicit. And again, that's only possible to get payoff for that financial investment of the Soros family hedge fund. It's 501c3 influence arm. There's only a payoff for the hedge fund if they implement the reforms. The whole reason we backed the coup in the first place. So here was my question. How many times is the word reform used in the CIA wing of USAID's What Now that we've overthrown the government? And what is the role for OTI now that OTI has accomplished its objective of overthrowing the government? So let's just say reform. 56 times in a 51-page document that isn't even nominally about reforms. The first 5 phases of the operation were to overthrow the government. Now we're in phase 6. Should we still have this covert CIA apparatus inside the country now that the CIA has achieved its job? And their answer is a resounding yes. Actually, we should keep the cloak and dagger political manipulation apparatus in order to use those same tactics to pressure the politicians to implement the reforms. The same apparatus we used to pressure the previous politicians to step down, we are now going to sick on the very puppets we just installed in order to get them to step up the pace of opening the country's butthole to make more money for the donor drafter dealster class that financed the coup in the first place. 56 times in a 51-page document. The whole purpose of the coup was not because we gave a flying fuck about human rights abuses or Milosevic oppressing his own people. I don't know. It's hard for me to pierce through the propaganda of whether that's true or false. It very well may be true. It may be only partially true. It may be only microscopically true or not at all. It's hard for me to pierce through the propaganda without becoming a PhD in the true history of Yugoslavia. I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the reason we orchestrated the coup there was not because we gave a flying fuck about any of that shit. It was not the retail reason sold in newspapers. It was because of this, so that we could have a more pliable partner in the government, one of our own, a puppet that we installed, who would go through this and implement this. You don't see us doing this in Saudi Arabia. Actually, you did see the Biden administration flirt with doing it, but then they killed Jamal Khashoggi, who was their, at least according to Snowden, the sort of Biden admin emissary of that. Maybe a story for another time. But that's also because Saudi Arabia had become an enemy of the Biden administration for a number of reasons. But leave that aside. What I'm saying is this is the whole purpose of the CIA USAID coup craft, is to get to this end state of the reforms that would hand over the country to these people. And this is why on that famous Victoria Nuland fuck the EU phone call, where they picked Yatsenyuk over Klitschko, is they said, if we put in Klitschko, yes, he will be loved by the people, so the government and the people will be in unison, but Klitschko is a nationalist. He was very useful for us to exploit Klitschko to overthrow the previous government under the idea of Ukrainian sovereignty against Russian influence. But the problem with Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko, is he's a little too pro-Ukraine. He's loved by the people, and he's going to respond to what the people want. But we didn't organize this coup because we gave a flying in 2014 Ukraine, because we gave a flying fuck what the people and the voters of Ukraine wanted. We did it because there's $14 trillion worth of minerals to be exploited, and $1 trillion worth of gas, and hundreds of billions more in terms of transit fees and geostrategic and wheat and agriculture and arable land and shale, Black Sea access and military contracts. We did it for this. So even though a nationalist was useful to orchestrate the coup, and we sort of led him on in our talks that we would back him to become the newly installed head of state. At the end of the day, backstab, we put in Yatsenyuk because we knew Yatsenyuk was a Herman Van Rompuy style technocrat who was not bound to the people. He would do what the donor drafter dealster class wanted. So we used a nationalist, rah, Ukraine, fuck Russia. Yanukovych was working with the Russians, even though he signed 2 $10 billion deals with American oil companies. Not enough. He was useful for the coup, but we thought, he might not do what the World Bank and BlackRock and Apollo and a Paul Singer fund and a George Soros fund or whatever, he might not turn over. He might respond to the hearts and minds and behaviors of the people. So he might not implement the reforms that give us the return on investment for investing in the coup that got them into the government. So they say, thank you for your service, Vitaly Klitschko. How about mayor of Kiev? Don't you love Kiev? It's the capital city. It's where all the action is. Hey, Prime Minister? No. But how about Zoran Mamdani's job? The Zoran Mamdani of Ukraine. How about that? It's not quite POTUS. But look, you'll be more with the people every day. And you see this everywhere. Like, this is how you got this Herman Van Rompuy EU thing. Remember the Nigel Farage speech?
You have the charisma of a damp rag.
These are the people, the Herman Van Rompuys are who these people install in these positions. These people install Herman Van Rompuys rather than nationalists or pop. They love using nationalist and populist energy to orchestrate a coup, a democratic transition of government, a turnover of government, to create a power vacuum, to install a whole new set of people at the other side of the negotiating table with the donor drafter dealster class on what state policy and government reforms should be implemented. But a nationalist is going to side with this over this. Can't have that. What they want is a Herman Van Rompuy type who doesn't give a fuck what these people say, because their own financial and political futures are tied to this. And therefore, these people don't even really know who their own head of state is. Guy emerged out of nowhere and suddenly he's running everything, never goes on TV, can't remember his last name, but he's our president, I guess. And that's what Nigel Farage confronted throughout the whole Brexit fight of 2016. And this was 6 years before the Brexit vote. This is how long, what it took to get that populist referendum to actually generate the momentum. 6 years it took.
We were told that when we had a president, we'd see a giant global political figure. the man that would be the political leader for 500 million people, the man that would represent all of us on the world stage, the man who...
Because there's 500 million people in the EU saying, okay, we were told as soon as we get our new president of the EU, he would be this towering figure of history, to be a kind of head of state of the entire EU, 27 country, 500 million people, common body. But instead we got you. Who are you? None of the people, none of the voters know who you are. You were selected in the shadows by a bunch of hedge funds and private equity funds and banks. And you are coercing implementation of reforms by all of the EU member states that none of the people in these EU countries want, but the EU president is forcing them to implement at the behest of the financial interests of the donor drafter dealster class.
Whose job was so important that, of course, you're paid more than President Obama. Well, I'm afraid what we got was you. And I'm sorry, but after that performance earlier that you gave, and I don't want to be rude, but you know, really, you have the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. And the question that I want to ask, that we're all going to ask is, who are you? I'd never heard of you. Nobody in Europe had ever heard of you. I would like to ask you, President, who voted for you? And what mechanism? Oh, I know democracy is not popular with you lot. And what mechanism do the peoples of Europe have to remove you? Is this European democracy? Well, I sense, though, that you're competent and capable and dangerous. And I have no doubt that it's your intention to be the quiet assassin of European democracy and of the European nation states. You appear to have a loathing for the very concept of the existence of nation states. Perhaps that's because you come from Belgium, which of course is pretty much a non-country. But since you took over, we've seen Greece reduced to nothing more than a protectorate.
And again, Greece was put through economic reforms. Remember, this was the whole pigs economic collapse. The whole Greece was basically, you know, they had what, Mario Drago, and this is what precipitated the migrant crisis of 2013 and all of this.
Sir, you have no legitimacy in this job at all, and I can say with confidence that I can speak on behalf of the majority of the British people in saying, we don't know you, we don't want you, and the sooner you're put out to grass, the better.
Okay, what you just saw here in this speech is exactly what the World Bank Intervention Handbook to change mind, society, and behavior to get citizen buy-in for World Bank pushed reforms to profit donor drafter dealster class financial insiders is all about. It's all about stopping this. We have this intervention handbook in 2015 to stop this kind of populist flare-up that we saw in 2010 through that whole period and continuing to this day. This is what it looks like when there's bottom-up pressure. Now look, Nigel's got his own flaws, and the implementation of Brexit was sacked very badly, but that was the thing this handbook is designed to stop. And that is the political faction that OTI, at the behest of the donor drafter dealster class, stays on post-coup to neutralize this faction. First, OTI works with them to get them against the bad government. But then once they install the good government, OTI USAID will turn against these people and back this newly installed government and protect them against the people through various political and Ministry of Justice type mechanisms, secret police, canceling elections, surveillance state, mass prosecutions, to protect the government and government insiders against the very people that backed those people into office. Basically, this exists to help these people betray these people. OTI Bosnia Award winner confessional. 1 minute. Okay, and you put the timestamp in here. Okay, so this is the OTI, the USAID, Office of Toppling Governments. How did a peacenik from California end up planning a war in Iraq? No! Rob Jenkins! Bro, I know you, Rob Jenkins. I've never seen his face, but I know his files quite intimately. So how did a peacenik from California end up planning a war in Iraq?
Well, 26 years, that is a lot to unpack. So for today, maybe let's focus a bit on, I know you spent some time working on projects in the Balkans. So
78 views, Center for Peace and Conflict Studies. Yeah, center. Remember what centers are. And studies. You know what studies mean. Just from the description, Rob Jenkins served as USAID's assistant to the administrator for Bureau of Conflict and Prevention and Stabilization, CPS. CPS is who houses OTI. So USAID has the Bureau for Global Health, GH, for all of our medical industry GAOPS. We have DRG, Democracy, Rights, and Governance, which is the big color revolution, but it's a standard. It's a big bureau. We've got management, LPA, got all the regional ones, E&E for Europe and Eurasia, LAC for Latin American and Caribbean. We've got SEC for security. OTI exists within conflict and stabilization. And conflict stabilization is one of those things that puts you to sleep as an ordinary civilian with like a white collar job or a blue collar job. You're like, conflict and stabilization, I don't know, sounds legit. Conflict is when we induce a conflict, we induce a civil war, and we're backing one side of it. Stabilization is when we have won that civil war that we induced, and we are now trying to stabilize the government against the backlash of the people. This is a very nasty thing, and OTI is housed under there. And because it's its own special department, it's got its own special rules. He was the director of OTI under the Biden admin after being at USAID for like 25 years, worked his way up to be the head of OTI. They call OTI in the description the United States government's foremost political transition instrument. Isn't that an incredible description, by the way? Carried out operations in over 50 countries. There's only like 189 countries. So we have done this coup craft in over 25% of the countries in the world just through USAID's OTI. They say the Office of Transition Initiatives, USAID OTI, is the U.S. government's foremost political transition instrument. Notice how they don't describe it as USAID's foremost political transition instrument. And again, transition means toppling, removing one government and putting another government in. So it's not just USAID's foremost, it's the entire U.S. government's foremost political transition instrument. Damn, political instrument, political. All right, let's see what he says here.
Maybe we can start with Kosovo, some of the work that you did there.
So
Kosovo, I created Kosovo.
OTI was very active in the Balkans starting in 1994, Bosnia, Croatia, some work in Kosovo before the war here. I was busy doing
Dua Lipa, Kosovo.
Things working on Africa. But in 1999, I'm terrible with my years, so it might be 2000. I was moved off by my bosses to help and then become the team leader for the Balkans.
Now, going back to our timeline here, 1999 would put us at phase one. As we're ramping up phase one, initiate support to the political opposition. So he's in on the ground as soon as we start ramping up this CIA USAID operation. Okay, go on.
At that point, OTI was doing a lot of work in Serbia with trying to oust Milosevic. Kosovo had been going on, but I was not part of it. I actually got my first big award at USAID, a group award for helping oust Milosevic. He was ousted 8 days after I started my job, but I got the award. I took it anyway.
What? My first big break was a government contract to overthrow another country's elected government. The purpose of the contract to overthrow the government was achieved 8 days after I got the money, but I kept the money anyway. Why? Because of a couple things. This is why we love using OTI. This is why OTI just grew and grew like a mushroom cloud. Let me tell you a funny thing, a hypothetical. Hypothetically, if USAID had a program to overthrow the Viktor Orban government in Hungary in 2023 and had a program to oust the Trump-aligned PIS party, the right-wing conservative party in Poland in 2023. And because it looks really bad to have an Office of Transition Initiatives in country, because it's kind of a tell that we're trying to overthrow your government, we don't formally say we have an OTI branch there. Would you be surprised to learn if, hypothetically, there were troves of USAID documents proposing changes to the program cycle for that program so that it could operate like OTI outside of the normal program cycle? Because OTI is very special within USAID. See, to get $1 from USAID, a lot of things need to happen. I know it gives out a lot of money because so many organizations get grants, it looks like You want it lickety split, but there's a lot of paperwork and a lot of committees and a lot of formal things that need to be done. You need to have the mission director, and you need to have the appropriate office head in Washington, have a country strategy. The grant has to be proposed in conformity with the program development officer. Each grant has to have a theory of change. It has to provide bullet points of all of the expected deliverables and outcomes associated with a successful change. And these are 5-year grants or whatnot. What happens if we just want to overthrow a country's government, but we can't put that in writing? And so what we think is best to overthrow that government changes on a moment-to-moment basis, on a day-to-day basis. Today, helping to overthrow the democratically elected government, it would be useful to create a big media campaign. But now the media campaign is going, and actually, we want to capitalize on this media campaign by paying a bunch of judges and paying a bunch of prosecutors and paying a bunch of constitutional lawyers, the Professional Association of the Lawyers Guild, to put this person in prison who's attacking this media campaign, where we want to host a music festival to popularize the messaging as part of our campaign. Well, if the grant was just we want to promote independent media in Poland. Well, now it's outside the scope of the grant if you want to speedily just pay off the judges this week, pay off the prosecutors, pay off the labor leaders, organize a music concert. OTI operates outside of the program cycle. It does not have to have one thing that the grant is designed to do. It is a flexible, rapid response mechanism. It operates the way the CIA does. Because grants can be subpoenaed, grants can be FOIA'd, they can't put in the grant that our job is to overthrow the government. They have to dress it up in lie language to disguise the real goal. So what OTI can do is it can just issue fast-moving new grants in 1 or 2 days every step of the way, so that every step of the way of the color revolution, they can say we were just supporting the Ministry of Justice's implementation of people-centered justice reforms. We weren't paying the judges and prosecutors and staffers to lock up our political opponents. No, we were doing it to ensure best practices for the Ministry of Justice in accordance with our definition of people-centered justice. Oh, we weren't funding the labor movements, organizing the street protests because we wanted to oust the democratically elected government. No, no, no. This was just a grant we decided to give to support workers' rights in the country. Oh, this grant that we issued the day before that to support the media was not to create a propaganda surround sound in the country to get the people to turn against their government. No, that was just that day we decided we just felt like funding the media. And it doesn't go through these layers of review like other USAID grants. It doesn't have a firm purpose or deliverable. It is not accountable in the same way that a long-term grant is. It doesn't have to articulate a theory of change. For OTI, it is presupposed. The theory of change is that by giving this grant, it will effectuate a transition of government to a new government. Do you understand? And so there is this envy in traditional programs to be able to have the authority to set its own rules and do whatever it wants, like OTI can do whatever it wants, just like the CIA can do whatever it wants. And what happens is OTI then works with all the other branches of USAID and embeds itself into the other teams, the same way the CIA embeds itself into the State Department. OTI was all over the censorship industrial complex, all over it. Internet censorship. Okay, here's an article by then head of USAID in 1997, the same year that OTI started the revolution in Yugoslavia. Without OTI, we could not have overthrown Milosevic. That very year, the head of USAID was John Atwood. Here is a quote from John Atwood explaining OTI. The Bill Clinton administration created OTI in early 1994 as a mechanism for delivering fast, direct, and overt assistance in politically unstable countries. Of course, we were destabilizing them, but they kind of leave that out. Now, they say fast, direct, and overt. But my friends, this is more covert than the CIA. There's nothing overt about OTI. But you have to understand, I mean, it's in the fucking name, transition of government. But you have to understand, they can't say they're CIA. So they have to say the difference is when the CIA does it, it's covert. When we do it, it's overt. But this is why I'm explaining why they structure its own rule book for the program cycle. It's because every OTI grant, the grant will not say oust Yanukovych. It will not say oust Milosevic. It will not say oust Bashar al-Assad. It will not say oust Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh. It will not say oust Viktor Orban in Hungary. It will not say oust the PIS party in Poland. It will not say oust Bolsonaro in Brazil. They'll say it in their emails. They'll say it in their group chats. They'll say it in their sensitive but unclassified strategy action memos. But it won't say it in the grants. It won't say it in the stuff that you can FOIA. What it will say overtly is OTI is funding the media today. And tomorrow, OTI is funding the labor groups. And the day after that, they're funding musicians and influencers. And the day after that, they're just funding LGBT groups. And the day after that, they're funding racial minorities. And the day after that, they're funding human rights. And the day after that, they're funding legal and policy and regulatory reform. But every one of those has a covert purpose, not covert within USAID. They all know what the purpose is at USAID, but covert to you, the public, and to anyone in the international community, so that if they get through FOIA a copy of what the grants are for, well, it's just for every element of our society. Not to turn the grant will not say overtly, the purpose of this grant is to turn your society against you. The grant will just say, we're capacity building this element to support its financial independence. It's going to be independent media, independent judiciary, independent trade and labor workforce. To make it independent of its own people so that it is dependent and controlled by the donor drafter class selecting the personnel at the U.S. government agency authorizing the grant to topple the government and then implement state reforms that profit the very donor drafter dealster class who financed the coup. And here's what John Atwood, the USAID administrator in 1997, shortly after OTI's creation, said. Tell me if this sounds familiar. 20 years earlier, the government might have directed the CIA to undertake covert action in such situations. In the 1990s, it should instead use overt mechanisms such as OTI. This is a direct quote from both founders of NED. Remember? But NED, they at least had the decency to structure it as a CIA cutout, 501c3 non-governmental organization. OTI is a straight-up government agency saying we do CIA things, but we do it out in the open, but they don't do it out in the open. Just like NED doesn't do it out in the open. NED in 2021 literally stopped reporting all grants, even though it's in their charter that they're forced to, legally, because the State Department granted them a waiver from the fucking law so that they could do it all covertly. OTI is all covert. Would you be surprised to learn one day in the not so distant future that OTI would literally tell Facebook to ban accounts that doxed people working for OTI, and OTI would pressure Facebook to take down allegations that the OTI is adjacent to the CIA. You're not allowed to know who OTI people are. If you, a civilian, say they worked for OTI, what OTI would do is they would back channel with their contacts at YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and TikTok and say, take down this post. You're not allowed to know I covertly work for USAID, as if it's unmasking a fucking CIA person. So what you have are two organizations that the general American public thinks of as a 501c3 charity, weirdly created by Congress and funded by the U.S. government, and also funded by USAID. And you have USAID with $45 billion. Neither of these institutions, really until I started banging the drum on this a couple of years ago, are publicly associated or acknowledged to have anything fuck all to do with the Central Intelligence Agency. Here's NED founder and head of NED for like almost 40 years, Carl Gershman, to the New York Times in 1991. It would be terrible for Democrat groups around the world to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. That's why the endowment was created, to be able to fund groups that the CIA wants funded without the stigma of the money looking like It came from the CIA because it's an overt grant just to support the media in the country, just to support the music and entertainment in the country, just to support the labor and the law and justice and the workers' rights and environmental reform. And it's just it's an overt grant. If that's all it was, why the fuck would the CIA fund it anyway? Riddle me that, Riddler. Why would the CIA covertly fund rainforest preservation? Last I checked, they're not the Environmental Protection Agency. Why would the CIA fund a workers' union, a labor group in a country? Last I checked, they're not the Department of Labor. Why would the CIA fund the media in a foreign country? Last I checked, they're not the U.S. Agency for Global Media. The CIA funds them covertly because their grants are not public like USAID's or like NED's is required to by charter until 2021 when that requirement was waived by the State Department. The CIA runs money to all those groups as a front for the true purpose of what those groups are being paid to do, which is to topple a government or to block the passage of a law or to convince a particular industrial set to give a contract to an American company versus a Russian or Chinese one. The environmental groups may be in the streets rioting with a environmental grant or the CIA funding an environmental group, not because the CIA cares about the environment or has in its charter or legal remit any concern for the environment, but because they're trying to block the Chinese from getting a metals and mining deal. And they're using the cover of an environmental protest to artificially create a bottom-up blockage of the government doing what they don't want done. And NED is funded by the State Department and USAID. Now, so that's NED, but NED's a non-governmental organization, a 501c3. One of the reasons that we couldn't do what we did with the U.S. Institute of Peace and regime changed their board of directors and presidents. It's the reason they still have the same president that they did Damon Wilson under the Biden admin. Damon Wilson replaced Carl Gershman, the guy who made this quote, in 2022, 2023. So take that quote from NED founder Carl Gershman. It would be terrible for Democrat groups around the world to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. That's why the endowment was created. The CIA used to run all these funds covertly in the 1960s, and it's been discontinued because it was terrible for those groups to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. Not that it's terrible for the CIA to do it, it's terrible for people to know they're doing it. The problem is, when people followed the money, there was no cover story that it was, and it came from the U.S. government. When they followed the money, it would trace back to Langley, Virginia. It wouldn't trace back to Foggy Bottom. It wouldn't trace back to 12th and F Street. It wouldn't trace back to the Ronald Reagan building of USAID or to a nonprofit to NED, which is on the same fucking block. And by the way, OTI is housed in the same building NED is. They live together. Now, here's the head of USAID. Tell me the difference, okay? Again, it would be terrible for Democrat groups to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. It was terrible in the 1960s when the CIA got caught subsidizing them. That's why the National Endowment for Democracy was created, so that it wouldn't be seen as the CIA subsidizing them. It would be seen as a 501c3, nonprofit, independent nonprofit. Now, here is the head of USAID. 20 years earlier, the government might have directed the CIA to undertake covert action in such situations. In the 1990s, he said this in 97. Carl Gershman said this in 91. So about 20 years earlier would be the 60s. About 20 years earlier would be the 60s. 20 years earlier, the government might have directed the CIA to undertake covert action in such situations. In the 1990s, it should instead use overt mechanisms such as OTI. It's the same picture. Corporate needs you to find the difference. There's no difference. USAID, which funds NED, it's a clean line. USAID says, typically, we'd use the CIA for this sort of covert influence work. But now we're going to use what looks like an overt grant to do it. And who do they give the money to? One of the Council of 8 elder umbrella groups. So the distributor of the money says, this is a CIA function, but we want to cloak it by fooling both the foreign countries we're operating in and the American taxpayers whose money we're using for this program. Because this is important. It's not just lying to foreign countries so they don't discover our covert operations. It's lying to the American taxpayers and telling them, oh no, we're not doing covert political influence. We're doing overt philanthropy. We are lying to our own people Because if we told our own people, everyone in the foreign country would know. Then the gig is up. The whole artificial construct of running layers and layers of government agencies and bureaucracies funneling money to hundreds of NGOs. Ned funds thousands of NGOs. And this Congress gave him the same level of funding as they had under Biden. USAID says we're CIA. USAID grantees say we're CIA, but we can't say it out loud. And this is how you have this intelligence state that encompasses every element of institutional society. Ned works with the universities. Ned works with Pfizer. Pfizer provided the seed funding for Ned's in-house think tank journal Democracy. So now you got Pfizer being backed by the CIA by way of USAID global health programs, by way of Ned doing these public health. That's what the grant says. What does the grant manager say? And that's kind of where I come in. And that's where all this trauma dumping I did in the first 30 minutes of this now 4-hour stream is what I need to show people. Because if this was truly a covert action, then explain that to the American people. We have a black budget. We have a classification system. It's covert. You're not allowed to know what groups were funding in Iran. That's classified and being carried out by the Central Intelligence Agency. And you're not allowed to know because if we tell you, the Iranians will listen and they will go after those groups. And regardless of how you feel about the Iran war, I think everyone gets that at least. Okay, might disagree with the Iran war, but I get why you can't tell us which groups the CIA is secretly backing there. Yeah. To Trump's credit, what was it, 3 months? October. So yeah, 3 months before we black bag Maduro, Trump just came out and said, yeah, we've authorized covert action in Venezuela. 3 months before we black bag Maduro, we said, listen, yeah, we've authorized CIA covert action in Venezuela. We can't tell you. And I'm sure that was all work back channeling with Delcy Rodriguez and propping up institutional and political support for Delcy Rodriguez so that once we black bag Maduro, we would have a politically safe and institutionally supported vassal in the form of Delcy Rodriguez. But when this headline came out in October, there was no public pressure on the Trump administration to overtly disclose what exactly the CIA was doing there because everyone got it. Oh, yeah, we kind of got the hint with us blowing up Venezuelan fishing boats and blockading the country effectively, sanctions, seizing their oil companies. Like we kind of knew we were going after Venezuela and we made no bones about it. Is it dirty work? Yeah, but it's, at least to its credit, honest about the a little bit more honest about the dirty work. What you did not see was what the blob traditionally does, which was get on TV and lie to you about these beautiful humanitarian grants to support environmental activists and to support gay rights groups and to support independent media in Venezuela just because we love independent media. We're supporting like labor groups and street activists just because we just love grassroots political protest organizers who just love to have their voices heard. Oh, you love that? So why were 1,200 American citizens arrested over January 6th? Huh? You just love organically organized political protest? No, but this honesty about the dirty work, and again, you guys know where I fall on this. I am not comfortable defending the legal predicate generated around Maduro. I don't like Maduro. I don't like communism. I also don't like weaponizing the Justice Department to create a fake legal predicate. We went over this over 3 streams. The Cartel of the Suns was a creation of the Central Intelligence Agency. I liked having the moral high ground that Trump was the victim of a weaponized Justice Department. I don't like the idea of ginning up fake charges against a foreign leader just to get rid of him by effectively blaming him for some 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon around cocaine, where the cocaine network in Venezuela was set up by the CIA. It was something that Maduro inherited. And that's not the main problem. The cocaine comes from Colombia and Peru. And it's not even cocaine that's killing Americans. It's like a drug of the past at this point. It's fentanyl and meth. And they had to create a superseding indictment and remove all references to Cartel of the Suns because the original indictment they wrote had 37 references to the Cartel of the Suns. And then it came out, the Cartel of the Suns was created by 2 CIA people. In the pre-Maduro days when Venezuela was a good guy, and we were using that during Iran-Contra to back all the right-wing paramilitaries. We were using the drug money to back the right-wing paramilitaries against the Marxists. That's not, shoot, let's rewrite the indictment to keep the charges and then stick it with them. I think it's a different thing than the Iran situation in the sense that you can at least articulate it in American interests, even though I think it's against American ethics to do it in quite the way that it was done. But this is the world we've inherited. But I'm saying Trump owned it. And in the midterms and in the next presidential election, the successor to the MAGA baton will have to justify to the American people why they did what they did. And the American people will at least be armed with the knowledge that what happened, happened. Unlike with U.S. aid, where the American people were never notified and were actively lied to, and it was covered up at every conceivable opportunity, from launch of an operation to conclusion of it, to lie to the American people about what actually happened and what they were actually doing to the internal politics of foreign countries and boomeranging back on our own internal politics. Come the midterms, come the election, the American people will know. And if people think what was done to Maduro was too dirty or shouldn't have been done, they can vote on that because they know what the admin actually did. With U.S. aid, unless you are deep in the weeds on this and can speak fluently the language of blobocracy, you don't know what the hell you're voting on. You think, okay, well, like Richard Gere, you think, well, listen, this was the one pure thing America did. The one pure thing, he said, was U.S. aid. We were just giving money away. No, you fucking idiot buffoon. You bought the press release. You bought the brochure. You did not read the quotes of the founders. You did not read any of the emails, chat logs, program documents, public documents on USAID.gov, tens of thousands of scandals. They say it outright. There ain't no goddamn giveaway program. It's just the CIA with a fucking alibi. It's just the CIA, covert political influence, with a pre-scripted alibi that it's philanthropy. And the reason both the head of USAID and the head of the USAID-funded mega NGO, NED, said that they're not having this done all through the CIA is because it was worse when the CIA didn't have an alibi. They did not have a public grant to explain where the money came from. They did not have a lie in hand so that when they got caught, if they got caught at that moment, they could hold it up and say, it's philanthropy. It's not a CIA destabilization campaign to overthrow our democratically elected government using funds with outside interference. No, it's a philanthropy from a 501c3 that just happens to like us. But that philanthropy got its funds from the U.S. government, who says they used this structure because when the CIA didn't have an alibi of a philanthropy grant, there was no way to explain why the fuck they got the money. And you know where I am on this right now. We did a very long stream on this topic pretty recently, which is I don't want to get rid of soft power. I don't want to get rid of the ability to influence the course of political events in foreign countries. That's how you get boxed out. That's how bad situations can arise. But there is such a thing as going too far with it. You don't do it in allied countries, in your friends. You definitely don't use it as a way to boomerang back on your domestic political opponents. You have to represent all of the American people. You can't do things that are too obscenely dirty. You can be dirty up to a point, and then you have to let the chips fall where they may, unless you've been militarily attacked or something. But I don't like the idea of replacing soft power with hard power, where now instead of USAID funding gay rights groups with a public-facing grant about being gay in Haiti, just because you're trying to go against a heteronormative, gay, skeptical president, and you know that the gay groups are going to rally against that president that you want ousted, so you don't care who, whether you're funding Nazis in Ukraine or you're funding communists in Brazil, they don't care if it's a left or right flank. Whoever gets the job done gets the president they want out and hands over the country's treasure to a World Bank Minister of Finance who will implement the state reforms, the democratic reforms for the donor, draft, or dealster class. But this is where my work is moving in the year ahead, is peeling back, once I'm out, peeling back this layer. And I hope that also informs policymakers around ways to do this without it being quite so dirty and without having to use military hard power to just, assassinate every president we don't like, which I'm not comfortable with either. Jal Tory, $25. Godell, that in looking at the Constitution, he had found some inner contradictions. A perfectly legal manner, it would be possible for somebody to become a dictator and set up a fascist regime. Yeah. I mean, look, then again, that's the logic that they used for like Arctic frost and Round River and Crossfire Hurricane, right? They were like, well, Trump got elected, but Hitler got elected. And legally, it became fascist. So we need to shoot baby Hitler Trump as a baby now because look at what happened in Germany in 1933. He was democratically elected. Like, so I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that logic. Like the idea that if that's the case, then you need to stop the public fellatio of democracy. Just say that you don't like democracy. Get up as the State Department spokesperson or as the White House press secretary and say, we are doing this. We know that it is against every fundamental precept underpinning the idea of democracy because in this case, we don't like democracy. If you're going to do that, tell the voters you're doing that instead of lying and having Schrodinger's democracy, where democracy exists in this kind of weird superposition where when you need democracy to mean the will of the people as represented in a vote, then it exists. But when you need a government intervention to stop the people from being able to put the leader they want in, then it doesn't exist. And so you have a kind of quantum democracy. Depends on whether you're looking at it, whether it's being observed in one scenario or another, whether it actually exists at all. Let's do another music thing.
There's a gray stone chapel here at Folsom. Inside the walls of prison, my body may be, but my Lord has set my soul free.
Thank you, guys. Your knowledge should be essential courses in education. Go Max. Well, appreciate that. I think, what was it, Chungster was working on blob files type stuff. And I think I've mentioned, I've been approached for professorship positions at 2 universities now on this. And I have to say, I found it an attractive proposition for a later period of my life, but not right now, if that makes sense. I enjoy it. It's one of the reasons this is like the favorite part of my week. I also find that the process of teaching is one of the best ways to learn. When you're forced to give a public presentation to people about what something is, you're forced to crystallize the data points that you think you know into a coherent framework. And the process of creating that framework allows you to test whether that framework is actually true before you present it. And then you kind of have iterations of frameworks that your mind only begins to contemplate because you are accountable publicly to teaching others about how this whole thing works. And so I actually think that teaching is the best way to learn, if that makes sense. But if I were like the superintendent of a school district or something, and I had say over the way things are learning, like I would make first graders, third graders, fifth graders do group activities where every kid has to learn to lead and teach something that they were doing in a group that the others were. And then the others teach so that it's not just the teachers teaching the students all day. There's some portion every week where the students become the teachers and the teacher becomes an observer and helps students teach. And in the process of that, I think that's just a much, at this point, I've now trained a couple of apprentices, if you will, people who've worked for me through my foundation or people within the government who've worked on me on various projects. And I always try to take a step back and ask, hey, teach me what you learned on this thing. You were supposed to research this for our project. Teach me about it. And that process, I think, helps actually create a kind of cognitive buy-in to the project itself because it converts passive listening into active responsibility. And the act of having some responsibility for conveying it actually creates, I think, a sense of buy-in to your investment to the topic or project itself. Does that make sense? Getting rid of fellatio of democracy and the class of parasites that feeds off its illusions is essentially the technocrat argument in a nutshell. Yeah, look, it is. And again, it's one of these things, dirty work, but honest about the dirty work. I think like Peter Thiel and some other types have kind of articulated, who's probably the best example of this? Moldbug, probably. Mencius Moldbug. He's sort of famous, infamous for sort of being anti-democracy. But you had that. In fact, there are all sorts of USA documents about this phenomenon when democracy is the greatest threat to democracy. But look, I mean, you had that in response to the rise of Trump for a second there. For a hot second in early 2017, you had this, was it Washington Post, elites should have more say in elections. You had the Berggruen Institute, Reid Hoffman thing. So the original title, I guess they changed the title after the backlash, but the title of this, they switched it to It's Time to Switch Preference Primaries, because the original title of this Washington Post piece was not It's Time to Switch Party Preferences and Give Elites More Say in Primaries. What it said, oh, come on, wait, where's the, yeah, this is how they changed it. Yeah, they changed the headline calling for elites to choose. Right, but this was literally like what the headline was until the backlash, and they changed the headline. It's time to give the elites a bigger say in choosing the president, right? Now, of course, that was because Trump won, and they were like, listen, if Nikki Haley and the ghost of John McCain and Mitt Romney could have used some superdelegate trick like Hillary did to Bernie, they could have blocked Trump from ever running in the primary so that the people could not have even had the choice to vote for Trump. And then they wouldn't be angry about not having the leader they want, because they would have never known they had an option, because it's actually some shady backroom council of elder elites who get to pick whether or not you're even eligible to run for president. And this is like one of the things when Trump won in 2016 and early 2017, they were floating the idea of like a military council as part of this, so that anyone can run for president as long as they're cleared by a council of 2 people who are economic specialists and 2 people who are military specialists and 2 people who are human rights specialists, and like a Noah's Ark, island of misfit elite toys, where all of the institutions get to vote together about whether or not you can run for president, or whether you're like a national security threat were you to be elected. And so you can only choose from among the various candidates that make it through the process of elite filtration. Of course, if another country did that and we wanted to regime change its leaders, you better believe the first people on the ground would be USAID, OTI, and the National Endowment for Democracy funding a media surround sound about what an attack on democracy is, that the opposition candidate of their choosing was removed from the ballot. We should take to the streets and storm the Parliament building and blockade the railroads and do dead sit-ins at every major city center intersection, because they're attacking democracy by blocking our political USAID-funded political puppet. But the moment the wrong person wins here, these people, they're first in line to create the autocracy they said other countries had in blocking out their own puppets. Pick a lane or get mired down in schizophrenic talking points, which is what USAID ended up with at the end, which is why it was really hard for them in the first 2-3 months of USAID's closure to know what to say. They were really stun-locked until they glommed onto this AIDS thing. 14 billion people are dying of AIDS. Until they kind of came up with that and they cooked up some crooked Boston University story that quadruple counted syphilis and diarrhea deaths. Until they came up with that Boston University study, they were stun-locked in terms of a PR response to the USAID closure. None of them thought it was remotely possible. And I can tell you, like literally, even in the files, I've got these USAID people during the transition, the careers who thought they would be able to stay in and subvert the admin from the inside. They're like, actually, I read the Heritage Project 2025 on USAID, and it doesn't sound like it touches us. Yeah, it's fucked up Nazi shit. It's pro-Trump and it's heritage, but I think we're going to be able to keep getting away with it. Very high-level USAID people were saying that in December and January of 2024, 2025. During the transition, they thought they were completely safe, even though Trump won, because they were completely safe during the first Trump administration, because they got to run their own parallel hostile foreign policy with no oversight from the White House. They thought it would be the same thing. And then when it happened, they were torn. If you remember, February, March last year, they were stun-locked when the shutdown was announced because they didn't know what messaging to go with. They were like, oh, but we fund all these philanthropic projects. And then Doge was posting just the usaspending.gov. Okay, here's $3 million for being gay in Haiti. Explain yourself. They're like, here's $10 million for transgender dance festivals in Bangladesh. Meanwhile, the DNC, it was just going through its internal audit with like, maybe we should back off the trans stuff. Maybe that cost us a bunch of voters. So they're like, do we want to defend that? Yeah. And then they were like, the Trump administration is trying to seize sensitive classified files from USAID vaults. And the hasty shutdown
of U.S. aid has meant that troves of sensitive, nobody knows now where troves of sensitive classified U.S. aid documents stored in secret government vaults are. They've had to be shipped out in a panic. And you're like, wait, what? What is USAID doing with SCIFs? You told us it's like a philanthropy. Why does it have CIA? Why is it working with the CIA? What do you? So we talk about how it's all philanthropy. They just get hit with a billion grants that even on their face, without any internal documents whatsoever, just on usaspending.gov, show this is exactly the opposite of the so-called philanthropy that the American people voted for. It was like all activism for stuff that the American people had just rejected in the vote. So then they tried switching to national security, but that just made it look like a giant CIA front. So they kind of had to shut up and take it until they cooked up this Boston University AIDS study that 14 million people are dying of AIDS. That's now what they're stuck with, until I'm unshackled. So a little bit more on the World Bank, turning back to that. I asked for some examples of like the World Bank exerting soft power influence. Imagine a developing country is suffering from a fiscal crisis. Its government approaches the World Bank because international private investors won't lend to it cheaply enough. The bank offers $1 billion, the World Bank. But the interaction may look something like this. World Bank diagnosis. Your state-owned electricity company is losing money. Energy subsidies are unsustainable. Customs procedures inhibit trade. State-owned banks have too many bad loans. Tax collection is weak. World Bank policy recommendations if you want to get the money. Change electricity tariffs. Restructure your public utility, privatize it, give it to George Soros or his quantum fund or Soros Management Fund. Reform customs so that our investors can do trade more cheaply. Strengthen bank supervision, which is probably going to mean partner with a blob-aligned bank. Change procurement rules so that we get more of your government contracts. And broaden the tax base, tax your own people harder so that you'll have more funds to pay us back. Are you already seeing, just in this hypothetical example alone, how they are spelling out exactly what this relationship looks like? World Bank president comes in to our smoky back room, our Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania Avenue private Ned Club, our executive branch, upscale lounge for millionaires. Hey, meeting at 6 o'clock after work. Hey, World Bank president says to BlackRock, Apollo, Castle Management. You've got, hey, Ghana just approached us. They want $1 billion. And they go, hey, we've got some energy investments actually in Africa that we're trying to 10x the returns. We're trying to clear the 8% return on investment so that we can get the carry off of it. It looks like we're not going to be able to hit that unless we get some jolt in our Africa portfolio, our impact investment vehicle there. Tell them if they want the $1 billion, they need to privatize their public utility so that we can buy up on the cheap their electrical grid and then just get private profits from every heated home in the country. Okay, all right. How about you? Well, this country has port access. My hedge fund has a long position on a bunch of companies that export to Africa. Tell them to reduce the customs as part of the loan precondition so that my portfolio companies make a shit ton more money because of the lower customs and tariffs in the country. Okay, all right. How about you? Donor, drafter, dealer, class person number 3. My portfolio companies specialize in government contracts in agriculture. So tell them to loosen the procurement rules for foreign direct investors so that my portfolio companies that operate in Africa get gobble up all those government contracts. In fact, I got a consultant I can hook them up with to make sure that that consultant serves as a special envoy on trade or an economic advisor to the finance minister to make sure that those contracts, for good governance purposes, go to my portfolio companies. Okay, World Bank president walks out, 7 p.m. meeting is with the finance minister of that country and says, you want the $1 billion? Here are the reforms you need to implement. You need to privatize your state-owned public grid, public electrical company. You need to lower customs and tariffs. You need to loosen your procurement rules for qualified foreign direct investors. Then you'll get the $1 billion loan. And what's required are 2 things: the commitment from the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister to do it, and then the actual implementation and maintenance of that policy against the backlash from the people who are saying, wait, you've just jacked up our taxes? Wait, our electrical grid is owned by a portfolio company of a Wall Street hedge fund instead of by the people of my African country? Wait, we're getting less national income because we've reduced our customs and tariffs, and instead you're taxing us, the people, instead of charging customs and tariffs on foreign corporations? We're going to vote for somebody else who won't do that, or you shouldn't do that. And that's where the social cohesion and anti-disinformation and hearts and minds work comes in. That's where Ned will come in and pacify, stabilize the government against the people's backlash of their elected government answering these people instead of these people. Does that all make sense? But that's how the World Bank will do that. And by the way, these government insiders are not going to make some impassioned speech to the people about how they're being strong-armed by the World Bank if they still want that billion-dollar loan. Because the World Bank is going to say, now we're not giving you the loan. You've just blamed us for the deal's off. So if you want that money, you really, really do. This just becomes a government secret. And you might not find out until 20 years later that this is what motivated these people to do this thing that these people who voted for these people hated, but never understood the reasons why it was being done. They were just told it was democratic reforms. We just love combating climate change. We just love free trade. We just love broadening our tax base. We just love privatizing energy. You saw this, by the way, in Russia. This is exactly what happened post-2014 Ukraine coup. Putin, Soros, tug of war, NAFTA gas. Putin and Soros locked in fight for control of gas transit company. This was Naftogaz, the state-owned gas giant in Ukraine. For more than 10 years, both Vladimir Putin and George Soros have sought to acquire Ukraine's state-owned gas transit company, Naftogaz. At the heart of the Giuliani stuff and all of that, at the heart of the Burisma thing, because Burisma was the private company feeder, one of 4 of them, I think, to Naftogaz. There was this tug of war, and I believe the World Bank and IMF were trying, as part of the state reforms that Ukraine was forced to go through after we funded the revolution against Yanukovych in 2014, did the World Bank or IMF pressure or condition loans on the privatization of Naftogaz in Ukraine, Western financial state? I mean, this is just a very clean example because George Soros was the largest single donor. As the largest donor, you get to pick the personnel at the State Department, in the intelligence community, in DOD, at USAID. USAID was a revolving door with the Open Society Foundation. You will learn all about that when I am back in Miami. But so Soros funded the DNC to overthrow the government of Ukraine in 2014. And what were the reforms? Just like in that hypothetical, you get to privatize your state-owned energy company. Well, this was the big one, the big mama. Ukraine is a gas economy. They exerted very strong conditional leverage over opening Ukraine's gas market to private competition. The IMF really did put Naftogaz reform inside its loan conditionality. What was number 1 on the list? Privatization, so that all of the gas that transits through Ukraine is not profiting the Ukrainian people, even though they sit on the gas and they are the transit point and should get all the transit revenue, they would think. It's going to George Soros portfolio companies as a condition to getting the bailout money for its broke government. And this is how you have the media contextualizing this as a tug of war between Putin and Soros. The idea was because this was transiting gas from Russia, and before we blew up I guess the Nord Stream pipeline was to Germany, but one of the reasons we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline was because it routed gas, it bypassed Ukraine, and now Ukraine was a good guy, and we wanted to, as we were privatizing Naftogaz, we wanted them to be the source point. This is why we pumped up Burisma, to have more endogenous gas in Ukraine, that Naftogaz, gone private, could then profit from selling to the European market. The IMF put Naftogaz reform inside its loan conditionality, had all these benchmarks for following through with it. And again, Ukraine is the largest, second largest, I guess, after Argentina, debtor. They owe all that money to the IMF. Because at the time, all the gas transit was starting in Russia, Putin had a lot of people on the board. He had a lot of Naftogaz, Ukrainian oligarchs who were getting rich because of their financial relationship with Russia. So our State Department and intelligence community assessed that faction of Naftogaz's board and directors as being agents of Putin. Meanwhile, Ukraine was still doing business with the West, and so we were making a lot of Ukrainian oligarchs rich with the American side of that. So we had basically agents of Soros versus agents of Putin playing out in a corporate civil war on the board and director set of Naftogaz. And what was at stake was basically a $1 trillion gas transit market. This is pre-war when the Russia relationship was severed. Unbundling was literally a lone prior action. June 2020, so this is post-coup,
but pre-2022 war. Complete unbundling of the state-owned gas transport system, privatizing it. And who led that U.S.-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce? It was all these Soros portfolio companies. So it was a literal donor, drafter, dealster. Soros was the main donor to the Obama administration. He was the single largest donor. His hedge fund drafted off of the policies being imposed by the government that he donated to so that he could profit from deals in Ukraine that were forced as a loan condition by the U.S. government, effectively running the World Bank. Yanukovych wasn't down for that. So these people funded a bottom-up, people-powered revolution against the former government insiders to get them to flee, to install a puppet class, Yatsenyuk, then Poroshenko, then Zelensky. And now the donor, drafter, dealster class had been, through USAID and the 70 NGO red lines memo type thing that I mentioned. It's basically running a program. Just literally, we have blocked the people from voting on these people. Okay, we have canceled elections in Ukraine. There's not been an election in Ukraine in 7 years. 7 years since there's been an election in Ukraine, because we know that the people would not vote for this government because this government is doing everything the donor, drafter, dealster class wants. So what's the solution to stop this bottom-up pressure, which exerts itself every day politically, but manifests as its ultimate instrument as an election to replace them if they're not happy with a different government? The donor, drafter class says, hey, the people are not down with these democratic reforms that all profit BlackRock and the Soros Management Fund, and our counterintelligence surveillance state can't contain all this dissatisfaction sufficiently. So how about we just cancel elections so there's no way for this to actually do anything? Cut that out. Now it's just the government taking orders from the donor, drafter, dealster class, because these people literally don't have a vote. And if they complain, we'll just use the Ministry of Justice funded by USAID with all these justice grants, just mass arrest everybody. So they'll just take it. You better believe we'd do the same thing in Iran post-coup. If we successfully do get regime change in Iran, this is what we talked about last time. First thing they're going to do is cancel elections. You think they're going to let an Iranian people who voted 98% in the referendum to turn it into an Islamic state, you think they're going to accept the son of the Shah? No, we'll say it's stabilization. Cancel the election. And we orchestrated the de facto regime change in Venezuela right after the last election. The last election was in 2025. They're not going to be able to vote for 5 years. So if they don't like Delcy Rodriguez, they have no legal redress. They got to do what Marco Rubio says for the next 5 years. Do you understand this mechanism a little bit more clearly? And this is part of how the World Bank and IMF work so closely with USAID. Because when USAID wants to run an operation, we go to information soft power, we go to all sorts of political soft power, we go to all sorts of sector, but we go to financial soft power. And that's where the USAID economic affairs folks will go to the World Bank and IMF and have them add these loan conditions to assist with an ongoing operation funding the street activists, the musicians, the entertainment industry, the media, the judicial class, the private sector, the NGOs. A couple more points on this. 1 sec here. Okay, so I asked if there is a recurring pattern of World Bank veterans moving into senior economic posts in governments emerging from basically USAID-backed civil wars. When we win, when our side wins a USAID-funded civil war, one of the first things we always do is we install a former World Bank guy to be the finance minister. That way, when this conversation takes place, they're like, yeah, Larry from BlackRock wants our country to reform, to loosen procurement rules. Yeah, I know Larry. In fact, I have a consulting firm that earns $10 million a year consulting for him. Yeah, whatever Larry wants. It's like, but wait, aren't you supposed to be representing Bangladesh's interest? Bangladeshi finance minister? And they go, no, I just parachuted in here 5 minutes ago. I was living in London last summer. I've spent some time in Pakistan, and I've got a great-grand-uncle who lived in Bangladesh. And so, yeah, I'll just take up this post in Bangladesh. But that way, we've got a friendly on the other side of the negotiating table who's not going to go all nationalist and say, wait, you're pillaging our country. They're going to say, well, it's not, listen, I have some ancient relationship to it, but it's not really my country. Yeah, I'll give away their shit. And it would be one thing if this was genuinely helping the American people. But what you see is when Trump won, we completely, this is why I call it Cold War 2.0. we defined populism as a threat to democracy. There was no like authoritarian communist threat in these countries. There was no creeping communism across the world. There were not genuine attacks on American interests from economic zones emanating from these populist countries. It's just a particular set of DNC and neocon interests were being economically impacted. And that was enough to reorient the entire national security state to crack open the Cold War toolkit to say, well, now the scourge is not communism, it's democratic backsliding in general. Oh, by the way, we're not going to tell you that we're doing this. We're just going to say this is general philanthropy. You know, people knew they were in a Cold War when it happened. This was something like we had to discover and popularize, and they tried to deny it for as long as they could. To this day, a lot of them still try to say, oh, no, it was overt. It was philanthropy. You know, Richard Gere, it was a one pure thing. We were giving away money. Bangladesh, who we've covered many times. Bangladesh, if you remember, is where we were funding. Oh, so yeah, first example, actually, let's see. The first example it gives is Afghanistan. Ashraf Ghani spent a decade at the World Bank. When the Taliban collapsed in 2001, he returned to Afghanistan to become the World Bank Development Specialist, special advisor to the installed head of state, Hamid Karzai, and he was literally the finance minister. After we invaded Afghanistan in 2003 and got rid of the Taliban, the first thing we did, I guess in 2001, I guess 2003 was Iraq, right? 2001, literally right after 9/11, we invade Afghanistan. 2002, we install someone in this room to be our negotiating counterpart for the interests of representing the foreign country on this. We put our own stooge. We forced, because we overthrew the government by force and had our pick. There was no election in Afghanistan in 2001 after the Taliban collapsed. We installed Hamid Karzai. Said, well, listen, we get to pick the people in the new government. The Afghan people have no vote in this. We just took it over by military force. So how do we make sure this person does all the reforms, all the trillions of dollars in rare earth minerals? And remember, it was like the $3 trillion that China got out of it. All of the metals and mining and riches under the ground in Afghanistan, all the transit revenue as a through point in this huge country. Well, now, how do you make sure that these people do what these people want instead of what these people want? How do we make sure that this government insider is good to us instead of them? Well, how about we just take one of our own people from our room? Literally, it's not even, the World Bank president walks into this room, gets the marching orders from his buddies and financial co-conspirators, and then walks back into this room and makes the demands. Literally, this person was in this room, and they just walk into this room together. And when this person says, hey, if you want this $10 billion IMF emergency loan for Afghanistan, you need to loosen the procurement rules around all rare earth minerals so that the Soros Management Fund, or at that point, like Carlyle, the right-wing hedge fund Carlyle Group class, gets to rake in all of the trillions in rare earths sitting under the ground. The finance minister goes, yeah, I heard you loud and clear 5 minutes ago when we were in the room. I know. I know. They go, here's the problem. These people, the same people who supported the Taliban, they're really not going to like this. They're not going to like this. These are the farmers who till the arable land. If you give away that land to Wall Street in London, they're really not going to like me. If you take all of our metals and mining industry and you give it away to George H.W. Bush's hedge fund, they're really not going to like me. And we go, oh, don't worry about these people. We're going to install a 25-year military dictatorship. And if any of them try to stop the pace of reforms, we're just going to call them terrorists and kill them. Okay, great. The people of Afghanistan were a non-factor in this policy formulation and implementation. So what ended up happening? The people got really fucking pissed. Really, really fucking pissed. And after 20 years, they went, you know what? Things are better under the fucking Taliban. And so they organized an insurgency, exploiting our own expensive viceroy maintenance of it. They organized a 20-year insurgency and won a greater and greater public support of the people of Afghanistan because of how corrupt the government class was. And these people all overthrew this government. And that's how you end up with these scenes.
Da Kandahar airport na Hulk. Airport namni kumandani. Academy headquarter. Razakina.
But this was the question 23 years after the invasion and regime change of the Taliban in the first place. The American people were asking, why the hell are we still in Afghanistan? There's no terrorism threat there to the U.S. homeland. Osama bin Laden has been dead or whatnot for, depending on how you interpret the story, somewhere between 15 and 20 years. We're not there on a nation building thing, right? We said we were kind of done with that, and this is expensive as hell. So can't we just leave Afghanistan? This is really fucking expensive. We have a lot of other priorities. And so the Biden admin makes plans to kind of like phase it out. But why were we there? Why were we paying for such an expensive military dictatorship there? Because we feared that the moment we did not have a military dictatorship to contain these people who are outraged at these people for answering all the demands of these people instead of these people, we had a concern that these people would bum rush the government and take it over. That's why these people paid our elected officials to maintain a 20-year dictatorship, imposing the terms on these people, and a counterinsurgency to stop these people from challenging these people. And that's exactly what happened. The moment we started packing our shit, before we had even left, before we even boarded the planes to leave, the people who were already in the midst of a kind of insurgent, militant blitzkrieg of various districts in Afghanistan took it all. So when this class pushes this class too hard, demands too much, ignores these people too much, it's not even good for these people. And this is why you have these citizen buy-in PSYOP programs, because the worst scenario, if these people push too many reforms too fast, these people might have an insurgent, organic revolution of their own. And now we need a very expensive predicate for a war to neutralize all these people and everything that goes with it. Now, on the music side, I'm going to pull up something funny. But look, this was the same structure that made these people vote in Trump in 2016 and vote in Trump in 2024. And the MAGA civil war right now is a product of the perception that these people are answering these people instead of these people. Maybe I'll just get through this one point since I floated it earlier. I asked, name super popular rapper hip-hop stars who have participated in government or quasi-government affiliated aid events such as World Citizen, which is a production of the World Bank. They don't want to call these giant mega concerts World Bank Music Festival, so they call it World Citizen. I asked, has Drake, has Kendrick Lamar, has Pitbull? I'm trying to get a sense of how massive rap and hip-hop artists may have been used as instruments of statecraft. Yes, Kendrick Lamar, yes, he headlined Global Citizen Festival, the World Bank sponsored music event. Pitbull, yes. Jay-Z, yes. UN and Global Citizen. Lauryn Hill, yes. World Bank sponsored Global Citizen. Megan Thee Stallion, yes. World Bank sponsored Global Citizen. Stormzy, The Roots, Common, Pharrell, Cardi B, all of these headlining World Bank sponsored music concerts. Meek Mill. Global Citizen events explicitly synchronize with major diplomatic moments and regularly puts heads of state, UN leaders, and IMF World Bank executives on stage or backstage with A-list performers. That is a major mass audience to promote the initiatives of the World Bank, plus a policy agenda in one rapper, combined with back channeling on stage and backstage. So this is everyone from like the mainstream, like, you know, you would sort of expect, for example, I don't know, a Pitbull is like a big, you know, Cuban exile, anti-communist rapper type guy. So no surprise that we would fold Pitbull into like a anti-Castro, anti-Maduro op, right? But Drake? Yeah, well, Drake is commercial. So, you know, he's not like a political activist. But Kendrick Lamar is a big, bad, black nationalist activist type. You're promoting the World Bank, but I bet the money was real good, Kendrick. Jay-Z, well, you know, modern Jay-Z is very brand safe. 1990s Jay-Z was oh, fuck the system. Lauryn Hill, Another kind of like, and again, I like a couple of her tracks, but again, a very black nationalist type, Pan-Africanist movement type, just and Common especially. You're back in the World Bank as the World Bank is putting all of these loan conditions to take the resources of those countries for your own private profit. You, I'm sure, have got millions of dollars for performing, and I'm sure that you won a huge promotion tour from the labels and the various radio stations and like for putting a favor in the favor bank of the Blob for performing, headlining a Global Citizen. So like while you're railing against how, you know, the U.S. government is keeping the African man down and exploiting poor majority black countries in Africa. And who's doing it? Oh, it's all these wealthy white bankers and Wall Street just trying to make money off of the back of poor African workers. And we got to stand together. And they're like, hey, Proposition Joe from The Wire. Hey, Proposition, angry rap hip hop artist Common, Kendrick Lamar. I offer a deal. How about you promote everything we're doing in Africa that you just railed about in your last EP? Oh, no, fuck the man. Okay, how about you headline at a mass audience, which will result in tens of millions of dollars in record sales, and we also pay you millions of dollars to do it? Okay, well then fuck everything I just said on my last album. Give me the money. Everyone's got a price. So Global Citizen, 60,000 live attendees in New York Central Park, TV streaming worldwide, 24-hour Global Citizen Live spans 6 continents. I asked to create like a CSV file, Excel spreadsheet with all this stuff. We're going to go over this more next time because we're going to go deep into like the actual economics and how the Blob and the intelligence state actually inflects the core economics of the music industry that sort of induces this to happen and whatnot. Wyclef Jean, Global Citizen. Will.i.am, Black Eyed Peas, Global Citizen. But that's like 20 of like the biggest stars, like all there, rapping for the World Bank. But we're going to get into that and a lot more, because the whole like backstory, for example, the soft power around Global Citizen is just hysterical. It's a fascinating story that we'll deep dive on the music industry, but you can bet every industry. I'm sure the copper industry works the same way. I'm sure that the natural gas market has these same dynamics. But we'll get into all of that to kick off the next stream, which we will do Sunday, so 4 days from now ish. And okay, let's rock back to a little bit of outro musica. Fiona says, Mike, please tell me who is good. I'm crying. No, that's not the lesson here, because candidly, between us, you see the same dynamics going on right now. We talked about this. What I'm trying to portray are the dynamics and pressures around power between and in the mortar between government and the private sector, corporate and finance world, and the amount of pressure that is put on a government official to betray their voters on every issue all the time, and the trade-off that a politician has to make, or a political employee who's just working for the administration. Anyone in a policy-setting role has on every issue where, from the outside looking in, you would think, hey, you told us you would do this, and you're doing something completely different. We voted for you because we wanted this revolution. Do you think when USAID was funding all of these riots to overthrow Milosevic, what these people were in the streets about was they just really wanted George Soros to own their energy industry? The thing they rallied around was government insider corruption and paying off to, Milosevic's oligarch buddies. And what they got was the same corruption, just to a different set of oligarch buddies, plus the plunder of their own public and private wealth. And this is also, I'm trying to paint the picture of what you are up against when you are genuinely trying to do something for these people instead of these people. In the context of the Iran war, think about how much money there's to be made by these people if we can regime change the government of Iran. Now, obviously, the kind of Israel lobby side of it is a huge factor and maybe the impetus for the action that we did back in February, but it's got the full throttled support of our oil companies, our military contractors, infrastructure, trade. I mean, Iran is the world's, third largest supply of oil and fourth largest supply of gas. And it's a giant multi-trillion-dollar pot of gold just there for the taking. If we can just have some finance minister on the other side of the table who will do what these folks want. So you may campaign saying no more Middle East wars, but these people only get a vote every 4 years. And every vote is a package deal. They may say, well, listen, we hate wokeness more than we hate the Iran war. So even though we don't like the Iran war, still going to vote you back or your successor back in. And that's a calculation that's made. And even within the government insiders, this is shaping up in the Vance versus Rubio kind of shadow rumblings, where you've got the Mark Levin types now suggesting, it seems, out in the open that if Vance opposes this set of collective interests and wants to have the MAGA rank and file and wants to go with them on Iran, well, then these people are going to back a different set of government insiders. And understanding that system and the pressures that are put on politicians will not only allow you to predict in the future how certain things will play out or how politically feasible they are, but will also help you sort of understand what these people are going through emotionally, psychologically, what feeds into their rhetoric. When you hear them explain something publicly, you'll be able to read through the lines and see what's actually going on. Because if they phrase it one way, they're concerned about this. If they phrase it another way, the exact same fact pattern, they may be more concerned that week with this. If you see factional splits within various camps of government insiders, understanding the dynamics and stakeholders here versus understanding what's playing out on social media and what's playing out in the press and what's playing out in the polling numbers here will help that. It's a mistake to only see this, which is, as a civilian, is most of what's visible. And it's a mistake to only see this, which leaves you feeling powerless unnecessarily. It's a very real thing, and it's extremely powerful, but it's not all powerful. And it can be pressured in various ways. So you need to see the whole system and understand the strengths and weaknesses, the assets and liabilities that all these different power sectors have. And also how different changes to the coalitions that voters take. Like, this was my big concern. If you remember, I tried to kind of stay in the middle of these things, not just because of my SGE role, but also I tried to say, listen, this coalition has to find a way to stay together, because without the institutional money, rank and file MAGA domestic policy focused people are going to lose to the Democrats if they don't have the money of an institutional support of the facts of the people backing the Iran war. And if these people backing the Iran war don't have the votes of the domestic policy focused MAGA side, they will also lose to Democrats. And so this thing has got to be worked out, or else you will simply lose power and end up as lost and confused as the Democrats were in the aftermath of the 2024 election, and a whole new coalition is going to have to scramble together. A whole new MAGA will dissolve, and that will leave us potentially back in a Coke and Pepsi type thing, where choices between Nikki Haley and Gavin Newsom forever again for another century, starting in 2032. And that is also a caution for both sides of this and this to recognize not just how they are opposed, because these people want these people to do what these people want. These people want these people to do what these people want. But these people and these people actually need each other each election season, each midterm season, to have their government insiders in power instead of the opposing coalitions want. So these people and these people are not always in conflict. In fact, these people cannot win without the votes of these people. These people cannot win without the money of these people. And when the fight for the spoils of an election victory, when one side of this dynamic exerts too much of a senior position and relegates the other to too junior a position, this is what leads the coalitions to break apart. And then a stronger coalition comprised of its own voters and its own donor, drafter, dealer class will win the election. And this is part of how the Democrats fell apart in 2024. There was a different donor, drafter, dealster class backing Kamala Harris, who became insurgent and took over and stripped the power from those back the donor, drafter, dealster class backing Joe Biden. And the Democrats themselves were in a whiplash over, oh my God, wait, what just happened? Okay, we have a new president, I guess. Our candidate is someone who is not the current president, but also not someone that I ever voted for. In fact, when Kamala Harris ran for president in the primaries, she came in last place, and she has just been forced on our ticket. And you had like this insurgent DSA class, the Bernie Sanders and the DSA, the Zohran Mamdani types, sat out the election. because of Kamala's view on Israel and Gaza. So their coalition came apart. The pact between the donor drafter dealster class and the people fell apart, as there was a unified donor drafter dealster class and voter alliance around both wanting Trump in. And so naturally they won. I am trying to articulate the need for a synthesis, a peaceful synthesis, where the various sides can work out something in the middle so that support is maintained and MAGA has a life beyond Trump. Okay, all right, but that's it. Let's just end with this one last cover of the song of the week. Folsom Prison Blues, as I spend the next 4 weeks, like the past 3 weeks, in an academic prison of government files. Kind of how I always thought prison would be. Lonely, but kind of fun.
I hang my head and cry. That lonesome whistle, blow my blues away.
And talk a bit about the Jesus movement and early Christianities. So although the historical Jesus led a movement and had a significant number of disciples, he didn't actually found the Christian church. Christianity, or rather multiple Christianities, arose when the disciples of Jesus tried to decide for themselves what Jesus' execution meant. What had been the point of Jesus' life, his ministry, and death? Different early Christians came up with radically different answers. So as I say, the New Testament is actually made up of multiple texts. They weren't all designed to be together in one grouping the way they are today. And of course, there were lots of other early Christian writings, including Gospels, that did not make it into the New Testament, even though many of these had similar content to books that did make it in. I also want to talk a little bit about one of the types of Christianities, proto-Gnostic Christianity. It exists very early because it is talked about in the New Testament. So we have kind of evidence that some of the earliest Christians who become proto-Orthodox, in other words, the people whose writings do make it into the New Testament, are opposed to Gnostics. So a disciple of Paul who is writing as Paul in the letter of 2 Timothy, he is writing and warning other Christian leaders against people who are likely proto-Gnostics. So he says, avoid empty and world of chatter. Those who indulge in it will stray further and further into godless courses, and the infection of their teaching will spread like gangrene. Such are Hymenaeus and Philetus. They have shot wide of the truth in saying our resurrection has already taken place, and they're upsetting people's faith. So the writer here, who's writing as Paul, is definitely kind of thinking of a literal resurrection.
He who has ears to hear, let him hear. There are few texts in the ancient world as enigmatic and evocative as the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. To encounter its fragmented wisdom is to step beyond the confines of conventional theology and into a realm of profound introspection. Here, the familiar boundaries of faith dissolve, and a deeper path emerges, one that invites us to look inward, to confront the illusions of the material world, and to rediscover the divine essence within ourselves. This is no ordinary gospel. Unlike the canonical texts, with their focus on external miracles, hierarchical structures, and the codification of faith, the Gospel of Mary charts a path that is deeply personal and transformative. Unfortunately, some of the text was unable to be recovered from the artifacts that were found, namely the first 6 pages and pages 11 through 14. But what remains is still a powerful message that speaks not of salvation as a distant reward, but of liberation as an immediate possibility, accessible through a sacred knowledge known as gnosis. Gnosis is not the accumulation of facts or the recitation of creeds. It is the knowing that arises when the veil between the self and the divine is lifted. It is a knowledge that cannot be taught, but only awakened, a luminous thread connecting the soul to its eternal source. This gospel offers a map to that awakening, guiding us not through external rites, but through the inner sanctum of the heart and mind. The teachings of the Gospel of Mary are strikingly radical, even by the standards of early Christianity. It deconstructs the structures that often bind spirituality to dogma, offering instead a vision of faith that is fluid, intimate, and deeply intuitive. Mary herself emerges as a figure of unparalleled insight, standing as a beacon of wisdom amidst the doubts and fears of her peers. Her voice, calm, resolute, and imbued with grace, calls us to reclaim our inherent divinity. This journey, however, is not without its trials. The Gospel of Mary reveals a path fraught with challenges, the illusions of the material world, the grip of fear, and the shackles of ignorance. These are not obstacles to be avoided. They are the crucibles through which the soul is refined. As the Savior tells Mary and her companions, all nature, all formations, all creatures exist in and with one another, and they will be resolved again into their own roots. This dissolution is not destruction but transformation, a return to the source from which all things arise. In this exploration, we will delve into the key elements of the Gospel's teaching on Gnosis. Whether you are drawn to the mystery of Mary Magdalene, the rich tapestry of early Christian thought, or the universal quest for spiritual truth, this journey into the Gospel of Mary offers a profound opportunity for discovery. Let's dive in. What we have of the Gospel of Mary starts partly through chapter 4. It begins by presenting profound teachings that challenge conventional understandings of sin, matter, and the path to spiritual liberation. The Savior explains that all creations exist interdependently and will ultimately return to their roots, emphasizing the impermanent and cyclical nature of matter. He denies the inherent existence of sin, stating that sin is a human construct born of actions contrary to the divine harmony. The good, or the divine essence, came into the world to restore each being to its original spiritual state, highlighting the necessity of reconnecting with the divine to overcome suffering and mortality. The Savior further encourages his followers to remain courageous in the face of worldly challenges and to seek the divine within themselves. The Son of Man is within you. He warns against being misled by external distractions and advocates for spiritual autonomy, advising against the imposition of laws that could constrain the soul's journey. Before departing, he entrusts his disciples with the task of spreading the gospel, rooted in liberation and self-awareness. After his departure, the disciples are consumed by grief and doubt, fearing persecution. Mary Magdalene, however, reassures them with words of grace and encouragement, inspiring them to reflect on the Savior's teachings. She recounts a vision in which the Savior revealed that the mind, positioned between the soul and the spirit, is the key to perceiving divine truth. Her testimony underscores the gospel's central theme: liberation through self-knowledge, inner vision, and direct connection to the divine. This vision offers a timeless meditation on the human soul's journey through the trials of material existence. It begins not with triumph, but with a stark and sobering acknowledgement. The material world and its passions bind the soul in a cycle of suffering and forgetfulness. Yet, within this acknowledgement lies an invitation, a call to courage, to transcendence, and ultimately to liberation. The text declares, "Matter gives birth to a passion that has no equal, which arises from something contrary to nature." This enigmatic phrase sets the stage for a profound exploration of the soul's entanglement with the material world. Matter, in the Gnostic understanding, is not neutral. It is imbued with the capacity to generate passions, forces that arise from disconnection with the divine source and lead to inner disturbance. These passions are not merely emotions but primal forces, desire, greed, attachment, that distort the soul's natural harmony and drag it into suffering. To the Gnostic mind, the world of matter is a realm of illusion. It is governed by what they saw as lesser powers, archons, that create layers of distraction and ensnarement. These powers amplify the passion that has no equal, drawing the soul deeper into forgetfulness of its true origin. The suffering that follows is not a punishment, but a natural consequence of being out of alignment with the divine. In this way, the text echoes other spiritual traditions, the Buddhist notion of dukkha, or suffering, and the Stoic concept of passions as disturbances of the soul find resonance here. What distinguishes the Gospel of Mary, however, is its insistence that this suffering originates from an unnatural distortion of the soul's essence. Matter and its passions are contrary to nature, suggesting that the soul's true nature lies elsewhere, beyond the material. Amid this grim diagnosis, the Gospel offers a note of hope. Be courageous, the Savior's voice pierces through the chaos. Here courage becomes the central virtue, the anchor amidst the storms of existence. What does it mean to be courageous in this context? It is not merely to endure suffering, but to face the different forms of nature, the distractions, desires, and deceptions of the material world, with clarity and resolve. Courage, in this sense, is the willingness to look beyond the surface, to see the transient for what it is, and to remain steadfast in the pursuit of the eternal. This call to courage is a reminder that the soul's struggle is not futile. The challenges of the material world, though formidable, are not insurmountable. They are, in fact, the very conditions under which the soul's resilience is forged. The Savior's words resonate like a rallying cry, urging the soul to rise above its entanglements and reclaim its divine heritage. The Gospel of Mary further illuminates the path to liberation by addressing the source of the soul's suffering, the deprivation of the one who can heal. In verses 28 through 29, sickness and death are portrayed as consequences of this deprivation. But the healing it speaks of is not a physical remedy. It is a spiritual realignment, a reawakening to the presence of the divine. Those who understand this can overcome their struggles, the text declares, pointing to knowledge or gnosis as the key to liberation. This gnosis is not intellectual but experiential. It is the recognition of the divine within, the awakening to the soul's true nature as a fragment of the eternal. Healing, therefore, is not something bestowed from without. It is a process of turning inward, of reconnecting with the divine source that has always been present, but often forgotten. This idea of healing through reconnection finds parallels in numerous spiritual traditions. In Christianity, Jesus' miracles of healing often symbolize the restoration of spiritual wholeness. In Hinduism, the concept of moksha involves breaking free from the cycle of birth and rebirth by realizing one's unity with Brahman. The Gospel of Mary adds its own voice to this universal chorus, emphasizing that the soul's liberation lies in remembering and reclaiming its divine origin. The struggle of the soul, as portrayed in the Gospel of Mary, is not a battle to be fought with swords or shields, but a journey of awakening. It is a process of disentangling from the illusions of matter, confronting the passions that arise from disconnection, and healing through the recognition of the divine within. The material world, with all its trials and tribulations, is both the arena of this struggle and the catalyst for the soul's growth. Yet this struggle is not a solitary endeavor. The Savior's encouragement to be courageous reminds us that the journey is guided, supported by a divine presence that calls the soul toward liberation. The challenges of the material world, far from being insurmountable, are opportunities for transformation. They are the crucible in which the soul's true nature is revealed. Next, we will turn to the soul's ascent, its journey through the obstacles and powers that seek to bind it, and its ultimate liberation into the eternal. But for now, let's linger in this moment of struggle, recognizing that even in the depths of suffering, the seeds of liberation are already present. In an eon I was released from this world, and in a type from a type, and from the fetter of oblivion which is transient. From this time on will I attain to the rest of the time, of the season, of the eon, in silence. The Gospel of Mary suggests that the soul's journey is transformative rather than escapist. Each obstacle offers an opportunity for self-revelation, drawing the seeker closer to the truth. As the Gospel of Mary unfolds, the narrative shifts from the struggle within the material world to the soul's profound journey of ascent. This passage is not a straightforward liberation, but a confrontation with the forces that seek to bind the soul to ignorance and illusion. Through this struggle, the soul attains liberation, not by fleeing these obstacles, but by transcending them through awareness and resilience. In its ascent, the soul encounters a series of powers that represent the illusions and attachments of the material world. These powers are not physical entities, but symbolic representations of forces that bind the soul to suffering. Darkness, desire, ignorance are revealed as barriers that the soul must confront and overcome. The Gospel of Mary recounts how these powers demand justification